Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of High on Politics. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you all are doing well. Also, hope you guys were able to catch the action over on this space today. Had a good old show on Pepaganda, nice 2-hour show. Gotta say, had a good time. As good of a time can be had when you're covering the news. Welcome to the show, Sylvie. Perfect timing. The other stream I was watching just finished. Nice. Hey, I always like when timing lines up like that. Also, hope that you enjoyed the other stream that you were watching, and I hope they had a good stream. Also, Bandit, what up, brother? What up? Oh, nice horizontal. Yeah, we actually got it. We're good. I think that I got this figured out. We'll see. We'll see. Been having some issues. All right, so you know what? First, I just want to address a few things. Number one, thank you for being chill yesterday. The end of yesterday's show was not exactly what I would call a chill time. Unfortunately, kind of spiraled a little bit. It didn't get much better. I mean, I was able to apologize to the chatter that I was having a problem with, but overall, yeah, nothing great came from it. I did. It was the dude I was getting in contact with you. Oh, nice. Well, I hope that, tell him anytime. I've been checking my emails, so. He has the most badass outro on his stream I've ever heard. Hell yeah. Hey. Oh, okay. Like that stream? Yes, like the stream on your way in. As you guys do file in here, please hit that like button. Especially right now. So, all right. I should probably just go through this. So after I got off my stream today for this space, unfortunately, I got some bad news. So my wife's cancer treatment is hitting her a lot harder than they were anticipating. It's only been 2 days and all of her energy is gone. It reverted right back to like the first week of chemo, but this time she feels sick. Like she actually feels sick. I'm a little worried that she may have caught like a flu bug or something while she was at treatment. I don't know. We don't know yet. So we're keeping our fingers crossed. Personally, I think that it is just the chemo radiation mix, because they said that the chemo radiation mix was going to really fuck with her. And the radiation is actually fucking with her a lot more than we thought. She got some burns. This is so fucking hard to talk about. Dude, it's so fucking heartbreaking to watch her go through this and just to hear her go through this. Like right now, because I wasn't able to see her. Hope she's okay. She's taking it in stride. I'm gonna go see her tomorrow. And yeah, well, that's if she gets the all clear, because that would be wild if she got the flu, because the way that they have her sequestered is essentially just, it's damn near impossible. So like it would have to be one of her caretakers at that point. What happened? My wife has cancer. She has been going through treatment for 6 months now, which we just got that update today where it was like, holy shit, 6 months already. But yeah, she's not doing as well as we hoped. But this is so hard to talk about because it really is just like, I'll just be honest. I went from feeling me personally, I went from feeling like she was on the not only on the mend, but she was going to do like really, really well. She after she wrapped up her last just chemo 2 weeks ago, it was great to see her like become herself again. She got like a huge appetite, like, and yeah, she wanted to go do things. We had a really nice day out, and man, just seeing this happen to her again, like I'm it's breaking my fucking heart. And all I can say is, yeah, man, I want this to be done. It's not about money. I need. Can you get the cancer out of my wife's body? No, dude. Seeing her suffer is so fucked up. And then, I don't know, guys. I think that I'm having a real problem with this because of all the news that we're covering. And I'm having a back crisis. Because how in the fuck are these the worst people on the planet just getting away with all this bullshit? Just nothing. And like, again, I know that I'm not trying to get like spiritual or anti-spiritual or any of this shit. It's just very hard for me to keep any fucking faith or any of the shit because everything fucking sucks. Donald Trump fucking sucks. Everything sucks. You know, we're all arguing about fucking semantics of going to war, and meanwhile, this wonderful fucking, like, not even just like for me, she is one of the best people I've ever known. And the fact that this is happening to her, and then now her fuck guys. Just give me a second. Her doctors, like, she has a good prognosis, but her doctors kind of insinuated that they're looking into it. She might qualify for a class action lawsuit against Roundup and that drug that, you know, or that chemical that Trump just made perfectly fine and signed an executive order to increase production of it. So yeah, that was great. Now I'm taking it with a grain of salt because this doctor is. He's like a lefty doctor, you can tell. So I'm trying to, like, again, I really wish politics wasn't in this type of situation, but yeah, man. My mom thankfully survived breast cancer. Yeah, my dad survived stage 4 mouth cancer. He's doing really, really well. He's been in remission for 15 years now. Excuse me. I was debating actually starting stream late, but I do need to cover this. But 500. Wait, bag of chips. Sorry, how much do you need? Cuts off 500. Yeah, I guess it cuts off at 500. I'm sorry. I don't know. I need to do Cash App or something. God, I'm just fucking. I've been running from this, guys. I've been running from these types of realities, and I'll admit it. Like, it's always been there, but it's so fucked. We were talking about cancer, and this fuck comes in here like that. I don't even know what he said. I'm not even paying attention. I know, like, I know that I put my Trump shit in the title, but whatever. So I'm having a vulnerable moment. Whatever. They're not used to him. I just No, that's another thing. We're struggling, guys. But yeah, it's so weird. The second that, like, usually I would be able to talk about any of, like, the monetary side of things, but it's not fucking important. It's not. Like, god damn it, dude. Like, this is how I felt the last 6 months, where it's just nothing is more important than my wife getting better. And then when I start focusing on all this other bullshit, like, I'm guilty of really focusing too much on this. Like, you want to talk about online brain? Yeah. That's why I was kind of bringing up about how I was trying to get out of this and not, like, really fucking harp on all this shit. God damn it, dude. Sorry, I'm not trying to be that big of a bummer, but can you guys just do me the favor and just give Uni all of the best vibes that you possibly can. I don't care if you pray for her. I don't care if you just write Uni Moogle on a piece of paper with a heart. I don't care if you guys type it out. Fuck. God damn it, she needs it, because this sucks. This sucks. There's nothing worse than the fact that we got teased by her, like, having a recovery, and then this, like, I should be fair, we were not prepared for this. Like, she definitely was not prepared for it. I was not prepared for this to be as hard as it is. God damn it. And we have a 5-week time, like, we have an end date on this one, which is nice. That's like the only thing keeping her sane right now, is the fact that she knows that this has an end period. But damn it, guys, it's fucking heartbreaking. Also, get screened, guys. If you're anywhere near your 40s, please go get screened. It's important. I know that they have this thing called Cologuard. Oh shit. Oh, thank you for, oh my god.
At bag of chips $0.99.99. I hope she gets better soon. Keep your head up, she needs you. I know, because my dad needed me.
Yeah, I know. I think that's why I'm kind of breaking, guys. I know she's taking a nap right now, and I'm having the hardest time seeing her go through this. Oh, dude, I don't want to cry on stream, but this is too much. Like, I got through my mom's death. I got through this. I just don't understand how the fuck this can happen to such a good person. Why? How? Like, why is life like this? Why is it the good people that get fucked the hardest? God damn it. She's literally done nothing but help people her entire fucking life. She's been nothing but a fucking beacon of positivity. Like, seriously, anytime that I was down, she would always just... She would be there to remind me that it's gonna be not just like, not in the same way that, you know, partners do, but really, like, just her energy, like her just being there. Fuck. And to see her just in this position right now where she's feeling sick, she can't. I think the thing that got me, dude, was the fact that she said she just, like, it's only 2 days in and she feels like a failure. What the fuck, man? How? Like, how? How are you gonna be... God. Fuck cancer. I'm sorry. I gotta try and bring myself back. Thanks, guys. Even Teddy. Holy shit. Look at you. Yeah, guys, this really hit me today. This really, really fucking got me, because she's... I hope you guys understand. I don't care if you hate me. My wife is one of the best people on this fucking planet. And the fact that this is what she got. Like, god damn it. If I was a believer, I'm pretty sure that this would have been it. This would have been, like, this is where I would have lost faith. And she doesn't have any of that, but she's trying her best. Like, that's also, you know, there's nothing worse than having somebody condescendingly tell you, like, oh, well, if you just had God, maybe it'd be easier. Like, yeah, we had one of her family members say that shit. But okay. If you guys can just again do me this out, thank you guys for putting her her unicorn in the hearts. Like, guys, she may not see it right now. But I make sure to relay it to her. Oh fuck. I need a minute. Oh, shit, dude. I kind of wish I had a a pause screen now, because as everybody told me, they're like, oh, we don't want a pause screen. We kind of like playing I Spy. No, I'll be okay. Yeah, sorry guys, if you're just joining us, it's a little heavy. My wife is having a really, really hard day today. It's probably actually the hardest day out of this entire journey. I know that it finally broke me. Yeah, but I'll be. It's like you said, actually, chatter. Oh, actually, who said that? I want to make sure that I get this right. I know, comrade, my dad had stage 4 cancer of the colon. I had to watch him die, and it hurts. I can't even imagine how much you're hurting. I hope and pray that she's gonna make it. I'm so sorry about your dad, man.
At Bryant Frankfurt $5. You know my stance on cancer. Wish her my best.
Sorry, guys. I didn't think I was actually gonna fucking break down. Thanks, man. Ryan, no, seriously, solidarity. Thanks. Thank you, guys. This is helping. Like, just talking it out. Thank you for sharing that about your dad. Again, it's so fucked up. It's so fucked up. And like I said, this is the first day that I've really had where I can't be strong, man. I can't. I'm having a really hard time. Like, you guys have helped me so much through this, like, on stream, and just helping me keep my mind, like, and that's the weirdest part, is doing politics and news. Like, I think I explained it. All of this doesn't feel, I think that's why I can do this. It doesn't feel real in context to what she's going through and the actual shit that I have to fucking focus on. I brought it up yesterday about how I leave stream and I leave the politics here. I think that's it. Because all I can think about, like, when I'm off stream is just making sure that she's going to be okay. And just keeping her comfortable. Oh, man. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I'm talking about my wife's cancer, and this is fucked up. But I appreciate all you guys. Seriously, much love. I'm gonna try and bring this back. I'm gonna smoke. Okay, there, we got the 420. I'm gonna smoke this with y'all. Oh God. Do it a double. Okay. I think I'll be okay. I really am I'm struggling, guys. Like, I'm struggling with the fact that it's not fair. And I don't want to do this, but it's true. Like, it's just not fucking fair. I broke down over my dad yesterday and today and every day for the foreseeable future. Well, that's how I am with my mom, and that's also the thing. Like, guys, I'm not sure if you understand. If I'm not, fuck. We're 4 days away from my mom's death anniversary, and I'm already. I think that's also why my emotions are not. They're not balanced in the slightest. Also, bag of chips. Thank you for the $100. My God, I didn't even really get the fucking thank you. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. I kind of knew that this month was going to be hard. I just didn't realize that it was going to be this rough. And then with everything going on, of course, in the world, which, as I said, it actually doesn't affect me as much, but it doesn't help that it's just, God, like, I'm trying to find the positivity anywhere I can, and it's getting fucking rough. But yeah, Brian, I totally understand. And you know what? I'm not sure if you feel the same way I do, but when I feel my daily need to cry about my mom, I just know that that's that time that I would have picked up the phone to call her, and that's just my love for her, and I miss her. So I allow myself at least, those few minutes just to kind of break down and let it happen. Nobody is ever prepared for how much cancer wrecks beyond just a person's health. I'm sorry y'all are going through this, and I hope better days are close. Thanks, Pinkerbell. That means a lot to me. Guys, I don't want you to think that just because I'm breaking down here today, that things are not bright. Like, the prognosis is still good. Her doctors still have a good feeling about this. It's just, we were not prepared for how hard this was going to hit her. And goddamn, that radiation. Like, they did not prepare us for how bad that was going to be. Like, the burns, dude. That was a bad burn, too. Fuck. I'm dead serious, though. I know that I said some out-of-pocket shit recently about how, I hope this guy, gets... Yeah, you know what? I gotta walk that back and just say I'm not that person. I think that, honestly, I've been letting my emotions get the best of me. I think that happened in stream yesterday. And it's from this. Like, I'm pretty sure that by now you guys at least know me a little bit through even our parasocial engagement through the stream. And you guys can know when I'm off. Like, you know what? To give you guys some credit, you probably know, like, me a little bit better than a lot of the people in my life, just because I do kind of, spend hours with you guys, and you guys kind of do know my, the intricacies of how I work, which, hey, I don't know. But that's why I definitely had a little bit of a breakdown. Getting high definitely helped. I will say that much. Which, that's the one thing that is also keeping her going is, she calls it her berry. Like, your berry? Because she's like, yeah, I can't find my berry. I'm like, why? You got it? Like, are you eating berries in bed? And did you just, like, lose your berry? And she's like, no, my berry. And she meant this. I was like, oh, Scaredy Bear. She's like, oh, yeah, Scaredy Bear. Not to be rude, but I'm playing Stardew Valley with a friend. I'll be on later if you're streaming. Have fun playing Stardew Valley. You're not rude at all, my friend. Have fun playing some Stardew Valley. That is a wholesome-ass game that I'm glad that you're having some fun playing. That's awesome. Yeah, Stardew Valley rules. Actually, yeah, this is also what sucks. Is, yeah, we didn't know that Poketopia was only going to be on Switch 2. So, I'm going to have to bring her my Switch 2 so she can use it. It just sucks, guys. God damn it. Fuck. Alright, I'm going to reset, and we're going to talk politics and just, more stuff. Anybody got anything here? Random joke time. If you guys got a random joke, please throw it out there, because I could use a good laugh just to reset my brain, because holy fuck, second day of everything sucks times 1,000 with cancer. That's what she's going through, and on top of it, there's other bits. Like she had some drama with some family that also, like, I don't know, like I'm a little pissed off at her family members for even fucking thinking that today would be the day to really to even entertain bringing some of this stuff up to her, but family. No one can hurt you and simultaneously love you as much as a family member, apparently. God. Can we just say that, like, the American way of looking at certain aspects of family, super toxic? Like, the way that you're just supposed to, like, put up with certain things. I know that us millennials aren't as ingrained in that, and, you know, they write articles daily about this shit. My whole first college spring break, I spent my dorm room with Stardew Valley. I had brought best time ever. There we go. All right. All right. Thank you guys. Seriously, thank you guys so fucking much. I love you. I love y'all. I love this gig, and I love everybody that hangs here, and yeah, just know that we do have fun here. God bless America, and God bless Donald Trump. Yeah. God bless the cholesterol in his heart. May it work ever harder. You know, if there is a God. All right. Anyway. Ah, come on, you're a fucking bot. Yeah, you're gone. Nope. They're gone. I banned them. I'm not doing it. I'll make sure that you guys don't even have to deal with that best YouTube community. It fucking is. I know I'm biased because it's my show, but for fucking real, man, we have the best community here. You guys are you guys are some wholesome ass people, but you guys are also just some of the coolest fucking people that I have ever, like, had the privilege of conversating with on a daily basis too. Like, dude, seriously. I don't know. I hope you guys kind of feel valued here. I try my best. I know that with everything, like with the channel growth lately, which I am happy about. Thank you for everybody that has contributed. Thank you for everybody that's just by watching, liking, subscribing, being here, all of it. Like, I'm living a fucking dream, even though, yes, I do have to do other stuff, but you know, I get to do this to a community and also make a little bit of money doing it. It's fucking awesome. Tall grass tickles his balls. Pretty mid community in all likelihood. Oh no, it's one of the best, dude. I know. See, you tried. No, this community is fucking baller. Like, they fucking know how to show up. They know how to actually, like, support each other. I also have people in here that are way smarter than me in some ways than I am, which I always appreciate, because, yeah, that's one thing that I'm just like, yeah. But again, thank you guys. And also, thank you for letting me get this out of my system. You know, first half hour stream was a little bit much. I'm sure that the VOD rewatchability is not great. You know, some people get uncomfortable when it gets a little bit intense. Like, again, last night got a little bit intense at the end of stream. I also need to acknowledge that, yes, I have not been as well as I thought. So now I just have to admit it and just go, yeah, you know what? I'm going to try and be a little less angry. Gonna let some of the shit in chat go more. Like, we're good. The bastion of knowledge. Pinkerbell is the bastion of knowledge. I think you do not understand how much Pinkerbell knows. All right, guys. But like I was saying, thank you for chilling. Now we can get to the news and we can get to the actual show. All right. What's a good pivot? How do we do this? I don't have a good segue for, you know, talking about how much cancer fucking sucks. Priorities? Well, my priority is, again, my main priority is my wife right now. I know that sometimes it seems like I may prioritize stream, but because we are in the situation that we're in, I kind of have to. Like this is essentially a second job for me because I'm, you know, jazz hands are the ultimate segue. There we go. Ooh, that does feel good. All right. All right. You know what? You might not have been wrong. I gotta update this goal real quick and then we'll move on. If you guys are just joining us, please hit the like button and subscribe, share the stream. Share the stream, that's another one. And turn those notifications on if you guys enjoy the show and haven't already and you guys missed some stuff, because that also really helps me out. But hey, Natch, thank you. I really appreciate that. Man, I wish she could be here today. I really do. You know what happens to caretakers, Pep, don't you? No, I don't. I don't know what happens. What, they get denied caretaker status because we're technically in like a short-term disability thing? It's terrible having to put on the brave face for the one you love and you're going through life-altering shit. Yep. Yep. I gotta say, the gatekeeper of everybody's well-being. Ah, you don't live very long? Oh, cool. Listen, I make it to 45 at this fucking point. Because I'll say this much, I've definitely taken some years off my life with all this grief and all the shit that I've gone through. But maybe because they didn't give me the legal status of caretaker, then for real, Jody not helping. Don't worry, it's harmless for the most part. Sad but true. Sorry, folks. I mean, is this anecdotal for you? Like, I don't know. Are you saying that you were a caretaker and that you're not actually here? Or did you have a caretaker that took care of you and now they're gone? I don't know. Sounds very anecdotal also. Like, yeah. That's gonna sound like you're not helping. Shut the fuck up about that right now. Honestly, whatever. Jody sucks. No, Jody has that thing where because something went wrong with them, they need the rest of the world to kind of, you know, suffer. Like, that's Republicans. That's literally the Republican way. Is that something bad happened to them and they want everybody to feel the same. Instead of, you know, the other side, and I'm gonna just say it, leftists, even fucking some liberals. Yeah, they tend to actually have some empathy. We had an election that was stolen from us. Oh, hey, it's a bot. Hey, I don't know. Use a different script than other bots, dude. Yeah. Nah. Yeah, David Hart. David Hart is a fucking bot. Yeah. Again, like I said, you need to use a different script than the other bots. Either that or change your fucking name and, I don't know, go back to the old one. No, I know, it's a bot. I know. Just start deleting the bots, guys. At this point... Wait, you already did? Okay, cool. You should start skateboarding? Didn't you say that? Wait, weren't you here yesterday and you said that? I should start skateboarding? No, I should not start skateboarding. Again, dude, I'm 39 years old. I have very, very limited muscle memory from skating. I'm not a Republican, just warning you, bro. No, that was for somebody else, Jody. I get a lot of different types in here. I don't know what your deal is, but yeah. You're a little bit of a pessimist. You know what? Let's look at this. mean, technically, by the statistics that I'm reading here, they're not wrong. Long-term intense caregiving can significantly shorten a caregiver's life, with some studies suggesting that a potential reduction of lifespan up to 8 years due to chronic stress, physical exhaustion, and neglect of their own health. Well, shit. I could see it. If I skateboard, I'll be in the emergency room. Fuck yeah, no, dude. That's where I'm like, no. Most people abandon you, even your family. Oh, okay. Well, see, now you really are just kind of going based off your own shitty experience. I can tell you right now that, yeah, that's not us. You know, we have good family, despite the fact that she's having a tiff with her one family member right now. She has a strong support system. I have a strong support system. We would have told you, Pep, just not at a low time. Aw, don't worry about it. Again, guys, don't worry about it. Yeah, it's a bot. Yeah, it is. Good show today on this space. Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. Yeah, 2 hours did fly by. You're a palliative care nurse. Palliative care nurse. Like I said, number one, this is gonna sound weird, but we're actually kind of lucky that not only did they catch the cancer when they did, but she got into treatment when she did. So we're 6 months on. She has another 5 weeks, not months, 5 weeks of this chemo radiation mix, and then she goes into surgery after that, depending on what the radiation does. But I also I have to question, like, what's your motive here? Like, are you trying to make me feel like I'm already crying and like in a kind of disparative mood because of just how I'm watching my wife break down, even though she's had a strong face and I've literally had the strong face on. Did you notice the man at the end of my name? No. No, I didn't, because I'm not paying that much attention to you, to be completely honest. I don't know, you seem kind of self-important. You seem like you use a lot of anecdotal shit. How come you don't care when Pep spews his hate? Oh, what's the hate that, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, you're banned. Oh, Pinkerbell. Pinkerbell coming in with the fucking hammer. Damn. Thank you, Pinkerbell. I appreciate it. Jody, your previous chats tell me you're an asshole. Read the room, bitch. God. Mitchell. Subtle. I like it, man. Read the room, bitch. All right, that got me in a better mood. Thank you for that. Jody is gone. Thank God. Simply Steve, what's up, man? Can we put Trump in a home already? Yeah, right. Could you imagine him? Guys, I can't find my applesauce. I'm pretty sure that Biden stole my applesauce. Hey, Jack. That was Corn Pop. Corn Pop stole your applesauce. You know, you lying son of a bitch. You stole the election from me, and now you stole my applesauce. Come on. Where's a nurse? Can I get a nurse in here? Nurse Loomer. We did read the room, and we found a bunch of illiterate morons. Oh. God damn it. All right. Troll with a sense of humor, I see. All right. You read the room. Well, here's your book it sticker, sir. Since you read the room, I'm happy for you. Also, free pizza. Grammar London, stop grabbing the nurses. Pep, you achieved 1.2 or 2.5k. Yeah, no, I know. My channel's growing, guys. Fucking, it's cool. God, I wish I could enjoy it more. I really do. I'm trying. Gramps Don Don. You know what? It's okay. I know. People, I know how to change my own diaper, even though we all know that Caroline Levitt already does it for me. She volunteers, and then she comes out with a whole bunch of brown stuff on her nose. Same with Pam Bondi. It's almost, I don't know. I don't get it. Smells like shit in here, too. Always smells like shit. Anyway, free pizza tastes better when you have to pay for it. Or then when you have to pay for it. Oh, fuck yeah. No, free pizza tastes great. Anyway. Ace. Here, you know what? I just realized that. Oh, dude, we got a $100 dono. I'm sorry, buddy. Yeah, I totally fucked up. Here. There you go. 1. He only gets 2. I'm sorry. We can't make the dog sick. Otherwise, he'd get 100 treats. Well, actually, 50. Well, no, he'd get 100. Because technically, he gets 2 per $2. Yeah, no, you can get 100. Yeah, at least get a haircut, wear a suit. You are a greaseball. People avoid. Okay. Sure. Yes, my long hair, you know, there's no way that I can just put up my hair, you know, put on a suit whenever I need to. Jesus Christ. Fucking, what are you, one of those look smacks here fuckers that, like, do you understand that life is so short that you wearing a suit doesn't make you look or feel any better than anybody else? It really doesn't. Makes you look like everybody else. Like, literally, everybody else. It makes you, like, the second that you put that suit on and, like, you do your hair up, yeah, you're just another cog in that machine, bro. Your individuality is fucking gone. That's why they actually, like, they train your brain to care about that kind of shit. Trolls can't decide if you have too much or too little hair. Yeah, I know. Trust me. Remember the parting of the fucking Pep's hair? Isn't it fun, though? Stan Stewart, Doggo. I mean, he is, dude, he's being good. Hate suits, by the way. I fucking hate suits. No, I hate them. I spent a lot of money, back in the day on, like, a nice tailored suit. Still got it. Still fits me, too. It's just, then I bought a cheap-ass, this is gonna, you know what, fuck it. I'm trash. I'm fine with admitting it. I'm fucking trash. You know, half of chat already like, they think I am. So fuck it. Yeah, I bought a sweatpants suit where, legitimately, you would never know the difference that it is made out of sweatpant material. So while other people were fucking miserable in their monkey suits, I was sitting there fucking chilling like a villain, man. I did have to wear a buttoned up shirt, though, that, like, again, I hate it when it feels like there's a little person just choking me all the time, where it's just like, why? Why do we do it? Because the first thing that dudes do when they're done doing their business time is, let's take this tie off and pop that collar. Why don't we can we all just agree that's the look? Fucking Christ. Ties suck. They're overrated. Suits suck. They're overrated. And we let these rich billionaire fucks tell us that that's right there. That's how you become a fucking bastion of what it should be to be a male, is you have to wear uncomfortable clothes. You have to always be, being a little bit uncomfortable makes it so you're always aware of your surroundings and your business dealings and, well, I don't know. Look, if we have to wear a bra, you have to suffer too. Hey, you know what? You don't know what it's like to sit on your own nut. I don't want to hear it. Especially once you hit a certain age. Yeah, you gotta start, especially like hard benches. You start looking at hard benches like it's a fucking, like it's an obstacle course, especially if you're not 100% sure and you're not in a position where you can just, jam your hands in your pocket and just kind of do the quick adjust. Yeah, every man in this audience has done this. It's just quick. Ah! It's a little squeeze underneath the fucking bench. Bras for all. I mean, I don't know. I know some dudes that straight up need a bra. Yeah. Rocking some fucking B cups. Remember when Maduro first got kidnapped and everyone bought the sweatsuit he had off Amazon? No, I don't. And that's kind of funny. Sold right out? No way. That's kind of funny. I mean, it did look comfortable as shit. See, that's the thing, man. I'm all about comfort. Like, damn. My knee hurt from sleeping. I didn't know that could happen. 30s, man. Yeah. Yeah, I was walking up some stairs yesterday, and, like, my knee was popping, like, the entire way up. I was like, oh, no. Oh, no. Age is catching up to me, man. I'm a conservative, and I'm here to enjoy it because I enjoy your channel. Keep moving forward, and know most of us here are supporting you, man. DB, thank you, man. That was very nice of you. For real, thank you. Wow, I don't get a lot of that. That's one of my favorite comments I think I've gotten all day. Sorry, guys, but even I'm a conservative, and I'm here because I enjoy your channel. Like, wow. Thank you. Oh. I wish the best for your wife, man. Thanks, Colton. I appreciate it. I right now, guys, I'm just gonna say it. I really fucking appreciate it, because god damn. She's going through it, guys. And you know what? Like I said, she told me this past weekend. When she was able to come back into chat, she said something that, like, it brought me to tears. Not again. But she said that when she hangs out here in chat with you guys, and you know, she gets to be part of the community, she just said, she's like, you really do have, like, the best community on any social media that I've ever been part of, and they're so close-knit. And you're just good people. And she, like, trust me, even though I know that's, like, parasocial, and I hate that word, but it's true. Yeah, she knows what's up. So, again, guys, thank you so much. We all want to see Uni better, get better soon. Mrs. Pepper, thank you. I really appreciate, again, guys, thank you. All the fucking kindness means the world to me. And I know that this is what she would say to me. She's like, just remind him to like and share this, the stream, and also subscribe to the channel, because, you know what? My wife is my biggest cheerleader, and she has been telling me how much she wants me to succeed at this. And, like, before the cancer, you know, she was definitely there, so. Fuck cancer. We love you too, you liberal bastard. I am not a liberal. I'm a leftist. Get it right. Listen, if you're gonna hate me for my politics, at least get the fucking right politics, okay? Like, for real. I'm really not. I'm not like a liberal Democrat by any means, so. Yeah, I was about to say, LeMayo. It's like, okay. We agree, I guess. F liberals. Yup. Yup. Fuck them libs. God, who am I? Hassan Piker? Ayo! And we're back. Yay! Leftist infighting coming up. Just fucking kidding. Dude, I swear to God, if I ever get to that point where somebody sends a Sonic clip and he watches it, I am not in for a good time. There's so much shit of me just making fun of the guy. But I've also said nice things, right? Right? Just maybe not enough yesterday. It's got a spam email that my name could be in the Epstein files, and they're trying to sell me HVAC services. What? Damn. Oh, crap. He's getting sentimental. I got sentimental earlier, dude. No, dude. I literally broke down on stream today. It's been rough, man. It's been a rough day. I will be elated when all Trump supporters... Oh, come on, man. Coming up and what? Eat smack? Like, smacks? Like the cereal? Sugar? Wait, aren't they called... Yeah, they're called smacks, right? I don't know. Huh. Wait, yeah, dig 'em. Was it Smacks? That's gonna bother me. Shit. It is Smacks cereal, yeah, with Dig'em, right? Yeah, Honey Smacks. That's what it is. Okay, I haven't had cereal in a really long time. God, seriously, I haven't had cereal in a few years like that. Like I have boring cereal, you know, like Cheerios. He's talking about smacking lips. Oh, Pap, I missed the first half hour, but do take care, man. Oh, thanks, man. I really appreciate it, guys. For real, like I'm okay. I'll be okay. I got therapy this week. I just know that I got a lot to go through. I got a lot to talk about. And honestly, sometimes I have a little less to talk about because I am able to talk through a lot of the stuff with you guys. Because again, what other community would even entertain this? And there's also the other side of it where I said this yesterday. I don't care, like, as much as I want to grow and as much as, yes, the numbers, it's nice to see them get larger and it's nice to see my channel get out there. But that's not, that's not why I do this. Like, you know, I was dead serious when I meant, and I mean it. Like, if I had 1 or 2 people watching me, even, you know what? I'm pretty sure that if nobody was watching me, I would be going at this the same way. Thank God I do have people watching me. You know, like I like it. I love interacting with the chat, but it would definitely be a bit short of a show, but you love that frog, Corn Pops. Ooh, Corn Pops better than Honey Smacks? Yes, I'll agree with that. Honey Smacks mixed half and half with corn. Oh, that's a good mix. Wait, what was the other one? The one with the teddy bear, like the stone teddy bear. What cereal was that? Oh, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Here, hold on. Golden Crisp. Golden Crisp. What the fuck is Golden Crisp? Old wheat? Wait, what? Wholesome sweetened pulled wheat. Huh. I felt like I just was kind of like waking up in a fever dream when I saw that bear. I was just like, oh, he is real. I never think about mixing cereals because I'm boring, I guess. Oh, I totally did that recently. Man, okay, so it's a little trashy, but I'll admit it. So you guys know, like, that waffle cereal? See, I didn't mix this, like the company did. But they took the waffle cereal and they put in the marshmallows from Lucky Charms. Why didn't they do that sooner? God, it was good. It was the Demogorgon cereal from Stranger Things. I highly recommend it. If you can find that, obviously check the expiration date. For real, it's good. Have no shame, Pep. Own it. You guys know me. Shame isn't exactly my thing. If there's one thing that I am, it's pretty unabashed and shameful. Or shameless. Shameless. That's it. Shameful. Somebody in chat was just like, damn right, you're shameful. You fucking lib. We're just a bunch of stoners sharing our munchies. That's what I do, dude. Alright, you know what? Before we go into the news, this is technically news. Here, you know what? I'll just pull this up. We gotta talk about the Arch Deluxe. Because I gotta be honest. Yeah, it's called the Arch Deluxe. Okay, cool. I had to make sure because I was like, wasn't there an Arch Deluxe like back in the day? Yeah, there was. Come on, dude, Streamlabs is just fucked. Oh my god, dude. Okay. This is fun. Streamlabs is now not working, and it looks like it might even want to crash on me. Fun times. What the fuck? What is going on here with this shit? All right, hold on, guys. I was trying to have fun with this. If you're on horizontal, yeah, I'm having a fucking problem. Okay. Shrink. You know what? Fuck it. God damn it. Let's get rid of myself. Yep, that's what I'm doing. I don't know what's going on with Streamlabs. Streamlabs is so fucked. I've got to get rid of it. That's it. This is actually kind of just solidified this. I have got to get a new fucking streaming service. This is fucking... It's so god-awful. Alright, so... The Burger Wars. Now, I started off this morning getting mad at a whole bunch of shit that I was watching. Specifically in the fact that... Hold on. You know what? This piece of shit, dude. It's being horizontal. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I just don't understand why this is not working. Sorry, guys. I'm trying my best here. Oh, get fucked already. Days into watching you, you said I should use something other than Streamlabs. I know. I know. I know. It's the worst. It really is. It's fucking insane. How is this even happening? You know what? Let's see if that works. No, it doesn't. Okay. Why does it decide to fucking do this instead? What's happening is it's not letting me fucking control my screen on my horizontal chat. Like I said, I have to fucking delete myself and then just here. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just do this. There we go. Hi. I'm here. All right. There we go. Whatever, dude. I'm over it. I've already had a really, I had a great stream over on this space, and then, yeah, just the shit that I'm dealing with today, is fucking crazy. So, oh, Jesus, did I just figure this out? I did. All right. Hold on. There we go. Okay. And then, haha. Did we get it? Did we get it? Oh, we did. Oh, shit. Okay. Half pep better than no pep. Yeah, no, I got it. All right. Now, back to the Arch Deluxe. I'm not sure if you guys saw this. Yeah, the CEO Burger Wars. Now, can I just address that? This morning, the first two things that I saw was a YouTube video about this, and then I saw a post about it on, oh god, what was it? It was either Twitter or fucking Facebook. I checked both. I think it was Twitter, though. No, it was Twitter. So there's a new conspiracy theory going out, guys, that the CEO of McDonald's, get this shit, is like part of the Illuminati, which is hilarious. And guess what? This is proof that it's like he's trying to actually sell you a product, not food. So he takes one little bite, which yeah, was lame as shit. When he's like, yeah, I'm eating it for my lunch. It's like, oh yeah, are you actually eating that for your lunch? Here, let's take a look.
Chris K here with, you've heard about it. Here it is, the Big Arch. This is something that we have tested already.
So it's not the Arch Deluxe.
In Portugal, Germany, Canada. I love this product. It is so good. I'm going to do a tasting right now, but I'm going
to... Yep. CEO speak getting... Oh, my God, dude. Yeah, it got him.
to eat this for my lunch, just so you know. So here we go. First, holy cow. God, that is a big burger. We've got a very unique
I gotta say, the bun looks good as shit.
Kind of sesame, poppy sort of bun
Fuck yeah.
on it. We've got 2 quarter-pound patties, a delicious Big Arch sauce, and of course some lettuce. So, oh, there's so much going on with this. First of all, let's try to get this thing, I don't even know how to attack it. Got so much to it. Ooh.
That means that, yeah, you just realize.
There's also some crispy onions on here as well. I see those kind of coming out. All right, the moment of truth.
Oh my God, he really does take like tiny little bites. Maybe he's like one of those guys that like, my mom was this way, where if I like had too big of a portion, she would be like, cut that in half. It's like, what? She's like, is that chewable size? It's like, yeah, I can chew it. Nom, 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 nom. No. She's like, no, like, can you take a bite and just kind of go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, swallow? It's like, okay.
That is so good. That's a big bite for a Big Arch.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh my God! Wow, he really does deserve
Distinctively
a coat.
McDonald's. Only McDonald's could do this type of burger, but it also is unlike anything else on our menu.
I just realized I think this is in Chicago.
It's a delicious product. You know, you've got sort of the cheeses and the gooiness, but those crispy onions as well gives a nice texture. And of course, we've got the pickles. So I'm going to enjoy the rest of my lunch, but Big Arch, try it when you can get it.
The thing is, right there, if I was his marketing manager, I would have just been like, all right, if you're actually going to fucking do this, what you need to do is you need to be like, this is the moment you've been waiting for, the Big Arch. What you got here is a mixture of sesame and poppy seed on the bun, which brings for a great new texture to the bun. You got 2 quarter pounders, which is everybody's favorite burger. Gooey cheese. I'm not sure if I would say gooey. But I mean, yeah, you got to mention the cheese. The crispy onions was like the most important thing on the thing, like as far as like the difference maker. And he's just kind of casually like, oh yeah, there's also these crispy onions. Like you can almost tell that this guy doesn't like onions, and then he's like, the pickles. But then you just do it where you're like, and all right, guys, it's lunchtime. And then you do like a B-roll of the guy just fucking, getting a few good bites. You don't want to make it gross. You're not trying to do fucking, mukbang or anything like that. But yeah, man, you gotta eat your fucking lunch. And then just the last shot should literally be of you going, delicious. Get your own Big Arch at a McDonald's near you. Again, guys, it's almost like I used to do this for a living. And here is a guy that has a good marketing team. This motherfucker Either that or he just saw it and he's just like, dude, I love the Whopper because the Whopper is fire. Whoppers are so good when they're fresh off the broiler. Fuck yeah.
Not bad, right?
And he's even got the mayo and shit. Like, see that? Yeah.
Only one thing missing. A napkin.
Oh, bacon. There's only one thing missing. Bacon.
Chris K here.
Hold on. This fucking... oh my God, he totally does deserve to get fucking just...
You've heard about it. Here it is.
Oh my God.
Big Arch.
No, he deserves all of this hate that's going towards him. This is
something
insane.
that-
Oh, he like my man likes some Sprite too. Ooh, Sprite. See, now this is the funniest part is if I ordered the Big Arch, that's how it would work.
We have
Look for me.
tested already
I'm a Sprite guy.
in Portugal, Germany, Canada. I love this
go.
product. It is so good. I'm going to do a tasting right now, but I'm going to eat this for my lunch, just so you know. So here we go. First,
Just
holy
so you
cow.
know.
God,
Just
that is
so
a big
you know, I don't want any of this food to go to waste, and I don't want anybody thinking that we're wasting food.
burger. We've got a very unique kind of sesame poppy sort of bun on it.
How in the fuck are you this bad at this?
We've got 2 quarter-pound patties, a delicious
No.
Big Arch sauce,
No,
and of course some
bro.
lettuce. So, there's so much
This has
going
to be
on.
rage bait. The thing is, this is so like you do understand that this is really bad for him and McDonald's right now because the way that people are looking at this, they're going, "Oh, he wouldn't even eat the new burger." Like, and there's this is the conspiracy. Where they're showing look at how processed the meat is and blah blah blah. They honestly don't understand that like when you have like just ground beef at a very large scale, yeah, you're gonna see one of those machines that does like the tilling thing.
On with this. First of all, let's try to get this thing. I don't even know how to attack it.
Honestly, goddamn, the way that we cycle through outrage about certain things and then people are just like, oh, you're going to eat that? It's like, yes, I'm going to eat that. It's going to be delicious. Shut the fuck up.
Got so much to it.
It's literally ground beef.
Ooh, there's also some crispy onions on here as well. You see those kind of coming out.
Unless you don't trust the
All right,
fucking
the
USDA.
Moment of truth.
Which nowadays, actually,
That
you
is
might
so
have reason
good.
not to.
That's a big bite for a big arch.
That's
It's
a big bite for a big arch
distinctively
and a big weenie.
McDonald's.
This
Only
fucking
McDonald's
guy.
could do this type of burger, but it also is unlike anything else on our menu. It's a delicious product. You've got sort of the cheeses and the gooiness, but those crispy onions as well gives a nice texture. And of course, we've got the
Finish your bite. You're Hassaning.
pickles. So I'm going to enjoy the rest of my lunch, but Big Arch,
If Hassan did this read, he'd just be like,
try it when you
I feel a really good burger.
get it.
We're learning from a
You got the cheeses and the crispy onions.
source at the U.S. consulate in Dubai.
He does look like an alien that's never held food. He does. Yeah, he does actually kind of have that a little bit. Or it's just like, I know how to hold human food. Well said. Well said. All right, let me fix this. There we go. All righty. We'll go into the news here. Just give me one quick second. I gotta adjust something. Epstein's still alive? No, I don't think he is. This man's never used his hands to eat in his life. Yeah, no shit. The way that he picked that up, he's just like, I don't even know how to attack this. It's just like, dude, you gotta make sure that, the side with the least amount of fucking mayo drip is the side that you attack first, because then we all agree that the side that has the mayo drip it's where the mayo's supposed to drip. That's where everything, you tilt it this way, you bite, and then it all goes, wow. And then you make the sacrifice to the box gods, where that's the sacrifice. You always got to plan to lose a little bit of lettuce, unless you're like me at Taco Bell, where if there's some cheese in that lettuce, I ain't letting that go. I paid for that cheese. My friend made fun of me once because I took the wrapper and just he's just like, wow, you really don't waste anything, do you? I'm like, waste not, want not, man. It's like, dude, these tacos are expensive as shit. I'm not gonna let any of that cheese get away. One thing I do question is the origins of the McRib. It's not the origins of the McRib. It's just the new McRib. I do question that. I don't know, man. I never used to get the shits from the McRib, but now every single time I get one, I'm just like, oh. I'll be right back. Fry sauce. Ooh, fry sauce. Actually, the best fry sauce is from this place called Freddy's. It's like a Kentucky establishment. Kind of like Steak and Shake. Like they do like the thin like smash steak burgers, which are my favorite. To be fair, like to be completely real, those are like my favorite burgers. Nice thin patty. Like there's nothing worse than when you're at like a home barbecue and somebody's just like, I'm making burgers, and they hand you this like single patty thing that's like a pub burger. I fucking hate them. I hate that shit. Give me a nice like break that bitch into 2 smaller burgers and smash that thing. Freddy's steak burger near me. Oh, you got one near you? Lucky. Genuinely fucking mad about that. I don't have one. I don't have one near me. There used to be one. I went to a protest recently and they had one. And I was like, oh, no way. It was a suburban Freddy's. And yeah, apparently it's gone. So I don't even get to enjoy that one. Oh. You're in PA? Man, they really did expand. Oh, shit. All right, well, let's get to the news. Also, hold on. There we go. Okay. Do not recon this channel. What? So you're not going to recommend my channel? Is that what that is? Steak and Shake is how I found out about cookie butter. I don't eat beef almost ever, so ice cream. Nice. Why ruin the vibe with politics? DB? Yeah, sometimes I get it. Hey, what's up, Russian name that I still... If you got something that I can, call you, I'm not translating that. Just tell me, I'll call you, shit. Comrade, no, hold on. The Red Guardian. I'm gonna call you Red Guardian. Red Guardian, good to see you. And it's good to see you. It's Dennis. Oh. Hi, Dennis. What's up, Dennis? How's it going? No veggies. Nah, we do meat and starches, dude. Might just change my life, Mitchell. Wait, Pinkerbell, try crushing Ritz in ice cream. What? For real? Yo, see, all right, one of my favorite, like, go-to recipes that's, like, really easy. So, for instance, little behind-the-scenes pet. So, when I know that I have at least 2 to 3 days that I'm going to essentially be working and then moving right into stream, and I don't really have time to do a full, like, cooked meal, what I'll do is on a Sunday, I will cook a Ritz chicken casserole, where it's exactly what you think it is. It is shredded rotisserie chicken, Costco chicken, because, $5, $5, or $5 bucks. Then you got to get the cream of chicken soup, or you could do cream of mushroom, but come on, man. Who needs those little chunks of who needs the mushroom? I don't need the mushrooms. No mushrooms for me. So I'll do a cream of chicken soup. Then I will obviously mix it all up. I add a little bit of chopped up Jimmy John's bread to give it like a little bit of a like a padding inside, and then I put the Ritz on top of it, and then you put melted butter. Like I think it's like 2 sticks of like melted butter on top. Oh my god, it's so good. That reminds me of that Mitch Hedberg joke where it's just like, man, how come Ritz Crackers always has to have something put on it? You always have to put on peanut butter. Or you need to put, or you put on some cheese. It's just like, man, why can't you just be yourself? Never hear anybody say, you know what? I could put a Ritz on a Ritz. Fucking. I'll say it. A Pep Cook stream would be fire. Oh, fuck yeah. You know what? I'll do that. Yeah, I'll do it. You know what? Fuck it. I'll do one of those coming up. I'll do like a quick hour Pep Cook stream. I'll literally cook and then yeah, go right to like the mukbang portion because what am I supposed? You know how I already feel about like eating on stream, so I'm gonna just be like, oh, good. Hedberg was the best, dude. You know what? If there's one thing I'm gonna give myself credit for is that I took that whole YouTube day, like the day-long ban, in stride because not only did I get banned halfway through stream, I ended up making the best of it because my stream was still kicking over on Twitch. So immediately I was just like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's watch some stand-up comedy. So we watched some George Carlin, Bill Hicks, Mitch Hedberg. It was so much fun. I actually genuinely had like a great night that night, despite everything that was going on. And then yeah, we tried to watch some Jubilee, but that was one of those ones where I'm just like, Pep Cook's homemade McRib versus a McDonald's McRib. Maybe. Although if I'm gonna make a McRib, it's gonna be just like smoked ribs. Like I got one of them. What do you call them? Like a cabinet smoker. It was a gift from my mother-in-law, and I gotta say, it's one of the best gifts I've ever gotten. God, I make some fire smoked chicken wings. Oh my god, 2 hours in the smoker, just with a little bit of dry rub. They're fucking incredible. Anyway, then you want to know what the secret is? Air fryer. You need to have the air fryer right as you pull those bitches out. You do not want them to cool off at all. You want to throw them in the air fryer and put them in there for about 2 minutes to get the crisp. Oh my god, they're so fucking good. Anyway, it's almost outside cooking weather. Yes, it is. I gotta clean up that grill because every fucking year the mice always like to go and have themselves a nice little snack, or not even a snack. They like to lick the whatever the because I got like one of those flat top ones. So at least Pep looks like he'll eat the food at McDonald's. LOL. Big bite for a big arch. Shut the fuck up before I shove that burger down your throat. Godzilla, I think Babbitt did eat McRib. Wait, who? Wait, what's going on? I love air fryers so much. They're marketed wrong in my opinion. They're more like fast roasters. Yeah. Especially because like I have one of like the toaster oven types where it's not like one of the ones where it's got the drawer and you gotta like put like the little coffee looking fucking filter. Yeah, mine's like the Power Air Fryer Pro. It's got a door. And it's got like 3 slots, and then it also has a slot that you can put like a little spinning thing. It's perfect for making fries. Also, reheated fries. Like I actually successfully reheated fries recently. Holy shit. I thought it could not be done, and it could. Excuse me, guys. Whew. Love my toaster oven. That rotisserie's too. Yeah. No, I got the rotisserie one. Roasted sweet potatoes in the air fryers. Peak. Oh, yeah, that is. Deep fryers are Yes, I do have a deep fryer, but I don't like using it because getting rid of that oil is a bitch. I don't have like one of those outside oil cans or whatever the fuck. Like my grandma used to have one of those, man. Like she used to have like a this is before they were like had the countertop ones. She legit She had like a sink sink deep fryer. That thing was weird. Like I'm looking back at that now. I'm like, oh yeah, you know what? Most people don't have that. My grandma's just very. She died at 69, so you know what? Yeah, you could argue that her diet might have played a part. She died of breast cancer that moved to her liver because she didn't go to a doctor. So, which one is it? But she died eating good food. I'll tell you that much. God damn, my grandma fucking A. So we used to have like chicken nights, right? And she would get a rotisserie chicken, and she would deep fry that bitch. Oh. Anyway. I am now reminiscing about grandma's home cooking, and that's dangerous, especially when you smoke. Oh, also, yeah, I totally missed that. Cheers. Shit. Guys, I think I'm empty. What do you guys think? Is it empty? Or is there one more? It looks like there's one more, right? I'm gonna go for it. Let's see if this I might not get to. Shit. Doing the thing. See? The yellow light, when you see that, that means bad things are happening. Oh, fuck. One more? I don't want to sneeze while I'm smoking. With my luck, that's exactly what's about to happen. Ooh, yeah, that tastes like metal. That's not good. Yep. That's all she wrote for that. Thank God I had a backup. By thank God I had a backup, I had to go and get this backup. Yeah, I made a little trip to the dispo. Ooh. Well, that hit. I didn't know how to cook them, being sweet. Wait, I'll throw dry rub steaks in the air fryer and they're always perfectly crusted on the outside and juicy inside. How long you do that for, Ominous? Time and temp. Like, what do you do? Because I might try that. That sounds good as fuck. Although, hold on. My steak, dude, I know how to make a perfect steak. Like, you guys, you'd be impressed. If there's one thing I will fucking pat myself on the back on is the burgers and steaks. Like, I know how to cook up some red meat. Specifically, like, I can do a perfect medium rare for you. I can do rare, which again, I'm getting, the older I get, the more I'm kind of leaning towards, eating that, because god damn, dude, it's just so much flavor. But yeah, you also do gotta be careful. So medium rare. So what I do is I do the 3-3-3-3 method. So what I do, I'm gonna take you through my steak cooking method really quick. I have a cast iron pan, of course I do. Gotta heat up your cast iron pan. You gotta make sure it's not like scorching hot. You gotta get it to about medium heat. You don't want the butter to like just melt down and go psss. You want it to gotta like, hold there for a minute. And while it starts like, melting down, you gotta throw in your garlic. I like to put a little bit of basil in there. I'll do rosemary, but like I like to put the rosemary after because sometimes it can overpower. So then you gotta, and garlic, be a little liberal with the garlic, okay? I'm talking like 3 to 4 tablespoons of fucking garlic. Like, don't do that. Okay, a little bit of garlic. No, you need garlic. So you gotta let the butter, the garlic, and the basil, you gotta let it cook for about maybe 30 seconds. Do not let it get brown. Like if it's, especially once it, like if it blackens, that means that you were using way too high a heat. You gotta lower the heat, like super low heat. Throw the steak in 3 minutes, flip it 3 minutes. Make sure you preheat your oven to 400. And then after that last 3 minutes, you throw it in another 3 minutes, pull it out, flip it, another 3 minutes, pull it out, Put it on some tin foil, let it sit for 5 minutes. You got yourself one of the best fucking steaks you will ever eat. Anyway. This has been Cooking Talks with Pep. Cooking with Pepper. Yeah. And I like to, usually, I like to do like a mashed potato or a baked potato. I'm like a steak and potato kind of guy. But, you know, French green beans. But if you're going to make the French green beans, it can't be just like straight out the can. You got to like, you know, give them a little bit of something. Actually, one of my secrets for making some really good green beans, Old Bays. Throw some Old Bays in there, man. Perfect mix of spice and salt. Like, I'm telling you, it definitely it adds some flair. So, anyway, I love my cast. Yeah, my cast iron's my baby. Dude, okay, my wife, she likes to send me a whole bunch of those videos of like, why do dudes love cast irons so much? And it's like the guy just cradling it. I'm just like, listen, if you had something that was so reliable, like, it has never let me down. Not, well, okay, there's the one time that I didn't use enough olive oil and the egg stuck to it. Okay, there's nothing worse than when you're making eggs and they fucking get stuck to your cast iron. That sucks. Okay? Can we just admit that? There are certain foods that once you cook it on a cast iron, you're just like, God damn it, I gotta clean this thing. Yeah. But where's the lamb sauce? Lamb sauce? Should I use lamb sauce? What's lamb sauce like? Kind of taste? I don't think I've had lamb sauce. Are we talking like tzatziki sauce, or what's lamb sauce? Wait a minute. So now I'm looking. Lamb sauce. Lamb sauce. Herbaceous mint sauces. Rich, savory reduction. Ooh. Yeah, it's a little tangy tzatziki. I don't know how to say that. Chimichurri or classic mint sauce with a little bit of vinegar. Ooh. That sounds fucking good. Yeah, that would go. I think that would go really well on a steak, actually. I have cast iron older than all of us. Cast for entire eternity older than reliable as the sun. I appreciate that, Groove Dragon. You know it. You know it, too. Yeah, dude. Is there anything more reliable than just a good old cast iron? Like, seriously. You get a fire going and you got your cast iron with you, you're fucking good. Like, seriously, if I was, like, in, like, my apocalypse, like, my apocalypse get-up, you know, my go bag, my sleeping bag, my tent, which, you know, all of it is very much Death Stranding style, where I have it all on, like, that little... what do you call it? Like a weight distribution thing. At least that's how I would prepare for this. I don't have any of this, by the way. I'm just saying this is how I would prepare. And then the thing that you would see swinging from the back of my backpack, my cast iron. A good wok. Yeah, but not as many things can be cooked in a wok or wok. I don't even know what to call it. Wok? Yeah, it's wok. A wok. Meanwhile. I can't do a Wookiee. I just realized that. Ramsey's scrambled egg recipe was good. I'll try that. Yeah, the next recipe that I think I'll give you guys is my fried rice recipe, but I'm not going to do that right now. Okay. I've been putting it off long enough. Let's get to the actual news, not the Arch Deluxe news, not my little stun lock here. We got to do this because it's kind of what people come here for. One of my buddies just said, he's just like, my name's Pep Talks. I wanted to talk about politics instead of talking about wrestling and nerd culture. I was just like, dude, not now. All right. The eggs look like a bit runny for my taste. Wait. Waka waka. I have some of my grandparents' Pyrex. Yeah, I got my grandma's Pyrex and KitchenAid stuff. Dude, all of my stuff is pretty much like, not all of it, but a good portion of like the stuff that I use daily is actually like from my grandmother. Okay, here's when I turn evil. Oh, DB, you don't need to do that. We can make fun of the Arch Deluxe while we watch politics. So, like, anytime we're talking about war, we could just bring it back to the Arch, or the Big Arch. We could just be like, so, does this look as bad as the Big Arch? I don't know. We'll see. Oh boy, for the lack of a better term, burger beef. Everyone likes a different level. Okay, yeah, actually, I mean, you can't go wrong with a good scramble. You really can't, but, I'm an over easy kind of guy. You know, sunny side up is fine, but yeah, you give me an over easy egg, I'm fine. I don't understand this, because, like, a lot of my friends used to think that, I don't know, I was eating like an undercooked egg because they never had an over easy egg. I'm not sure if it's because their parents didn't know how to make it or what, but yeah, man. We went on a camping trip not too long ago. Well, no, God, jeez. Not too long ago. This was almost 20 years ago. Wow, it feels like yesterday. God, I just had one of those moments. Jeez. Yeah, so we were camping up in Washington Island. And yeah, we were all like making, we like had a breakfast station for everybody. But yeah, it was kind of cool. Like, that's when I showed everybody, like, oh, how do you want your eggs? And they're just like, eggs? And I brought them over easy. They're like, no, you gotta cook that a little bit more, bro. I was like, what? My wife likes a sunny side up. She actually, so my wife's favorite thing that she likes is we call it eggy in a basket. I know that everybody's got their own term for it. It's where you cut the hole out of the middle of the bread. You throw that on, you throw some butter in the pan, throw that in, then just crack the egg, a little bit of salt and pepper on the egg, let it do its thing. But you got to make sure that it's, it's cooked, but it's got to be you got to be able to get some of the yolk, you got to dip the bread in the yolk. Yeah. Gave my kid gave me a complex about eggs. I used to overcook them a lot, but no longer. Yeah, dude. Don't overcook those eggs. There's nothing worse than when, like, it's a little, where it's got that brown on it. And yeah. Don't do that. Wait a minute. Huh? Pinkerbell, you're such a good cook. Like, damn. Really? That's actually one of the rare times I've ever heard of somebody that, like, is a good cook that has self-admitted, just said, yeah, I used to overcook my eggs. No idea this became an outpost of Flavortown. Fucking Guy Fieri stops by. Flavortown. I like this Pep Talks guy. Then I start talking about the war. He's just like, and about fucking puts the pedal to the metal in his hot rod. Eggs have such a weird texture. They do, especially if you overcook them. I know. I wasn't always a good cook. Oh, yeah. It's a learning process. That's the one thing that everybody's got to understand is that your parents or like whoever your favorite like home cook is, they weren't born that way. They did learn, so you have to learn how to cook. It is, gotta allow yourself to do it. All right, well, that was fun. Now, to the stuff, like I said, this is the more serious stuff that we have to cover. God. I really should just do a whole show, just food talks. Fuck. You know what? I think that's coming up. Honestly, who gave me the idea? Who said to have the cooking stream with me? Because I think I'm gonna do that, guys. Like, the more I'm thinking about this, I'm not gonna like pivot the show, but that seems like something I should really I should do it. And I should even, like, name the stream, like, we all need this. Let's learn how to cook and not think about politics, or, well, I'll workshop it. But anyway, let's get to this. Ugh.
Has reportedly been hit by a suspected Iranian drone and is currently on fire. This new video appears to show the smoke billowing over the complex. 3 U.S. embassies in the region are closed as the State Department is urging U.S. citizens to leave the region.
I also saw the media reports about Dubai's consulate The last update I had with seconds before getting before these cameras was that a drone unfortunately struck a parking lot adjacent to the Chancellery building and set off a fire in that place. All personnel are accounted for. As you're aware, we began drawing down personnel from our diplomatic facilities in advance of this. In the cases, for example, of Beirut, we basically drew down to bare bones, as well as in.
Yeah, they're already way past the should we even be here phase in the news. I mean, look at the CNN dipshit just sitting here just like, well, I have a question for you.
As in Baghdad and in Erbil and in a couple other posts as well. So we've been very fortunate, obviously, but our embassies and our diplomatic facilities are under direct attack from a terroristic regime. With an update, I will obviously refer you to the Department of War. Suffice it to say that our objectives remain as they've been identified from the beginning and by the President laid out clearly yesterday. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, and we will now not allow Iran to hide behind the immunity of a massive short-term ballistic missile inventory or the ability to make them or launch them.
Nick Robertson is in Riyadh. Nick.
Yeah, this seems to be a systematic effort by Iran to intentionally target U.S. embassies, U.S. consulates in the region. The U.S. consulate in Dubai tonight, dramatic images of huge plumes.
Dramatic images of huge plumes of the smoke from the parking lot of the consulate. We are trying to put it in the public consciousness that the U.S. consulate is on fire.
Of black smoke rising over the skyline there. Dramatic pictures that many people probably never imagined that
LNT Quantum. Back again,
they
still
would
OG.
see, even if the United States and Israel went to war in Iran. That is what is happening. The assessment here in Saudi Arabia is that Iran retains control, command and control of what
when you did that cooking stream with your kid,
it does militarily, and it is systematically.
And he didn't like garlic. Does he like garlic now?
In a calibrated and calculated
I was kind of the same
way,
type of kid. Like I didn't like garlic, but then all of a sudden I was just like, ooh, garlic.
Targeting things that it believes will cause maximum panic, maximum disruption, and maximum pressure on the White House to end the war. Overnight last night, 4 drones impacted the U.S. Embassy here in Riyadh. The embassy is now closed. In the afternoon today, there was an imminent
Switched your name, though?
Immediate threat to the U.S. consulate.
What was your original name?
In Dhahran, in the east of the country.
How the hell am I supposed to know that you're OG with a new name?
The warning went out that there are potentially ballistic missiles, potentially drones incoming. Shelter in place. Don't go to the consulate. Don't leave your home. Overnight, last night as well in Jordan,
Maybe at Pep Talks, do actual Pep Talks while you cook, encourage self-care, living healthy, and improving the quality of life for each and all.
We understand.
Honestly, you did inspire me with that. I've been doing a little bit more of the Pep Talk segment where I do like just remind people to just chill, give themselves the ability to do so.
Was evacuated the day before. The U.S. embassy in Kuwait was
BRB going to take down a pyramid.
Appeared to be the target. Black smoke billowing around there. So this is what appears to be happening. It is stark. These images are stark. We know that Dubai, we know that the UAE, we know that Bahrain, we know that Saudi Arabia, we know that Qatar, we know that Oman, we know that Kuwait have got air defense systems. They have been very effective. Yesterday, Saudi shot down 5 missiles fired at a big air base just outside of the capital here. They shot down.
This is YouTube throttling the fucking volume of all of this stuff.
Missiles.
I think you want to what?
Suspected Iranian drones that were fired at a huge oil refinery. There was some damage.
But
the picture that emerges is somehow Iran seems able.
Yeah, but we're totally not in World War III.
To get drones through to key U.S. premises that send a voluminous signal and message across the region here. Particularly think of all those people that are stranded in those Gulf countries. They can't fly out because the war has essentially shuttered the airspace there. And now they're seeing these prime diplomatic targets off limits in times of war under international norms of law being hit. It appears to be Iran intending to put pressure on the White House and specifically on the U.S. public. And of course, what Iran wants is an end of the war. Max.
Nick, thank you so much. Let's go to Jennifer Hansler of the State Department as we look at these images, Jennifer. I mean, this is I don't know quite how to describe it. The city that everyone knows, people are close to it. It's
Well, just because we don't have many friends anymore
central. It's
doesn't mean that all these people are getting together and protecting all of their shit.
the city that relies in large part on tourism. What is the State Department saying about what happened here?
Well, we haven't heard anything yet from the State Department, Max. We heard from the UAE Media Center, the Dubai Media Center, saying that no one had been hurt in this incident. We have not yet heard from the State Department if they have gotten full veracity on all of their personnel. I should note that they were sheltering in place, the personnel in the United Arab Emirates, and it is one of several countries that were put on an ordered departure yesterday. That means that the State Department has ordered all non-emergency personnel and their family members to leave the UAE, along with 5 other countries in the region, as these Iranian retaliatory strikes continue to play out. As Nick noted, this is not the first diplomatic facility to be hit by suspected Iranian drones. We saw the embassy in Riyadh be hit last night. The embassy in Kuwait was hit both yesterday and on Sunday, as Iran continues its retaliation across the region.
Yeah, I know.
Now, I think there are going to be questions here, Max, about why these embassies were not put into ordered or authorized.
Only vape I know that makes me cough so much. I have to hide.
Earlier, that's when you're given the option to leave the country. That is always something that the State Department is considering in these high-risk situations. So they finally did trigger that yesterday.
It's okay, Rebecca. You can lurk.
There are
it's
also,
fine.
of course,
just know that, yeah, when you guys lurk, it's fine.
A number of concerns about the
appreciate
American
you guys just being here.
citizens
Thank
who
you.
have been stuck in the Middle East.
Also, Uni says, thank you so much for the kind words. She's feeling the love right now, and that means the world to me right now. So thank you.
Since the start of these military operations, we have finally started to hear some responses from the State Department today, saying that they are working to facilitate both charter commercial
Just know that she could be watching.
flights as well as military flights out of the region. The UAE is one of the countries that the State Department said it is working to facilitate flights for the Americans who are stuck. But this is a very dangerous, very rapidly escalating situation for both American citizens as well as American persons.
So China's biggest importer of oil was Argentina. Second was Iran. This is This is a strange coincidence. No. Well, again, this is why I'm saying to whoever said not World War III. No. This is the thing. You can already kind of just accept that that's where we're going. Like, that's what this is. Because you just said it. Like, where's the end game here? Oh, yeah. China's going to get involved. Oh, yeah. That means that the Axis and ally. Oh, right. And apparently, because that's the barometer for everybody. They're just like, the Axis powers need to make an agreement, blah, 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 blah. I posit this one. Either this is the exact type of situation as Pearl Harbor, and Pearl Harbor was a direct declaration of war, or we never actually went to World War II.
On the ground there, Max.
We have had
because we never actually went to war.
Good news, if I can call it that as well, that the UAE are developing a air corridor, safe air corridor, which will allow flights to leave the UAE.
They didn't call it World War II until after it was over. Yeah, I know.
So
trust me, I know.
Americans will be able to get back to the US, but there's going to be a long queue, of course. They're going to be pretty angry, aren't they, that they were left in this stranded position with events like this happening around them because there was no plan in place for them.
Yeah, I mean, the president himself said today when asked in the Oval Office that they didn't have an evacuation plan because they weren't expecting such a quick retaliation.
God damn it, Trump.
Now, of course,
seriously? We've known about this for weeks.
That if that is in fact the case, that is a really, really shocking admission because, you know, the State Department, as Secretary of States across the board throughout history, have said their top priority is protecting American citizens abroad. So
Pep, how are you going to bring facts
It
into
is
this?
typical that they would have some sort of
Trying my best.
contingency plan in place to help Americans, but we have heard from folks on the ground who are
Still
incredibly
in what the fuck is
frustrated
going
and
on over
incredibly scared because they have been
Most of
stuck
America is.
in what has now essentially become a war zone for days and days. And we saw, of course, yesterday there was a tweet.
That's why I'm convinced that anybody that really is like coming in here hardcore supporting this, they're not real people.
Put out by the State Department calling on
Also, like the more and more that I like come to learn about like the shorts feed on YouTube, yeah, they got to do something about these bots. They really do.
Americans to depart now from some 14 countries in the region on commercial
Don't know why
travel
it's okay to have
when
them
there
there.
was virtually no commercial option available
They seem
to
a
them.
little
So there is a
quieter
lot
today.
of anger, a lot of fear.
I know I'm not calling you a bot.
Among the
I may have before, but you've proven that you're a real person.
people
for the most part.
who are stuck.
You could just be a very well programmed bot.
And of course, Max, as you mentioned, there's going to be a long queue of people trying to leave, and there are concerns about how they might even be able to access these flights as there are shelter-in-place
Well,
orders
again,
in
they
place.
can't. They can't. They're literally trapped at a fucking airport. They have nowhere to go.
And, you know, the continued threat
imagine?
of Iranian retaliation.
Yeah, and there's the cost of all that as well, particularly the Americans that live in Dubai and how they're going to get support going forward. Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Your dad was supposed to come home this week, and this horseshit canceled all that because it's not safe to fly out. Damn, dude. Ominous Mecca. I was in the same position as you last week. My dad was stuck in Puerto Vallarta. And then he sent me a video, that, you know, to calm me down, just to ensure that his, you know, his boy knows that he's doing fine. My dad sends me a video of him putting out a fucking fire in front of his building. I'm like, bro, that was the way you told me. I'm fine. Insane.
You have some breaking news out of Dubai regarding the U.S. consulate.
Yeah, let me give you an update on that. It has now been confirmed that the U.S. consulate in Dubai, in Al Seif, the diplomatic enclave in Dubai, was
you're not a Pinocchio?
Targeted by an array.
Yo, speaking of Pinocchio, did you guys see that new Jiminy Cricket? Like, and it's Robert Englund, and it's a horror movie? Actually, you know what? Of all of these, like, Mickey horror films or whatever, the Steamboat Mickey or whatever, this one has the opportunity to actually be good.
Iranian drone.
A Pinocchio horror movie? Sign me up.
Drone was intercepted by UAE military systems, which intercepted that drone. But as a result, some debris and shrapnel fell down to the ground in the vicinity of the U.S. consulate, causing a pretty large explosion there. A lot of fire, a lot of smoke has been billowing out of the consulate for the last hour and a half or so, and we've now had it confirmed that that U.S. consulate in Dubai has been targeted by an Iranian drone. Now, it was my understanding that that consulate had been cleared of all diplomatic staff. They had...
Okay, so it's literally, oh my God, they hit a building, now the building's on fire. Wow.
Evacuated the consulate over the last day or day and a half or so, following advice.
Yeah, because that would have been stupid had they not. Why do we play this game of not just calling that out? Like, dude, sometimes it is oxymoron shit. Just, so they evacuated the personnel from the consulate, so there was nobody there. There were no
from
casualties, so now we're just going to repeat showing you the same footage of the fires, even though it's from the other angle that does not show the actual parking lot.
The US, but clearly this is now a signal from Iran targeting not only the military assets.
I saw a video filmed in Dubai during the Iran, where they were blasting the song Skyfall. Yeah, that sounds real.
In the region.
That doesn't sound like a fucking AI TikTok at all.
But also embassies and consulates.
This all happened hours
ago.
ago.
Earlier today, the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh was targeted. Again, debris falling.
Okay.
Today, for the first time since giving the U.S. military the okay to strike Iran, President Trump publicly took questions from reporters. ABC's Rachel Scott asked the president if Israel forced his hand, to which he said no, insisting Iran was a threat.
I think they were going to attack first, and I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready, and we were ready.
That contradicts what Secretary of State Marco Rubio said just yesterday, that Israel was planning on attacking Iran's regime with or without the U.S.
If we stood and waited for that attack to come first before we hit them, we would suffer much higher casualties.
The administration's mixed messaging is brewing frustration among Democratic and some Republican lawmakers on Capitol Hill.
Which one is it, Donald Trump? Regime change, nuclear weapons, missiles, an imminent threat to the homeland, or a preemptive strike to stop future attacks on the region?
Regarding the thousands of American tourists now stranded across the Middle East, the State Department tells ABC News it's working on securing military aircraft and charter flights for U.S. citizens, for now urging people like Oliver Sims in Doha to get out as soon as possible.
I know that officials have said, use commercial means, but there are really no commercial means here for us to use.
Trump was asked why there wasn't an evacuation plan for Americans in the Middle East.
How are you going to tell them to do that and then not give them anywhere to go?
It all happened very quickly. Christiane Cordero, ABC News, Washington.
Six American troops are dead. Over 700 Iranian civilians are dead. Dozens more are dead across Lebanon and the wider region. And the president who started this war without congressional approval now says it might last longer than he initially promised, while also refusing to rule out boots on the ground. And no one in his administration can give a straight answer on why this started or what the actual fucking objective is. So let's talk about...
Yeah, that's part of the whole thing, is so there's so many different answers. So anytime you talk about this with your average fucking fuckface, they're all just like, they were going to attack first. It's like, no, they weren't. Like, where's the proof? Well, you know what? The president, we got to trust the president. And it's just like, no. Like, what the fuck, man? Why are we just now just accepting this? Where this wasn't a problem for, God, the longest time. Until they need it to be a problem.
And break down what's happening right now. Starting with, one of the biggest developments today is that Israel struck the building that houses Iran's Assembly of Experts, the 88-person body responsible for choosing the country's next supreme leaders.
I can't believe the way that YouTube throttles audio of specific news channels.
Something they're having to do for the first time since 1989 because the U.S. and Israel opened this war by killing the previous one.
Hey, fuckface, I did.
Along with...
I actually did protest Obama's dronings.
Dozens of...
So, yeah. What next?
Top military and intelligence officials. And at least as of recording, it's unclear whether any members of the assembly...
Again, just because you have to protect your fucking Lord and Savior doesn't mean that Democrats do the same thing. You're just fucking retarded. Got the first one in.
We're actually in the building when it was hit, right? You have Iranian media.
No, but I'm seriously sick of you assholes. Like, your preconceived notions of, this liberal, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, downplaying the strike, claiming that it was an...
And also... learn how to interact.
Old Bill.
Oh, wait, you're probably a bot, so you don't know how to. Beep, boop, beep, boop. Oh, God, when they institute CAPTCHA, y'all are fucked.
That wasn't even used for meetings anymore. And so we'll need more information.
Fucking how did we stop Skynet, CAPTCHA?
We'll have our eyes on that. The message here is hard to miss. Even the process of choosing new leadership, that's not safe. And, in the meantime, strikes have continued across Iran, not just in Tehran.
How come 75% of the pro-Trump arguments, including fucking Pam Bondi, is, but the other admin, yep.
But nationwide. You're seeing the Iranian Red Crescent Society now...
Oh, I get it. I have long hair. Asman has long hair.
Reporting at least 787 civilians.
But apparently you guys don't tell him to fucking cut his hair. You guys literally unironically watch a Roach King who knows nothing about politics. And you're just like, yeah, Asman's so base.
Killed since the conflict.
Asman know what's up.
Began.
He talk like me.
You've got Israel saying that it's targeted industrial sites throughout the country used to produce weapons, including ballistic missiles. And you've got the International Atomic Energy Agency confirming that buildings at the entrance to Iran's primary uranium enrichment site have been damaged. But also, here's something that's worth paying attention to. the target list goes well beyond conventional military infrastructure. The US and Israel, they have also been hitting police stations, detention centers, and
TV stations,
intelligence offices, and other facilities tied to Iran's internal security apparatus. These are the agencies that have carried out brutal crackdowns on protesters, killing thousands over the years, and you have experts saying that this may actually be deliberate, part of a strategy to weaken the regime's ability to suppress its own people and encourage Iranians to rise up. And strikes, they've apparently been—
Why not? You know it. Why not admit you made a huge mistake, Big Lee?
Focused on security forces in Iran's largely Kurdish western regions, and that's not random. Kurdish minorities have been among the most active participants in anti-government protests, and they have long-standing ambitions for regional autonomy. Several Kurdish
Trump-tard
groups
bots
have also armed affiliates
Pub-tards. Don't work too hard. Trump-tards
across the border in Iraq. And that matters.
God, it's right in front of us, guys.
Because officials from 2 Kurdish militias in Iran told the New York Times that they're preparing to send operatives in. You know, outside of Iran, the war is expanding. Israel is escalating attacks in Lebanon in response to Hezbollah's retaliation for the kill.
You would have never thought I don't like Asmongold.
Supreme leader. As of recording, Israeli airstrikes targeting southern Lebanon.
I just know about his fucking bullshit because I get exposed to it through this shit.
Today, you also had Prime Minister Netanyahu and his defense minister approving a ground incursion into southern Lebanon, with the military issuing new evacuation orders for dozens of locations. And this is all happening roughly a year and a half after both sides signed a ceasefire to end months of fighting that killed thousands. So that ceasefire also never fully held. Israel's been launching strikes on a near daily basis. But still, this is a significant new escalation, and it's sparking fears of a full-scale war picking back up. People are fleeing their homes, sheltering in parking garages, schools, and mosques. Some are heading to the Syrian border, trying to get out entirely. And opinion on the ground, it's split. Some Lebanese are angry at Hezbollah for drawing them into another conflict, though others feel like the group's response was justified, and they're pointing to Israel's repeated ceasefire violations and continued occupation of villages in the south. And then, of course, we can't talk about all this without mentioning the West Bank. After Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th, 2023, attention shifted
Asmongold is a famous Pep impersonator. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Gaza, the West Bank.
Yeah, he saw me do a comedy set 15 years ago, and he was just like, I need to be just like that guy, Pep.
We saw a surge in displacements, illegal settlements, and violence against Palestinians. And now,
could you imagine?
Now, since the strikes on Iran began, tensions over settler activity has reportedly intensified again. Yesterday, you had Israeli settlers shooting and killing 2 Palestinian brothers, which this is not a footnote, it is a part of a pattern. And then on the other side,
hope you get your shiny Squirtle, dude.
The idea of Iran firing back.
Still trying to get the shiny Pikachu from the Paldean Fates.
Back with hundreds of missiles and drones targeting countries across the region. Yesterday, Qatari officials said that their Air Force shot down 2 Iranian bomber jets, the first reported instance of Iran attempting to attack a Persian Gulf neighbor with warplanes, which was a new and significant escalation there. Now, the vast majority of Iranian attacks, those have been intercepted, but the interceptions haven't all been clean. Falling debris is deadly, and the strikes that do get through, they're doing real damage. Death and destruction have now been reported in at least 9 countries. You also had 2 drones hitting the American embassy in Saudi Arabia, with the U.S. now closing that embassy, as well as the ones in Kuwait and Lebanon. And then, just as I was getting today's show ready for you, it appears that a drone may have hit the U.S. consulate in Dubai, with video posted online.
I hate the Paldean Fates Pikachu. Got it graded out of 10, sold it. Yeah, I saw that I could buy it for like $40.
Showing the complex on fire. Now, as of recording, it's not clear yet how much damage there is or exactly what happened, but Marco Rubio said all U.S. personnel is accounted for. You've also got the State Department urging Americans in 14 Middle Eastern countries to get out if they can, citing serious safety risks. And Assistant Secretary of State Dylan Johnson said today on social media that the department is now actively securing military aircraft and charter flights for Americans looking to leave. And the ripple effects, they're hitting everywhere. At least 11,000 flights to and from Middle Eastern countries have been canceled, affecting more than 1 million travelers. And while some flights
I got the full art dugong
have started back up on a limited basis, airline stocks have taken a beating. American Airlines, United, and Delta all falling more than 6% at one point. So that drop may actually have less to do with canceled flights and more to do with energy costs. Right? Oil and gas prices, they're surging, and that's based off of expectations, as well as seeing things like Iranian attacks hitting energy installations in Qatar and Saudi Arabia.
Oh, yeah, dude. Gas prices in Chicago were fucking insane today.
In the Gulf of Oman, and 3 commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. And yesterday, you had a senior Iranian military official threatening to set on fire any ships traveling through the strait, saying not a single drop of oil will leave the region. And that ends up being a meaningful threat because roughly 15% of the world's oil and 20% of its liquefied natural gas passes through that waterway. And while the U.S.
Yeah, and trust me, it's going to be literally like any U.S. ship or any ship that has a partner with the U.S.
is relatively insulated since it produces so much of its own oil, it's not immune. And so with that, you have gas prices jumping 11 cents overnight, according to AAA. Stocks and bonds have also dropped significantly this week, with the S&P 500 falling 1.5% as trading opened this morning. You know, if you're wondering how worried the people who study this for a living actually are, you had a former chief economist at the IMF and current Harvard professor putting it this way. He said, "We are in a very precarious period," then comparing it to asking what the economic consequences would be after Archduke Franz Ferdinand was assassinated, having no idea
Jesus Christ, it's taking it back to World War One.
Idea what was next, and adding, when World War I started, everyone thought it would end in a month. Also, with everything going on, yesterday you had the White House hosting an event honoring veterans of Vietnam and Afghanistan, and you had Trump using part of that to acknowledge the American lives lost in Iran.
Today we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action and send our love and support to their families. In their memory, we continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people.
For some important context, I'd argue that the time that he gave to those 4 troops, it was actually roughly the same amount of time that he spent talking about the new curtains that he...
Your only Poke connection is over. Played Pokemon Go with my niece a few times.
Picked out
Pokemon Go's a shit.
For the White House and a new ballroom. So since then, 2 more American troops have been confirmed dead from an Iranian strike on a military facility in Kuwait on Sunday, which brings the total to 6. You also had Trump repeating the claim that Iran would have missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America, but U.S. intelligence agencies believe that Iran was as much as a decade away from that capability. He then also mentioned for the first time since the war began his decision to pull out of the Obama-era nuclear deal, calling it a
Santo Shuffle. I'm new here, been lurking in chat for a couple weeks. To be honest, I just wanted to share that my wife had leukemia as a kid. Y'all got this. Stay strong. Kick cancer's ass. Much love. Thank you, Santo. I really appreciate that, man. And I know that she's also listening today. I know that she would really, really appreciate that.
Horrible, dangerous document that would have given Iran nuclear weapons 3 years ago. Though worth noting there, Iran was largely abiding by the agreement until Trump withdrew from it. And even with no restrictions after that, they still didn't build a nuclear weapon. And then on the timeline of this war, you had Trump saying that the initial projection was 4 to 5 weeks, but the U.S. has the capability to go far longer than that, and adding, whatever the time is, it's okay, whatever it takes. And yesterday, he told the New York Post he wasn't ruling out boots on the ground, and neither is Hegseth and neither is Rubio. You had also had Hegseth taking questions at the Pentagon and spending a significant portion of time berating reporters rather than actually answering them. Or when one reporter said people want to know what they're sending their men and women to war for and asked whether he was worried about a wider conflict, Hegseth responded,
"Did you not hear my remarks? I mean, we're ensuring the mission gets accomplished, but we are very clear-eyed, as the president has been, unlike other presidents, about the foolish policies of the past.
God, I can't wait for the days when we don't have an ex-Fox News host with absolutely no experience in the position that he's in, running our military. Like, this idea that they simultaneously were saying DEI, we need to get rid of DEI, and this motherfucker ended up in the position he's in. Like, MAGA, what the fuck? Like, in trolling us, you somehow, I don't know, just kind of ruined the fucking country.
Recklessly pulled us in
dude.
to things that were not tethered to actual clear objectives.
Though the irony there being that this administration is yet to give a consistent answer on what its own objectives are or when this ends. They've been all over the place on regime change. And today you had Trump saying most of the people they had in mind to take over Iran are dead now, as are most of their backup options. And then all of that, it brings us to the Rubio disaster, which is just on a whole other level. Well, speaking to reporters on Capitol Hill yesterday, he said that what we've seen so far is just the beginning.
But the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now.
But that's also not what got the most attention, because in that same briefing, Rubio offered yet another competing justification for the war, one that directly contradicts what the administration has said before. Rubio claimed that the strikes were a response to an imminent threat, but then described them as preemptive, saying that they were only necessary because Israel was going to strike Iran first.
We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against America.
I'm 39, dipshit.
American forces, and we knew that if we didn't
46, rude.
Preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties.
Pokemon just celebrated its 30th anniversary. How old was I when Pokemon came out? Why might I still like Pokemon? I don't know. And I don't know. Also, are you that much of a killjoy? Like, dude, find something that oh, fuck off. Actually, you'll never enjoy anything, so you might as well just die alone and just fucking miserable.
Absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent
some people can't be saved.
Threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believe
I guess your age,
they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us.
I just said 39.
And then, in the same breath, he pivoted to a completely different rationale that has nothing to do with imminent threats.
Going back to the purpose. The purpose of this is to destroy that missile capability. Why does Iran want that ballistic missile capability?
Again, like, this is insane. Like, okay, let's keep pivoting. They don't get weapons. Guys! I just found out that their military has guns. We gotta do something!
They are trying to do, and have been trying to do for a very long time, is build a conventional weapons capability as a shield where they can hide behind. That is what they were trying to do. is put themselves in a place of immunity where the damage they could inflict on the region would be so high that no one can do anything about their nuclear program or their nuclear.
Somebody just sent me a Vosh clip that's literally titled that. I don't know what. Okay, so that I'm guessing that they heard that I was having this problem where every time that I like put Iran, Israel, Epstein, any of that stuff in the titles, my stream immediately gets demonetized.
Their ambitions.
Okay, so we have to unpack this first on the nuclear claim, as we covered yesterday. Top nuclear authorities and U.S. intelligence have found no credible evidence that Iran has an active nuclear weapons program. And now, 3+ days into the conflict, as you have the Washington Post noting, the strikes have largely left Iran's main nuclear installations untouched, which seems to suggest that those sites are not currently seen as a priority threat. And second, on the missile shield rationale, experts say that if that's the real reason, it actually undercuts the administration's legal authority to act without Congress. Right, a president can take unilateral military action against an immediate time-sensitive threat. But dismantling a long-term missile deterrent, that's where the legality gets murky. But
yay! Can we get to suing the fuck out of them?
And also, third, and I would argue most importantly, on the claim that the
redacted title. Ooh, I might use that.
U.S. had to act because it couldn't stop Israel. Either that's horrifying, or it may be.
How is he not very accurate?
Falls apart. Right? Israel has openly said that it worked with the United States for months to plan the strikes. U.S. intelligence was reportedly key to making the initial leadership strike possible. Netanyahu has been pushing Trump to act since December, and Israeli officials have told reporters that he wouldn't have moved without Trump's direct approval and would have postponed if Trump wanted to continue talks. Netanyahu himself told Fox News that Trump can't be dragged into anything, and today you had Trump directly contradicting Rubio's entire framing.
I think they were going to attack first, and I didn't want that to happen. So, if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand.
So you have the Secretary of...
The nice part is, at least, like I said, the normies ain't buying it.
State saying that the U.S. had to act because Israel forced the situation. The president saying...
I don't support Iran's government. Just because I don't want to be at war with them doesn't mean I support their fucking government, you fucking idiot.
He actually forced Israel's hand. And as we talked about yesterday, Pentagon officials told Congress that there were no signs that Iran was going to attack the United States forces first. And so now this total failure to provide a coherent justification is now generating outrage from both sides of the aisle. You had Senate Democrats coming from a private meeting with Rubio and other top officials yesterday saying that explanations there were completely inadequate.
So you're telling me that you
adequate. Senator Mark Warner, the top Democrat on the Intelligence Committee, saying
there was no imminent threat to the United States of America by the Iranians. There was a threat to Israel. We equate a threat to Israel as the equivalent of an imminent threat to the United States.
No.
Then we are in...
Man, they're really trying hard. They understand that with 27%, this isn't going to have the whole, like, we rally behind the flag. It's not going to work.
Uncharted territory.
But it's also not just the Democrats. The contradictions have triggered...
Oh, you should have been here when somebody else was ripping on Pokemon. Literally said
another MAGA civil war, and you had Megyn Kelly attacking the preemptive strike claims directly.
Does it make any sense to you that Iran was planning preemptive strikes against us and our civilians, knowing full well of the massive military assets we had moved into the region,
like
the aircraft carriers and so on? Obviously, it doesn't.
But then Kelly accusing the administration of fighting Israel's war, not America's.
My own feeling is no one should have to die for a foreign country. I don't think those 4 service members died for the United States. I think they died for Iran or for Israel.
And then you also had Marjorie Taylor Greene going on Kelly's show and just going off.
All of them promised it. And we're a year in, and we're in another fucking war, and we've got American troops being killed. I think it's time for America to rip the Band-Aid off, and we need to have a serious conversation about what the fuck is happening to this country and who in the hell are.
This is why you're seeing an influx of MAGAs, like bots in chat, and just in general, like a lot of these guys are freaking the fuck out.
These decisions being made for, and who is making these decisions?
Who's really quiet in my life right now? MAGA.
And then finally, we've got to mention.
It's only online. This is my favorite part is when I'm dealing with people at work. It's kind of like, wow, so quiet. Nobody's talking about how they're like rah for this war.
Carlson, who went even further than anyone,
because they get it. They're just like, no, this isn't good.
Everyone else on the right had.
They also get that it's like, oh shit, I'm likely gonna have to do the whole thing where I rally behind the troops because they're probably gonna draft my kids.
So far, directly accusing Trump of fighting Israel's war.
This happened because Israel wanted it to happen.
This is.
Oh, I cared about the U.S. even before this. The thing is, watching some jackass come in here and say, I love America, and then shit on every idea of America, saying, make America great again. Literally insinuating that America wasn't great before. Odd how that works. What made America not great? Radical leftists, you mean people that have different ideas that this has literally been the whole like crux of our political system since, you know, the 250 years that's been instituted? Nope, we need a one-party system. That's what we need. We need an omnipotent ruler, even though, you know, that pesky thing, the Bill of Rights, Constitution, and just in general, what our founding fathers literally built this country to kind of fight against. But sure, we hate America.
Israel's war. This is not the United States' war. This war is not being waged on behalf of American national security objectives to make the United States safer or richer. This war is not actually even about weapons of mass destruction, nukes, chem bio. No, this war is waged purely because Israel wanted it to be waged. It's hard to say this, but the United States didn't make the decision here. Benjamin Netanyahu did. 3 Americans just died for Bibi in a war that nobody wants. In a war designed to hurt the United States.
If this was all a ploy to get Tucker elected, then it might work.
Here's where it gets really interesting. Trump hit back directly, not at the Democrats, but rather at Tucker and Megyn, with him telling a reporter, I think that MAGA is Trump, MAGA is not the other two, and then adding, MAGA loves what I'm doing, every aspect of it. This is a detour that we have to take in order to keep our country safe and keep other countries safe, frankly. And so, you know, with all this, there's going to be a lot that we're going to have to keep our eyes on, whether it be what's actually happening on the ground, what's happening in the skies, what's happening with this MAGA civil war. But the final thing, and this part, you know, all that was the news, this part's my opinion. Shifting justifications are insane. They're crazy. We have, what, 3+ justifications and 3+ days. How many more are they going to add? And one of these last ones, that Israel forced our hand, is incredibly concerning. Whether it's a lie and a deflection or the truth, horrifying in different ways, right? Because if Netanyahu's actually the one calling the shots, right, the tail is wagging the dog, instead of telling Israel, don't do that, we say, oh no, we're being forced, we have to. That's not defense, that's being dragged into someone else's war and calling it a choice. And the argument that there was an imminent threat, that seems bogus when you have Netanyahu on video because of this, saying, this coalition of forces allows us to do what I have yearned to do for 40 years. Netanyahu doesn't even look like he's pretending this was about an imminent threat. This is a man celebrating the fulfillment of a lifelong personal ambition, and he is thanking the American president and military for making it happen. And so I echo the question that we saw from Senator Ruben Gallego, a combat vet and a Democrat, saying, what the fuck happened to America first? I ponder along with...
How come Trump didn't attack Iran in the first term? If this was Obama's problem, why didn't Trump solve it in his first term? It's almost like you guys forget that he was a president for 4 years after that.
Stanford professor.
You guys do this convenient thing where you're just like, Obama to Biden. It's like, no.
Michael McFaul, who asked, so Bibi gets a say as to whether the U.S. goes to war, but the U.S. Senate and the American people do not.
I'm beginning to think that Teddy is really fucking stupid. Yeah.
Because we already give Israel over $3.8 billion a year in military aid, $21 billion since 2023. We provide the intelligence, we provide the diplomatic cover at the UN, and we seemingly have our Secretary of State slipping, and it turns out Benjamin Netanyahu, a foreign leader, got to decide when American service...
I'm pretty sure that he voluntarily moved to a house that was under power lines made of lead paint.
Members were put into harm's way. Not Congress, not the American people, just a guy who told the world that this was his 40-year dream. And so I'm left hoping that more and more people realize America first for Trump. It was always a slogan. It was never a principle. And all the people that carry Trump's water for him here, that switched up, that even people like Matt Walsh, far-right Matt...
Trump did this for Israel, not us. There's really no debate. Yep.
Walsh are calling out...
Yeah, but again, Trump's ego wouldn't allow him to just, like, say that, or even...
Going, did everyone have their brain...
Casually let it be kind of...
brain chips taken out?
Thrown out in his presence. Because, like, the way that reporter was just like, yeah, did you think there was yeah, you know what? I thought there was an imminent threat we had to attack first.
We're all against this, but then Trump says, actually, we're not, and then you switch up.
Oh, and asbestos blankets.
And understand, I'm also eyeing some Democrats here. Chuck Schumer, he slow-walked the war powers resolution before the strikes. His statement, he didn't even condemn this. A lot of
Dem left center. That's the funniest part.
Leadership, they're fine really with this. They just want, if it goes the bad way, for Trump to take the blowback. And I also say Dem leadership left, because I don't want to make some false equivalency here. And I also want to note, individual Dems are speaking up. Gallego, Jacobs, Kane, Lieu, AOC, Tlaib, Kim, Van Hollen, Sanders. And also to credit some of the Republicans. Thomas Massey, he's standing with Ro Khanna on the war powers resolution. So, you know, I got to give credit where it's earned. And so, you know, I'll close this by saying this. I try not to go on rants, but then when I go on them, I have a hard time stopping. No foreign leader should determine when Americans go to war. Fucking full stop. Not Netanyahu, not anyone. If this war needed to happen, make the case to Congress and the American people first. That is not a weakness. It appears that there was no imminent threat. That is how a democracy is supposed to work. And the fact that they didn't, it tells you that they knew that their case wouldn't hold up. And these now 3+ days of shifting justifications, it proves it. And then there's more.
Thank God. Thank God we have guys like Philip DeFranco fucking actually coming out and just saying the obvious, because goddamn, dude.
Joining us now, Democratic Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, a member of the Judiciary and Foreign Relations Committee. I want to say, Senator, that
the throttling of the news stations.
We heard a lot from the president in the Oval Office.
All news, whether it's Fox News, like actually, you know what?
German
I don't
Chancellor,
think Fox News gets throttled like this. It's CNN and
what he said about America's
MSNBC.
attacks on Iran. This was just last hour. Take a listen.
They have no Navy. It's been knocked out. They have no Air Force. It's been knocked out. They have no air detection. That's been knocked out. Their radar has been knocked out. And just about
the Texas primaries tonight. Forgot about that.
Everything's been knocked out.
We'll cover that in a little bit.
So we'll see how we do, but we're doing very well.
He also said, Senator, we have them very much beaten militarily. I know you're going to a briefing in just a couple of hours. What are your questions?
My core question is, what is the goal of this war? President Trump took us to war in Iran without clearly conveying to the American people or to Congress that represents them what's the goal, what's the duration, what are the aims, what are the means. When we heard in the last 24 hours Secretary Hegseth say he would not rule out sending boots on the ground, and when President Trump has variously said this could last a few days, a few weeks, or as long as it takes, and when President Trump has publicly identified the goals of this war as everything from eliminating the nuclear enrichment
2028
program that he
the
had
presidential
already
race in
allegedly
2028.
obliterated.
Until November, you know what? December, I can guarantee, if I'm still in office, no more wars.
Or turning over the regime or sinking their navy. We don't have clarity.
You know it's
about
coming.
Why he's taken us to war, and this is not how democracies should go to war.
Just prepare yourself for
Let's
it.
talk about the future, because one of the things that Chancellor Merz said was that he was going to be talking to the president
You
about
do not
the
support
day
boots
after.
on the ground, okay. So when boots on the ground happen, will you admit that Donald Trump is a fuckface and that you just might have fucking really fucked up? You know, Dave Smith has even come out and just been like, I shouldn't have supported Trump.
What is
I'm
the
glad
day
that he has the
after?
balls
What
to say
does
it
that
too.
look like?
There are clearly no plans by this administration. President Trump recently said, we had 3 people in mind to take over,
Assad cyber
but we
attacked
killed
me.
them all in the first day.
Okay.
He has variously urged average Iranian citizens to take
That
their
doesn't surprise
lives
me.
in their hands and go into the streets and try to overthrow the repressive IRGC and the ongoing rule of the mullahs and the imams in
You wish you could vote for him?
Tehran.
Oh my God, you're not even from this. Did you just admit that you're not even from this country?
Or has suggested he would cut some deal, as he did in Venezuela, with a senior member of this repressive regime. The biggest thing I think that is likely to come out of this is chaos. A repressive, well-armed machine, the Iranian regime, that has long supported terrorism and proxies in the region, that has the blood of many on its hands, is not likely to be overthrown by a handful of disorganized and unarmed protesters. If only the United States government had had a large group of seasoned and experienced people who had relevant background in
Please get off my side.
helping to
We got some right-wing infighting. Let them fight.
support civil society and resistance movements. Oh, wait, Chris, we did. It was USAID. They helped support civil society. They helped train and equip young leaders who could challenge an authoritarian regime. They did it in many countries around the world. But unfortunately, in the
does not
chaos
speak
of
for us.
Doge last year, many of those programs were either canceled, delayed, furloughed, or reduced. So the Iranian people are not hearing broadcasts in their language, principally Farsi, every day from Voice of America. We did not have a clear plan for how to work with the Iranian diaspora and how to work with groups within Iran who might be willing or ready to take on the Iranian regime. The lack of planning here is just stunning.
Well, one of the issues that's being brought up and is very urgent for American citizens who are now in one of the 12 countries where the State Department has said you need to get out is how do I get out? If you take a look at the map of what's flying and what's not, virtually nothing is flying in or out of the Middle East. And Israel has said to American citizens, we can't help you. What would you say to a constituent who's stuck in the Middle East right now, Senator?
So I did have a conversation yesterday with the head of a school, not from my state, but a friend from another state who has 30 students who were in Dubai.
What? What kind of class trip goes to Dubai?
Imagine the anxiety, the concern of Americans,
Yo!
the civilians who work for us or who
What the fuck?
Live on military
It better
bases,
be for something like musical or some shit like that, because that's wild.
Our diplomats and their families, the folks who work in our embassies, all of them being told, get out of these countries when we often don't have ambassadors, when several of those embassies are closed, and when we did not plan for this. It was entirely predictable that when we launched a full-scale war against Iran, that
a preppy as fuck
they would
class
counter by attacking civilian infrastructure and in particular airports with drones.
Ah, Thurston.
That's one of the
It looks like we're not going to be able to fly out. Well,
that the Iranians
this
are the
is
best
that.
at. They've been launching drones
Thurston,
into Ukraine
and then what's
on
another
behalf
rich
of
name?
Putin's murderous regime for
Frederick
4 years now. They have some of the best-in-class drones in the world. So we should have foreseen, President Trump and Secretary Rubio should have foreseen that we would need to keep our embassies supported and staffed, that we would need to be available to help evacuate Americans, and that the civilian airports they would count on might very well be closed.
As you know, the war was brought up during a hearing with DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. You were there. Your Republican colleague, Lindsey Graham, urged funding for
we're going to be covering some of that too. Kristi Noem's non-responses. Jesus.
Now we're engaged in military action against the mothership of terrorism, Iran, which I hope we'll see pretty soon. Do you
when
think
she actually
the threat
gets
level against the United States is up or down when it comes to radical Islamic terrorists?
It's up.
It's up?
Yep.
They got their own Benghazi now.
Actually may want to come here and hit us because we hit them in
I didn't
Iran.
even think about that.
I don't think you have
Alex,
to be
how you doing,
general to figure that out. Can we not understand
Doing
America
well,
is
brother.
under siege now? Likely to be attacked because radical Islam is under siege and they're going to hit back. And we're sitting here looking at each other and not funding DHS?
I think he's referencing you and other Democrats, Senator. What do you make of that exchange?
So two things, if I could. I was in the room when Senator Graham made those remarks. He also said, if we need to reform ICE, if we need to change their practices, if we need to take steps to make sure that ICE is better trained and they conduct themselves better, count me in. Well, all that's left for us to do is to negotiate with the White House simple terms so that ICE agents do not carry out the sort of assaults on Americans that they...
Yeah, you make it easy. You make it easy for there to be accountability. This is actually why police, again, I hate repeating myself. So the fact that I've been repeating myself since like ICE started all this shit, the fact that they're so adverse to just practicing the same way that every other fucking police agency has practiced in America is insane. This, they're doxing us. Okay, yeah, that could literally happen to any cop. That could literally happen to any FBI agent. That could happen to any ATF agent. Stop. Again, the idea, like, that's the main hang-up. No. The reason that the American people do not trust you guys is because you don't have to have a badge. You don't, or like a traceable badge. You don't have to not wear a fucking face mask. You don't, like, again, the body cams, we've kind of proven why that could be problematic and actually increase some of the problems that are happening, but we'll see.
Minneapolis, and Democrats are willing to move ahead and fund the whole rest of the Department of Homeland Security. And what we're asking for is simple and reasonable.
No, it is. The thing is, if you're not going to abolish ICE, then you might as well just fucking make them into an accountable police agency. So we don't have to constantly do this.
That ICE agents follow the same sort.
But if you're very comfortable with just having a Gestapo force that is, they're accountable to nobody,
sorts of rules.
I think every American would kind of feel uncomfortable with that because eventually, well, no. We know how Republicans work. It would have to come to their neighborhood first, and it would actually have to affect their lives.
As state and
more than likely, it would be their kid coming home saying that one of their friends got taken, and then they have to have a hard conversation with them.
local law enforcement. Chris, I was responsible for the second
God forbid we
largest
have hard
agency in
conversations with our
Delaware,
kids.
and law enforcement works best when they're well trained, well equipped, well supported, and when they've got the respect of the community. We need to deliver for the American people an ICE that is accountable, that is humane, that is conducting itself in a constitutional and appropriate way, and we can and should do that while also defending our homeland. This administration has taken thousands and thousands of agents off of counterterrorism, off of national security, and put them on roving patrols and domestic immigration enforcement.
Right.
That's what's putting us at risk more than anything else right now.
Senator Chris Coons, it's always.
Well, the thing is, think about it, because if they work within the confines of the same, like, rules of all the other police, it'd make it a lot easier for them to embed in communities.
Good to talk to you. Thank you.
You know, to carry out their mission of arresting illegal immigrants, but also like they could go with the police to, I don't know, gang arrests or stuff like that, and actually get rid of like the worst of the worst. Do you understand how this is actually an impediment on them getting the worst of the worst? And this is where they really did a number on the American psyche, where like, to hear Republicans consistently say, well, being illegal and being here, is that's the reason to go after them, and that's why they can use all the force, is because it's illegal. And they don't recognize what a civil offense is. They don't, again, until they go to court for a civil offense, and then they're just like, but it was a misdemeanor!
A lot to get to. You will not be surprised to learn Marco Rubio claiming that the preemptive threat against the U.S.
I love to see Saagar. By the way, if you guys have not noticed Saagar's demeanor, holy fuck. He went from being kind of like a little goofy goober about the Trump stuff to legitimately now he's just like, oh, fuck.
Was actually
from
Israel.
Because he didn't think that we were actually going to do the Iran thing. And then Dave Smith. We're going to get to the Dave Smith on Piers Morgan.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah, guys. I haven't seen the Piers Morgan appearance, but when he on his own show just said, no, I'm sorry that I voted for Trump. Like, he's one of the only ones that's doing it where he's just completely walking it back.
We will break down. And not just him, Mike Johnson, too. I mean, this is crazy stuff that they're saying this out loud. We'll break all of that down for you. Bibi was on Fox News last night celebrating, of course. The Gulf states are in chaos. Our embassies are being attacked. Trita Parsi is going to join to break down what is
Crockett X Tellerico race tonight. Yes, and I will be covering it.
Horton is also
Dave wants a feature.
going to join to break down his larger historical perspective of how we got to this place. Media is propagandizing, doing their pro-war propaganda on overtime.
She's wearing literally the same exact type dress that Anna wore on.
Got some
Piers
lowlights
Morgan.
for you there, and we're going to take
I'm gonna just say I hate it. I absolutely hate it.
Trip back in the very
For anybody that's ever drawn like an anime character, like that, this much of any like material and like just like it's too much. It looks like she's wearing like a shield.
recent trip back down memory lane of all the lies that were told from J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. and Stephen Miller and Donald Trump himself about how they did not want war with Iran, and yet here we are. Also, Ryan and I are going to record an interview with Kat Abu Ghazala. You'll recall last week, Ryan
Yeah, I'm gonna be playing that later too.
had some reporting
Fun half.
about her foreign policy views, so we thought the best thing to do would be to have her on and just ask her directly what she thinks about various issues,
at least we can
including
get
the
that,
Iran war,
even
of
though
course. So
I
we'll
am
have
still
that for
likely
you
not
as
voting
well.
for her.
I'm interested to follow that. Been a lot of drama before the Iran war entirely broke out. Now, before we
Ryan's
get
always
to that,
starting some shit, you know.
we
So
love
she
Ryan.
doesn't need to count on my vote?
Ryan is and
All right.
remains the GOAT.
She doesn't need to
No
count on my
matter what
vote.
detractors may say. Thank you to everybody who has been supporting our show. For visibility to our audience, yesterday was the single biggest day in the history of our show on all platforms, both on YouTube and on Spotify, Podcast, Apple, etc. So we do have an introductory free month trial for our premium subscription. Let's go and put this up here on the screen. You can go to breakingpoints.com and use the promo code BP326
they have it through
for a
their
free month
website.
of our service. You get the free
Oh.
show, you get the full show uncut, ad free. You get to listen to it.
Nah, Kat is so fake. She's trying to sell books. I'm gonna reserve my final judgment for this
fully
interview and then see if she can sway. I don't think she can, though.
which is
honestly.
really the way it's designed to be listened to.
I'm
also
leaning
get to,
towards
of course,
being more
participate
decided
in our AMA, which we will be doing
on this
later
one.
today. So really, thank you. We have millions of people who have been joining the show literally just in the last 72 hours. Very glad to have you, and then untold number as well who joined us for our Epstein coverage. So the show is significantly expanded literally just in the last month or so. We want to say thank you, and then we also want to say thank you to our existing viewers and our podcast listeners, our premium subscribers, of course, more than others, who enable all of our work to be able to bring it to you as all of this crazy stuff happens live. So thank you deeply to all of you who support the show. And if you can, we would really appreciate it. If you can't afford it, please, no worries. Hit subscribe to our YouTube channel. And if you're listening to this on a podcast, please share and
Notice how this is a channel. Here, how many they got? 1.76 million followers. Guys.
Episode with a friend. It really helps other people find the show. But
Come
with
on.
that, let's go
Support your local streamers.
ahead and kick it off with what Donald Trump and his administration are saying is the reason why that we are in this war in the first place. If I said it 3 days
Pep, you vote there. Your take your take on Cat counts more than others, in my opinion.
ago, it would have been the
I appreciate that.
anti-Semitic conspiracy.
I'm trying to be fair here too. I'm not trying to, like, honestly, just because, like, I had to watch my show back yesterday, which was painful, by the way. I watched the last hour back. Whoa. I left it up though. You know what? Not my finest moment, but I'll just say it's there. But I am more convinced in, like, okay, like,
Now
my
it's
stance is
coming out of the mouth of the United States
I'm okay
Secretary
with
of
this.
State.
That's right. So not only Marco Rubio, but also Mike Johnson saying that the reason, because everyone's been saying, why are we doing this? That the reason, according to them, is that Israel was going to strike Iran no matter what, that would put our U.S. service members at risk. And so we calculated, well, we may as well be involved because maybe that will help us to be able to control the outcome here. Let's go ahead and take a listen to how they framed that.
Why now? Well, there's two reasons why now. The first is it was abundantly clear that if Iran came under attack by anyone, the United States or Israel,
I've given up
or
on
anyone, they were going to respond against the United States. The third is the assessment that was made that if we stood and waited for that attack to come first before we hit them, we would suffer much higher casualties. And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act.
They had to evaluate threats to the U.S., to our troops, to our installations, to our assets in the region and beyond. And they determined, because of the exquisite intelligence that we had, that if Israel fired upon Iran and took action against Iran to take out the missiles, then they would have immediately retaliated against U.S. personnel and assets. The consequences of inaction on our part could have been devastating. We don't know at what magnitude, but you can assume, because it is common sense, that if Iran had begun to fire all of their missile arsenal, short and mid.
He doesn't even. The thing is, half the time you can tell when he's had time to sit with a lie because he can almost act like he believes it. He doesn't even act like he believes this bullshit.
Range missiles.
He didn't have time.
At our personnel
again,
and our assets.
He was too busy fear-mongering about Kamala Harris starting World War III to realize that his own boss was going to do it.
In our installations, we would have suffered staggering losses.
I mean, Sagar, taken at face value, this is utterly humiliating and insane.
Correct.
And obviously begs one really clear question, which is, okay, if Israel striking Iran was going to create all of these problems and put our service members at risk, why don't we stop Israel from striking Iran?
Yeah.
This is our client state. They can't function without our protection, our
it's almost like
weaponry,
you
our
sanction
support,
Israel and then-
etc.
Yeah.
So why
nope,
did we
nope,
just get coerced into this rather than going to our client vassal state and saying, no, you're not going to strike Iran because this is against our interests?
We need to. This is the most extraordinary admission, probably in modern history, by United States
headphone
Secretary of
fell,
State.
and now he's
They
freaking
claimed
out.
that this war was preemptive, and it was preemptive in the sense that we had to preempt Iranian reaction to Israel's preemption. Are you here with me now? We are not a sovereign
Israel
country.
was the threat. That's the bottom line. Israel was the threat.
We have sacrificed.
Fact, major problem is local police are not working with ICE. Yeah, as I said, because they refuse to, because they are actually putting them in danger. Like, you understand that it creates more conflict and more dangerous situations for cops when you have ICE involved. And also, there is that whole, like, you know, they take a vow. And it's like, you know, they have that big thing. You know how we like to do the, like, read into the money, in God we trust? Well, they have to serve and protect. Last time I checked, ICE wasn't who they're there to serve and protect.
Sovereignty. We are a non-sovereign nation. If the world's superpower is subject to a country the size of New Jersey,
you know,
which
up until Donald Trump came into office the second time, we were perfectly fine in operating in a way that got immigrants out. Again, this open borders thing didn't affect the way that we were getting rid of people too. You do understand that, right? This open borders thing, which was it's a complete fallacy.
Basically makes
my God, he did something simple as, oh, well, you know what? We should allow we should allow protected refugee status. We should have sanctuary cities, and we should give them a pathway to citizenship. He failed on the third one. Hardcore, because that pathway to citizenship thing, man, if he could have gotten that done, then the argument of so many illegals, it's like, well, technically they're legal now. It's just like, yeah, but we can't have them because they flooded through the open border and they shouldn't even be here because now they're going to be Democrats. You understand that's what the fear is, by the way, right? Is that all of a sudden, immigrants are going to come here, they're going to like it, and they're going to want to stay, and somehow they're going to say, hey, Democrats, we're going to vote for you.
Nothing, and is controlled.
I don't know, maybe cater to the immigrants.
Our
fucking A.
Politicians, such that despite being the largest single recipient of military aid in the history of the United States, that we are not capable of telling them no. And it is now documented history from the New York Times.
Yeah, asylum claims are at, like, you did have to, do you understand what you had to do to prove asylum? Here, I'm going to find a video.
Times now to the open mouth of comments of the U.S. Secretary of State and the Speaker of the House that this is Israel's war. Israel's war. Now, Donald Trump has agency, but he never once was able, apparently it even entered his mind to say, hey, you're not going to do that.
Yeah.
We're going to cut off weapons. We're going to make you a global pariah, and good luck defending yourself without all of our missile defense systems. That never once entered their minds. And you know what I was thinking about? You have to think, even the Iranians, Iranian strategic calculus was, guys, they won't want to hit us. Or Israel's not going to want to hit us because we'll hit U.S. bases. And the theory behind that was by threatening U.S. bases, it would mean that we would constrain or restrain Israel from striking them from their belligerent action. They never could have imagined the world where the client state is actually dictating and dragging policy of the United States and the global empire to actually enter the war on their very behalf.
No, because to actually say something for Biden and every other president before this, they had more balls than Donald Trump did because they weren't going to let fucking Israel dog walk them. Interesting.
We are beyond screwed. Also, at a certain point, is it even useful to play comments here at this point from Donald Trump? Israel's in the driver's seat. They're the ones who killed Ayatollah Khamenei. We're the ones apparently who gave them the intelligence. They're the ones who do it. All of the strikes now so far.
Oh, he doesn't. He's not even going to try to. You can't revise the Constitution like that. And trust me, do you understand what sleepy time videos? You know what? I'm not even going to explain it to you. Explain to me. What's it take to revise the Constitution? And why would you have so much confidence that that would actually happen? Because it's not an executive order. It's nothing like that. It's not like the president can just be like, you know what? I don't like this provision in the Constitution. I'm the president, so therefore that means that I'm getting rid of it. Please explain to me the process of revising the Constitution. Since you're very confident in that. So.
Are for regime collapse. The ingredients for civil war
I don't even know what side you're on, but I'm just calling out your bullshit.
Happening. They are already.
We're stoking them.
Bibi Netanyahu got Donald Trump, made Donald Trump, I don't know, got Donald Trump on the phone with a bunch of Kurdish leaders in Iraq, and they're like, hey.
2/3 of states need to approve with what? With what?
Go on in there. Let's stoke a little civil war.
And
this is the Libya,
border
Syria.
guards.
They killed all the border guards.
Could come in over.
And what was the new amendment in the 90s?
The border
even the Israeli strikes by their own.
Again, sleepy time videos. If you, instead of trying to like why don't you actually educate us on this one, bro?
Mission. They're going after and blowing up all the police stations. You only
That's what, 35 states?
do that to collapse the civil society
And they've
order
attacked
in the country.
9 different hospitals, obviously
Yes.
murdered those schoolgirls, etc. And here's the thing is, I keep bringing up
Congress and Senate have to vote on
the
changes.
Epstein files because you have to look at this
Again, what are the totals that you need?
and go, okay, this is insane. Trump clearly had reluctance to go into a full-blown war with Iran. And yet, nevertheless, he did it. And it never occurred to him, or it never seemed to be an option to him to go to Israel and say, no, we will cut you off. Here will be the, here will be the repercussions. This is something that previous American presidents have been
Patience, Pep. ChatGPT is slow lately.
able to do. It's not like Israel's so out of control and they have so much
Sleepy is Googling as fast as he can. How do you spell asylum?
autonomy that they're able to do all of these
ASSIAM.
things on their own. No, they're fully and completely enabled
Wait a minute.
by us. So why is that not an option on the table? Why? And you can't help but ask yourself, maybe it is the Epstein files, right? Is it just the money from Miriam
God damn it.
Adelson?
How the fuck are we still playing this game? Maybe it is the...
There's lots of people who give Trump money for his campaign. There's all sorts of interests that are, filling his both campaign and personal coffers with cash. So is that really it? It's just about the Israel lobby cash. There's some piece of this that is missing that just does not add up. Because listen, Donald Trump is extremely belligerent, right? He's bombed more countries in, his presidency than like any other American president. He has no problem taking hawkish military.
That the president couldn't serve more than 2 terms, so we will change it back. That was the one that you pulled from the 90s. Oh my God.
Action.
All right. With that answer, I can't even use the R word because he actually might be mentally challenged. Oh boy.
But it did seem like the one thing that he was reluctant to do was get embroiled in a long, large-scale war, particularly in the Middle East. And yet, here we are. And you've got the Secretary of State saying, well, Israel made us do it. It does not add up. It does not make sense. There is some piece of this that is missing. And so you cannot call people crazy when they look at the Epstein files cover up and go, I don't know, maybe that's it. Maybe that's what's going on here.
Yeah.
The thing is, this is what really drives me nuts about the time we're living in. The Epstein stuff, obvious, right? And would be obvious for if it was anything else. Because look at the way that they mention like J.B. Pritzker being in the files, or just in general, where they're just like, they had ballistic missiles, so we had to go at them. But never, not once can they just go, yeah, you know what? It kind of makes sense that they're, every other action he tries to make seems to distract from the Epstein files.
To quote Dave Smith,
or at least tries.
Think about this. George W. Bush had the wisdom not to do what Donald Trump is doing. I mean,
yeah, dude, LBC has a direct quote saying that Donald Trump just made George Bush look like Einstein.
I said it before. You're going to launch a so-called war of choice, preemption, whatever you want to call it now, admitting openly 10 months or whatever before the midterm elections in your first year. If we think back to the history of the Bush presidency, we're all on the right track. You've got an unpopular war in the Middle East. You're going to have, what did W call the 2006 midterms? A thumping? Is that what he said? It's a thumping. Whenever the Democrats. And then, yeah, that was Obama's.
Yeah.
But I think Bush called it a thumping. Then we have a massive financial crash. So we're on track. Okay.
Oh yeah.
We're all on track.
No, this thing
Whoa, somebody just got upset.
is out of control. I mean, we've got.
Wow, couldn't answer my fucking direct questions with actual research. So that means, guys, beep.
Embassies that are being attacked. We're telling Americans now in 12 different countries in the region, like, use commercial means and get out of the region. Well, there are no commercial means. The airlines are all shut down. The airports are all virtually shut down. There was an article yesterday about how Americans, mostly wealthy Americans in the UAE, were trying to get the heck out of Dubai, and there's no way to get out of that area. The busiest airport.
You make like lo-fi and chill videos, and this is how you act?
In the entire world, and it's all but closed down. So you've got this thing already completely spiraling out of control. And, apparently they thought maybe if we take out the Ayatollah.
No, I know
and
you did. DB, I wasn't asking you to. I was asking Sleepy Time.
we hit them pretty
Dude, DB, why are you so hell-bent on proving that you're not a bot when I'm trying to prove other people are? That's a little, I don't know. Don't snitch on yourself.
hard in the front. Maybe this whole thing will collapse and the IRGC
Doubtfully.
will just hold a hand over their arms and we can declare mission accomplished. This is delusional.
No.
Obviously, and
Two-thirds
now
of both houses, 2/3 of state senators, state legislators. Yep.
they realize that
3/4 of all
this is
states.
delusional.
Yeah.
Which is why Donald Trump is not going out and talking to anybody. Yesterday he said, "Oh, everybody
It's
go
almost
listen
like
to
you're not
Bibi
gonna get that.
Netanyahu on Fox News
Right.
because apparently this is the person who's actually calling the shots."
Look, we'll get to that, but yeah, Trump is out to lunch, like completely. Let's take a listen to him yesterday at the White House during a Medal of Honor ceremony I watched the entire thing. He began with maybe a 4-minute segment on Iran where he was extremely tired. He seemed distracted. His heart really didn't seem in it at all. And he immediately pivoted to start talking about the fucking ballroom. Let's take a listen.
Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're
Oh, I could really go for. Yeah, me too.
annihilating their navy.
Me
We've
too.
knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the
Sleepy
bottom
Trump,
of the
dude.
sea.
Seriously, his State of the Union and this shit.
Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1
Somebody in his cabinet said, "Listen, sir, we can't have you doing your normal rambling, and you can't go after the normal targets because we really need you to act presidential right now."
sponsor.
Bandit, thank you for the
My ballroom is better.
the renewal of your 9 months of a membership. Holy shit! My ballroom is
Of
better.
terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never gonna.
Bandit's out there. He's got literally an entire room. It's just got like one little stool on it that has like a little pad that has little divots where he walks over and just plops his nuts, and that's his ballroom.
Have a nuclear weapon. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the
Sounds like a music video.
time
And you just go like, oh.
is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always. And we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, "Oh well, if the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored." I don't get bored.
I don't get bored. I got bored with the speech I was just giving, so I started rambling, but I don't get bored. Dude.
There's nothing boring.
My fucking God.
Boring about this. See that?
Nothing boring about this. Oh, I just realized I could actually do this. Holy shit. Hold on. I don't get bored. I don't get bored at all.
Nice drape.
Yeah, look
When
at
that
these drapes. These drapes. I got to say, I caught JD jerking off to him. He said that, sir, this would be great if you could just give me a couch. I didn't know what he meant by that. What is it with JD and his couches? I don't understand it. All I know is he really loves them. Always asks for a little bit. It's like a little 3-inch little slot in the very center of the couch. I don't understand it, but you know what? I'll give JD what he wants. But JD came in here saying how much he loves the gold curtains.
Comes down right now. You see a very, very deep hole.
It's a very and where my brain should be, you can see a very deep hole. My forehead toupee fell right over my eyes. Hold on, guys. I gotta fix my bad plastic surgery. I gotta pull my hair back.
$2. My
Year and a
ball's
half from now,
favorite
you're gonna see a
ballet
very,
is the
very beautiful
Nutcracker.
building. And there's your entrance to it right there. In fact, it looks so nice. I don't think I'll even. I think I'll save money on the doors because it can't get more beautiful than that. I
Bandit,
picked
really
those
appreciate
drapes
that.
in my first term. I always like gold.
I always
think
like
we
gold.
can save a lot of money.
I like gold. Wait. I met this fella from a Dutch country. He said, and I got a quote, "I like gold." And then I said, I like it. I love it so much. I also love gold. Did you know that when he sat on my golden toilet, He was there a little too long. I don't know what he was doing, but I can only guess. But he loves gold. I can't blame him. I can't blame him.
I just saved curtains. But and it will be. It'll be spectacular. It'll be
That's my
the most
internet.
beautiful ballroom. I
One
believe it because I built many a ballroom. I believe it's going to be the most beautiful ballroom.
That was not an unfair cut. That literally happened. I watched the entire thing. Not joking. Like, we only spared you about 2 to 3 minutes in between Iran and all of that. In addition, by the way, Trump continues this thing where he'll answer his cell phone for anybody who calls. Let's put this up here on the screen from the New York Post, where yesterday he refused to rule out sending U.S. troops to Iran if necessary, saying, quote, I don't have the yips with respect to boots on the ground, like every president says. There will be no boots. I don't say it, Trump said after launching Strike Saturday to decapitate Iran's military and political leadership. I say probably don't need them, or if they were necessary. So that is the situation as we currently have it. And Crystal, you know, that Civil War point that we made earlier, at every time that we have to try and launch some insurgency to overthrow or destabilize a government, there are U.S. special forces that accompany them on the ground. And look, no hate to the Kurds. You know, they've been screwed around by the United States now for probably decades, but we did a lot of work together in the counter-ISIS campaign. So these forces know exactly how to work together. There's a base in Erbil, right, you know, where they are. And look, it's all ready to go. The weapons are there. They'll be the most well-armed insurgents in history. That's all they need. A little bit of forward deployment from a couple special advisors. It's going to look like the special operations that went in October 2001 with the Taliban, or to defeat the Taliban. That's the theory, at least. But that is the recipe for quagmire, for disaster, for civil war, for collapse. And that is, look, if we are to acknowledge this is Israel's war, it is almost irrelevant to what Donald Trump wants. Only he can pull the plug. At least he did in the 12-day war. But of course, that was just a lead up to this entire thing.
It was a pause. Then we tried all of the internal, you know, let's collapse the currency, let's stoke the protests, you know, let's see if that'll work. And then when that failed, then we're back to a war. And yeah, I mean, and with all of them, obviously they all lie, you know, when if they're breathing, they're lying. But you can look at what they're doing. And to your point, we see this reporting about, oh, let's talk to the Kurds. Let's kill the border guards and, you know, open up that border so people can flood in. And then you also see in the targeting, they targeted Ahmadinejad, you know, previous president of Iran. They targeted a jailed opposition leader who was under house arrest. So they wanted to make sure that this actually wasn't a regime change, that there was no other person who had any sort of legitimate base of support who could come in and take the reins. Because Israel's goal is regime collapse. They don't want a strong Iran. They apparently don't believe they can really successfully install a puppet. So they just want it to be chaos, death, insanity, civil war, etc., so that they can, you know, extend their regional hegemony. With that being said, we've got a lot more to get to, and we've got Dr. Trita Parsi standing by, so let's go ahead and bring him in.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave.
For everything else Iran is a big country, more than 90 million people, and they are a powerful country with a sophisticated, intensively resourced, world
Desert Eagle, what up, dude? Good to see you.
Class, ruthless set of intelligence and security services, which, of course, target their own people at home to disastrous, murderous effect, particularly recently. But those security services and intelligence services also have tentacles all around the world. And they have used them to target the regime's perceived enemies all over the world, including in the United States of America. Luckily, the U.S. government has been all over them on this. They know what the Iranians are capable of. They know what they've been trying to do. Among other things, the United States government has specialist counterintelligence agents in the FBI who specialize in these kinds of threats, specifically emanating from Iran. It's a group at the FBI. It's a unit called CI-12, CI for counterintelligence, CI-12. And thank God we've got them now, right? Now that we just killed Iran's supreme leader and started a huge new war with Iran, with apparently no idea what the consequences would be of us doing that, at least...
You know, instead of coming up with your little nicknames for whoever you... Like, I actually use the MSDNC, but the problem here is you use it to convince yourself to not listen to it. Which the second that you're just like, I can't listen to this, my Lord and Savior made fun of it, so I'm just gonna assume that it's fake news because he told me so. Think for yourself, motherfuckers. Listen. Just listen. take the 10 minutes or the 8 minutes that this segment is going to fucking fill and just listen.
Here at home.
Jesus fuck, you guys are just, you race to be the dumbest.
Even if we're just,
I don't want to hear the other side.
Going to be selfish in terms of the risk to us.
I heard you play hockey. What position? I was a left winger, ironically, and a goalie.
Well, thank God we've got a unit like CI-12.
But I was a two-way player, so realistically, you could throw me out on the ice and I could play whatever.
Really unique.
I didn't like playing center.
Uniquely knows this stuff that's on it.
You want me to be a player? Like I don't like just, you know.
Right.
I'm not good at breakout plays. I'm good at pass.
Group that got that Air
passing
Force
and Wayne Gretzky always said something where he said that he would not have had the scoring that he did, like the scoring streak that he did, without guys like Messier who just passed the puck.
Intelligence spy who defected to Iran.
Oh, you go both ways.
That got the people who...
I'm a bad hockey player. Wait a minute. This turned into a heated rivalry real fast.
Tried to assassinate John Bolton and discovered the plots to kill Mike Pompeo and Brian Hook. and even the plot to kill Donald Trump. Thank God we've got this group, CI-12, right?
You're a senator?
Last week, FBI Director Kash Patel, while he was coming off a wave of terrible press about U.S. taxpayers paying him to fly to Italy so he could go to a hockey game and chug beer in a locker room, while he was heading into a whole new round of fresh reports.
Dude, everyone who is breaking the news right now is essentially a propaganda. Shut the fuck up. God damn it. I'm so sick of you fucking you blatant idiots. The ones that just want to remain in their stupidity. Get fucked.
How he has...
Like, dude, seriously. It's old. This is 12 years old at this fucking point. You with your fucking fake news. Seriously.
Ordered an elite FBI SWAT team to be...
Get back to the nursing home. They're looking for you.
Personal bodyguards and basically a chauffeur service for his girlfriend. In the middle of that bittersweet symphony of competence, last week, FBI Director Kash Patel fired a dozen FBI agents and staff in the elite counter-espionage and counterintelligence unit, CI-12.
Oh, cool. Cool. Get rid of all the fucking actual adults in the room, replace them with more fucking podcasters, and then wonder why our fucking national security is tanking. Why we're less safe than ever. Why we're in a war. Why our economy's on the brink of collapse. But yeah, Trump 2028.
Know why
fuck off.
Donald Trump just started this war in Iran.
Seriously. And it's that shit right there. The only reason that this shit's allowed to permeate is because of them stopping short of actually getting any information that they just want to agree with. Like, I know I'm not breaking any new ground here, like that these people want to live in a bubble, but...
Washington Post reported this week.
And then they come in here and say how I live in a bubble. Meanwhile, I'm watching all of this news. Again, Fox News is in my poll here. We also have some more right-wing sources via Twitter, which, you know...
Weekend, and the New York Times reported today that Trump did it basically as a favor.
Shit, I would have loved to party with the hockey team. The thing is, nobody should have been in there. Like, could you imagine, DB, just for a second, who's the number one Democrat that you hate the most? Like, let's see, who's a loser Democrat that we all hate? That's just like a blatant, like, oh my God, this guy fucking sucks. Pelosi. There we go. Pelosi. Good pull. So Nancy Pelosi, you know, she goes in there with her fucking bat wing arms and she's shaking up her beer and she's just like, yay, I like hockey. Woo. Yeah, man. How would you feel about that? Would you feel like it kind of bastardized a moment that they don't deserve? Like, Pelosi doesn't deserve to be in there. Patel doesn't deserve to be in there. It doesn't matter who invited him. The team themselves should have been like, no, this is our moment. And they should have had a little bit of foresight to just be like, yeah, this is definitely going to make it political. Cringe? Exactly. It's fucking cringe. This would have been a nothing. Like, they would not have we wouldn't have even known that Kash Patel was at the gold medal game had he not done that.
that there was no.
But now they're going to be calling for an investigation into his use using the FBI jet. Then it's also bringing attention to all his faux pas, which he has many of.
U.S. intelligence that Iran posed any imminent threat to us, but Saudi Arabia and Israel told Trump to do it, and so he did it.
From that standpoint, I agree with you. It was the team's time. Thank you.
Because, hey, you know.
Honestly. Like, could you imagine also just being one of the hockey players that just won the gold medal that doesn't like Trump? Then you see Kash Patel come in and you're like, what the fuck?
Oh, America first.
So immediately, now you have this whole fucking awkward moment where you're just like, oh, yay. And then you try to bring it to your brothers where you're just like, guys, why was he here? Why was he wearing the gold medal? What the fuck? Yeah.
Strong.
DEI, by the way. You know, him holding that gold medal like he earned it.
Man, we're just going to put our military at the disposal.
It's kind of like the idiots that grab the Stanley Cup and fucking hoist it. It's like that one, Salt Bay. Remember when Salt Bay grabbed the FIFA trophy?
Of other countries, because they can tell Trump what to do with it. Quote, the attack came despite U.S. intelligence assessments that Iran's forces were unlikely to pose an immediate threat to the U.S. mainland within the next decade.
Again, George, because you can't think in theoreticals. Again, Jamie Raskin shows up to party with the gold medal team. Then what? Then what? Would you be comfortable with that, especially on our dime? So yeah, Jamie Raskin takes his private plane, paid for by specifically the taxpayers of Maryland.
But he did it anyway.
The left made it political. Fucking moron.
Because Israel and Saudi Arabia told him to, and he apparently does what they say.
Your brother was the MVP on his team.
6 American service members are known to have been killed.
I was MVP one time, and yeah, it was because I was a goalie.
And many more injured. There's also new reporting tonight that the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia has been hit by 2 drones.
That's says about me. But.
The Washington Post is now also reporting that 2 Defense Department employees, U.S. Defense Department employees,
actually had one of the best save percentages in the league that year. I guess that's kind of what happens when you play for a shitty team that has they can't score worth a shit.
Wounded in an Iranian drone attack on a hotel in
get
Bahrain.
Lit up and you're just like, oh my God.
And I mean, in terms of what we are heading into and the kind of risk we're heading into, these are the sort of headlines that we're seeing tonight. Quote, earthquake in the Gulf. Iran war expands to 12 countries in 72 hours. Just 72 hours after the U.S. and Israel began bombing Iran, the war has already consumed nearly the entire Middle East, reached the gates of Europe, and raised new...
Dude, no one's triggered here. We're just engaging with you, numbnuts.
New fears of attacks...
Who's triggered?
...on America.
God, you fucking boomer assholes, dude. Seriously. You guys heard one term on Facebook 10 years ago, and you just triggered.
This was the front page of the New York Times that we woke up to today. U.S. troops killed as blasts jolt...
We call it Charlie Kirk here.
Mideast. Fear of wider war after Iran's response. Here's the headline at the Washington Post. Quote, Trump pursues Iranian decapitation without a plan for what comes next. Quote, security officials in the Middle East and in Europe have raised...
Yeah, stop with the labels. Then how am I supposed to know what's in the cabinet?
Concerns that the U.S. is unleashing forces that could spill across borders, disrupt global trade, and lead to asymmetric terrorist attack reprisals. All with no certainty.
Did you just answer that literally? Oh my God. Someone come get Grandpa.
That the remaining Islamic hardliners won't ultimately retain their hold on power anyway.
I don't dare Facebook. Fucking what?
Spill across borders, disrupt global trade, lead to asymmetric terrorist attack reprisals.
Self-burn.
Given those...
Not as rare as I thought.
...kinds of threats that Trump has just unleashed with this war that he started for reasons he still cannot clearly articulate. I mean,
George, did you take your Metamucil?
Given those kind of threats, given that Pandora's box that has just been opened, do you...
Oh, don't forget your osteoporosis fucking medicine.
Feel like we've got all our national security ducks in a row here in this country now that we've started this thing? Do you feel like...
So they are admitting that Iran would attack everyone because they're getting attacked. Yes.
Our leaders in the U.S. government are really on the ball right now when it comes to national security, when it comes even just to domestic national security, when it comes to managing potential fallout from this thing that Donald Trump has just unleashed? I mean, you can start with our Secretary of Defense, right? I mean, his immediate previous job before Donald Trump gave him the...
Damn, that age where your back hurts, you can't really do much work. You know that you're fucking essentially like getting pushed out of society, can't get a job, and then you also can't claim Social Security.
Keys to the U.S. Defense Department was that he was the weekend co-host on the cable news show Fox and Friends.
Yeah, statistically, you only got maybe 15 years left there, bud. Enjoy them.
Now we're at war with Iran.
And that's being fucking generous.
6 U.S. service members killed so far, many more wounded.
Oh, 10 years. You said 63. Yeah, 73 is the average.
Hegseth also apparently just lost 3 F-15 fighter jets to friendly fire because the U.S. military did not deconflict with our allies in Kuwait. Okay. So Kuwait shot down our planes.
What up, Amanda?
Great. Here at home, we're, of course, protected by the FBI. Yeah, about that. Again, we'll have more on that with Carol Leonnig in just a moment. We're also protected by the Department of Homeland Security, which is run by this person. Kristi Noem, who you will remember took the Coast Guard Commandant's house.
Admitting that he's old enough to know better.
For herself.
But also...
Who has been mostly focused, been focused most intently during her time in office on sending militarized masked federal troops.
You got lung cancer? Ah, shit.
All over.
Well, shit. All right. Well, all right. My apologies.
For the United States.
I don't care what your politics are. If you got the big C, god damn it. Doesn't give you the carte blanche to be a fucking cocksucker, but I am sorry for your situation. Cancer sucks. I hope treatment works for you, man.
To kill and terrorize people here at home. Kristi Noem is currently trying...
Yeah, you might want to look into that thing that Cuba's got going on. Even though I know your politics keep you from looking into any other country's fucking, the good in any other country. But yeah, you might want to.
Huge new network of prison camps for Donald Trump to send people to without trial. Yeah, Kristi Noem already doing great. She is in charge of our Homeland Security.
Yeah, we're going to be covering some of her answers to Congress. Ooh, boy. Just when Pam Bondi was bad, she's bad and boring.
Security right now at this incredibly fraught, stupid, dangerous
Asshole
time.
plays the cancer card. I don't know.
Now that Trump has started this war.
If he's got lung cancer, then okay.
I should mention that also means that Kristi Noem is in charge of our cyber defense. I mentioned that Iran's security services...
I have a hard line, guys. Solidarity where cancer's involved.
And intelligence services are pretty sophisticated and well-resourced. And they're thought of as having a pretty wide international reach.
No, your demeanor's acting like a dick.
One of the things they're best...
And you having cancer doesn't mean that we can't call you a dick.
...at and most ambitious at...
We can still feel bad for you and also just be like, this guy sucks.
...is cyber warfare. Well, Kristi Noem, in her infinite wisdom, put who in charge of America's cyber defense? It's this gentleman. Politico just...
failed a polygraph in personal disputes. Oh, no.
Filed him.
Jesus Christ. The Trump administration is just comically inept. Holy fuck.
The headline there, canceled contracts, a failed polygraph, and personal disputes inside the turbulent tenure of Kristi Noem's former cyber czar. It's former.
Why? Why are they so fucking bad at everything?
He's only been former since Thursday.
Holy shit. It's like they are trying to create a reality TV show, but there's no cameras for this one.
Because they finally kicked him out of that job on Thursday. The nation's top cybersecurity official lost his job on Thursday, less than 48 hours before the Trump administration started a war with Iran.
Cast of clowns.
No shit. A particularly adept cyber rival. I mean, this is the Homeland Security Department's premier...
My estimate on your demise was literally based on the statistics for how long people live in the U.S.
Cybersecurity division. And who is this guy? Quote, he had no prior experience...
Had nothing to do with your cancer.
...in the federal government before Kristi Noem...
My wife has cancer. She's 39. What's that say?
Noem appointed him to lead the agency last May. But he had...
Yeah, see? I can meet you there.
Served a 10-month stint under then-Governor Noem as South Dakota's chief information officer. Okay.
I know, relax.
In August, he triggered...
Notice how this guy got triggered, and he's like, why you calling me a dick? I'm not a dick. I'm not a dick. God, you guys are mean. God, you guys are so mean. It's like, dude, you're acting like a dick. Whatever. I know, relax.
DHS-wide damage assessment by uploading sensitive agency contracting documents into a public version of ChatGPT. Information that other staff at the agency weren't permitted to use for...
Come on, man. You got cancer. Smoke your Benjamin. Oh, wait a minute. You got lung cancer.
Reasons.
Hold on.
He also failed a counterintelligence polygraph exam.
Boomers can't get triggered.
Last July. He failed the polygraph?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Like I said, you get Charlie Kirk.
Yes, Homeland Security later dismissed the polygraph as, quote, unsanctioned and accused staff of, quote, misleading him about the need for the test. So to be clear...
Okay, boys, break it up.
Kristi Noem put this guy in charge of of cybersecurity.
It's a 5-minute major
for the country. He then failed a counterintelligence polygraph exam. And Kristi Noem's response to that was, well, you shouldn't have made him take that test. And she kept him on in the job.
That's fucking crazy, dude.
Well, he was fine in South Dakota.
Wow. Wow, dude. I didn't even know about that. Damn. I can only make so many jokes because, yeah, that also explains why I don't know. It seems like every other day there's a new leak going on, and specifically where it's like, oh, we had another data leak. This one came, from the government.
Just imagine the kind of brilliance we have had at the helm of the nation's top cybersecurity agency in the United States. A particularly key job now that Trump has started a war with Iran. What else do you need to know about him? Well, there's this. Well, last summer...
It's almost like, cybersecurity is important. And it's also like, I don't know, I've seen an influx of people literally saying just like, oh, did you see the planned cyber attack, blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh.
Temporarily suspended a CISA employee.
Every time that YouTube goes down, we automatically assume, cyber attack.
Flashed a middle finger at his Tesla cyber.
Boomers are the most triggered generation pronouns. Seeing a gay person, racial minority in media, being asked not to say slurs at work. Yeah.
Truck while it sat unoccupied.
Oh yeah. God forbid you also claim that you're an atheist.
In an agency parking lot.
You want to see a fucking boomer melt the fuck down?
Much of the incident was captured by the car's onboard.
Tell him you're a gay atheist.
Camera. The director had the CISA security office identify the employee. The employee did not appear to know whose car it was at the time. He or she flipped off the vehicle. The employee was frustrated because the truck had been...
Jesus Christ, dude. This guy's got fucking road rage.
...in a shared electric vehicle charging port 4 days at a time.
You're 68 and Catholic? I don't like the statistics with that one. Uh-oh.
So
you weren't an altar boy in the 70s, were you?
This employee gives the Cybertruck the finger in the parking lot, and this guy goes into his dash cam footage and figures out who gave his truck the finger, and then has that employee who works at the nation's premier cybersecurity agency suspended from his or her job because that person had the temerity to flip off his truck while he was not in it.
Wow. That's even worse. The fact that it was one of those like fucking Tesla. Oh, it's a Cybertruck. He has a Cybertruck. That's why she flipped it off. This dork is driving a fucking Cybertruck and he got mad because she flipped it off because, again, freedom of expression and whatnot, whatever.
That's who Kristi Noem put in charge of
cool, guys.
America's cybersecurity.
Yeah. You gotta be respectful of the people that you work. Could you imagine you getting fired from your private sector job for your boss literally looking at like security camera footage and just being like, hey, George, yay. You know what? Hope you're doing well with the treatment. But George, I got something I got to say, man. It turns out we caught you flipping off the fuck Trump sign outside. And I know how you feel. You know what, brother? I might stand there with you. But unfortunately, we're going to have to terminate your contract there, son. I know. You were really counting on getting some of this health care that you needed. I know. And you're getting close to collecting. Well, you say you're retired, so, you know, we had to keep you under that $2,000. But, yeah, we caught you flipping off the Trump sign. We need you to get your stuff and just kind of get.
And he
go on, get.
only got relieved of his responsibilities in that job on Thursday. How did he last so long in that job? According to Politico's reporting today, quote, Noem was hesitant to remove him until recently because she and Homeland Security Department Special Advisor Corey Lewandowski,
it would reflect poorly on her,
feared that firing him would, quote, reflect poorly on her. Okay. Homeland Security also oversees Customs and Border Patrol, which accidentally shut down the airspace over El Paso a couple of weeks ago because Customs and Border Patrol used a military laser to shoot
bringing
down
up all the inadequacies of fucking the Trump administration, where it's like, yeah, dude, they're comically bad at their jobs.
Oops.
Just because, this is my favorite part. You guys are freaking out because you guys do not get this in your media diet. You guys have a curated algorithm that shows you exactly what you want to see. So every once in a while, that algorithm, because I'm a little bit more ambiguous within it, it will send you here. Because, again, I get a lot of fucking MAGA for some reason. I guess it's because I engage. And then you get exposed to some of the alternative news. Not even fake news, just alternative news that you would not have any fucking business at listening to in your private life. And all you can do is la 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 la. I don't hear you. Trump's the best. Trump 28. Trump 2028. No, everybody loves Trump. Everybody loves Trump. And then when something happens that you kind of get the feeling, you're just like, I thought that everybody loved him. Like, why is it just, it seems like everybody it's not happy and doesn't like this guy.
Then last week, some other Texas airspace had to be shut down because this time it was Pete Hegseth's
You're flipping through YouTube and you found me?
Fox and Friends Defense Department. Also using a laser gun to shoot down a drone this time.
Playing 5D chess with the algo and being hilarious doing it.
Who's
You know what? I guess that's my in.
Drone was it? Oh, it was a drone from Customs and Border Protection. Because this punch yourself in the face staggering genius is the level of talent we have handling our national security right now. As President Donald Trump, for no reason he can articulate, sets off what may end up being a worldwide conflagration with one of the most capable and unpredictable
World War III
adversaries.
We've already determined this because somebody said it best. They didn't call World War II while it was being fought.
The United States.
It's not like they were just like, we're in the sequel.
Has faced off against in generations. Yeah, it's a good thing we've got people of the caliber of Kristi Noem defending the homeland, and geniuses like Kash Patel at the FBI. Instead of the experienced Iran specialist counterintelligence.
DB, why is it like nails on a chalkboard? Jesus Christ, dude. Even Dana Bash, who I hate, isn't like nails on a chalkboard where I'm just like, I can't listen to her.
Intelligence agents who Kash Patel just fired.
I hate Dana Bash.
Literally last week, right before we started bombing Iran.
Rachel spitting facts, but she irritates me. MAGA, yeah.
They are not sending their best.
No, they are not. They really aren't. All right. Might get some updates here going on. Oh, shit. Yeah, this is good. All right, so I watched part of this on this space. I wanted to bring this to you guys because this is really good.
All right, so we have an Iranian professor here by the name of Dr. Fouad Izzadi, and Dropsite News was able to grab this clip here.
Oh, that's why.
For us, but
by the way,
he's asked about Trump's stated objective of regime
is crushing their coverage.
Change in
Jeremy Scahill, man. Anytime that we are getting near war, Jeremy, actually, you know what? Jeremy Scahill can now be seen as the canary in the coal mine because, God, he was saying that this was coming not even a year ago, but he was just like, no, they're planting the seeds here. They're planting, and trust me, Israel, he said it with the last strikes in Iran where he's just like, oh, this isn't over.
Iran, and he says it's both unrealistic and it will fail.
At best, this is the beginning of yeah, that's what I was saying.
Al Jazeera, he makes a point that shocks everybody, honestly. This is a shocking and brutally accurate point that he makes about Trump. Listen to this.
Where do you see this going? Is there an off-ramp for Iran?
You know what, George? I'm going to take this opportunity. Apologies for the ageism. I was trying to be funny, but you know what? I think ageism is whack. I think that we need to start respecting our elders a little more, even if they are a little whacked in their ideas. But
I think what will happen is that
I don't like the way that we're just ageist.
Then if the
and
United States is able
I don't want
to
be that.
Kill illegally Iranian leaders, the next generation of Iranians, the Iranians that did not see American atrocities in Iran before 1979. Some Iranians that did not understand why their parents and grandparents were anti-American. Those Iranians will take over. Now they understand why American government is an imperialist, vicious government.
This isn't even the point I'm talking about, but that's a
that's my it's my cat. My cat has a beer box because
devastating point. Oh my God!
Why should I go buy this fucking
like all the young Iranians? They didn't understand why their parents hated America.
Toy when
they didn't understand. Like, hey, what? It seems weird.
A beer box and he's happy.
We've seen them on TV. We know about their popular culture. Like, they seem fine. Now they realize, oh shit, the great Satan. You're right. They're definitely acting like fucking Satan right now.
Oh, PBD, not PBR. Oops.
Okay, they're definitely doing.
I read Mitchell's comment.
Doing that carpet bombing Tehran. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy.
That's literally here.
So
Look.
all these young people, these young
that's my
secular
PBR
people
box.
in Iran that want like a secular democratic country, now they understand their parents and their hatred, their burning passionate hatred for the U.S. But he hasn't gotten to the truth bomb yet. Wait for it.
And a government that attacks other countries and kills little children, they understand they're fighting the Epstein class that either rape little girls or bomb little girls.
Bro, he said Iran is fighting the Epstein class that either grapes little girls or bombs little girls. That's what they do. They either grape them or bomb them. Or in the case of Trump, both. Bro. He just one-shotted the entire U.S. government. He just one-shotted the entire top 1%, bro. Holy shit.
They're fighting the Epstein class that either rape little girls or bomb little girls. This is the government that we are witnessing. They're going to fight back against that government, and they're going to ensure that the Islamic Republic...
$10. Hey, I guess they're right. Senior citizens, although slow and dangerous behind the wheel, can still serve a purpose. I'll be right back. Don't you go dying on me.
Of Iran will live many years after America destroys itself.
Oh my God, bro. And by the way, the reports that are out there right now are that it's very likely a hardliner will take over. So the Grand Ayatollah, who they called, the worst terrorist ever, he literally started 0 wars, by the way. But he's going to be replaced by somebody who's more of a hawk and more anti.
No, it was not an Iranian missile that caused that.
American and anti.
No, actually, they're saying that it was targeted
Western and more of a warmonger
by the U.S. or Israel. They don't know whose ordnance hit it, as far as like when we were attacking. But no, it wasn't one of Iran's own.
And I mean,
Jesus Christ,
how could it be anything else?
No, the weirdest part is there's actual definitive proof of Mossad trying to do a false flag on their own stuff.
And we have shown to the world, Israel and the U.S. has proven to the world, you literally cannot
that's
work
the next video I have lined up here.
with us with anything. We will stab you in the back. We don't mean a goddamn word. You can make a deal with us the next day. It's null and void, bitch. It doesn't count. Why? Because I say it doesn't count. Look at Trump. He negotiates a trade deal with Canada. Then he gets back in office and goes, I'm going to rip up the trade deal I fucking negotiated with Canada.
Yeah.
What is that? Paris Climate Agreement, he rips that shit up. Iran Nuclear Agreement, he rips that shit up.
Simultaneously was just like the Biden administration. It's like, that was you.
He'll make a trade deal one day, then change it the next day. He'll say your tariff is this percentage, then it goes up 10% the next day. It like the fucking
hey Melly,
just totally haphazard psychopaths, not realizing.
Good to see you.
Now nobody would ever trust us ever again about
Come back from Ukraine.
anything. We're no longer the world leader. We're like an embarrassment on the world stage. Everybody's running into the loving arms of China. Okay? And so
my internet company just told me that I have
congratulations.
Good service.
What they said they wanted to do in Iran.
Yeah.
They're going to fail miserably. The goal ultimately from Netanyahu, though, is make it a failed state. That's the goal. They want to make it a failed state. They want it to be balkanized. They want it so that they could bomb Iran whenever they want, and they want to create a greater Israel and steal more and more territory in the Middle East. That's what they're trying to do. And they got Trump to do their dirty work for them. Okay? That's what they did. But
I'm not a Dem, and I don't like Dems. Don't listen to me. Dems don't like me, NATO.
This guy fucking one-shotted them by pointing out it's the Epstein.
They see me as a threat to their fucking income.
Class. They're either graping little girls or killing.
Because I actually want policy changes that would impact them.
Killing little girls, and now everybody's seen it in
their wallets.
Now everybody understands it. Okay, pro-Western youth, not so fucking much anymore. Who can be pro-Western after seeing now They're carpet bombing Tehran right now as we speak. They've already bombed multiple hospitals. It's been 2 fucking days. They bombed multiple hospitals already. They're doing to Iran what they did to Gaza. The world let them get away with it, and that was it. I told you. Once that door's open, it's might makes right, law of the jungle, anywhere and everywhere. Okay? No international law anymore. No order anymore. Total fucking chaos. I don't want to live in that world. Nobody should want to live in that world. And now people's eyes are being opened to that fact that we're dealing with total dead-eyed psychopaths.
They didn't.
That's what
the thing is. Your 30K protesters is completely made up.
And Yahoo is. That's what Trump is. That's
We've
what
already
MAGA
gone
is.
through this. Anna Kasparian made a fucking great breakdown on why that 30K number is Israeli propaganda that is only spewed by people who are trying to spew Israeli propaganda.
That's what right-wing politics is. We need to.
The conservative estimates are about 3,000, but we don't know. So for anybody to say that they know definitively are full of shit, because even in coming from the news from Iran, they are not giving you fucking numbers.
But we need to.
So nobody knows.
To wake up to the.
We do know that they were killing protesters, but instead of being genuine about like that, you try to use it as a buzz line, which is obvious why you're doing
The fact that it is the Epstein class that's ruining everything.
No. We just know how to think objectively, unlike you, who fucking claims to, the left, bunch of parrots. Meanwhile, you're just, squawk! 30,000 dead, squawk!
The Epstein class that's getting tax cuts and getting subsidies and rigging the laws against you and in favor of them and starting fucking wars and stealing natural resources. And they're greedy fucking capitalists. They're the problem. They're the problem. Stop blaming other minorities. Start blaming the Epstein class. But we got to go after these guys, man. Got to go after the warmongers. Got to go after the fascists. Got to go after the billionaires. But this is...
No, they don't. Honestly, that's the thing. No, even when the Democrats were in power, they didn't fucking really do much.
What a video. Holy shit.
Well, it sucks.
This professor... This is... guys, this should be the shit that should be talked about in U.S. media, isn't it?
They like to talk about progressive policy until they get to a certain point, and then they'll abandon it very quickly to appeal to their donors.
Like, shouldn't this shit be in U.S. media?
30K is definitely the Mossad estimate. Yeah.
It's just embarrassing that you have to hear.
Yeah, I know.
Like, they've now said Epstein class, the term Epstein class.
This guy doesn't know how useful he is to Israel. It's kind of funny.
That's probably more on Al Jazeera than on
if it's not a bot.
Than in U.S. media.
Bot test.
And by the way, shout out to Ro Khanna. He's the one who created that phrase. But still, holy shit, man. Crazy, crazy video.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click.
Clogy is indeed a Mossad bot.
The bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now.
You know you want to. What has it been, years that he's been saying that? Because goddamn. Let's see. I've been listening. Kyle Kulinski. I can actually say this. Kyle Kulinski is like my go-to like mow the lawn podcast. Like he'll do like a 30-minute or like an hour breakdown. And I'll just put 2 of his videos in my queue and just be like, let's go mow that lawn. Fun. But here.
State oil company Aramco shut down its oil refinery in Ras Tanura after drone
actually started hitting the like button on some of the TYT stuff, guys.
Strikes.
That's how you know. Like, all right, at least they have good takes on this shit.
Were carried out.
Also, that brings me full circle. If you guys are enjoying the show, even if you're just hanging here and you guys don't necessarily agree with my politics, hit the like button. Helps me get out there, and it'll produce more fun shows because I love engaging with people and seeing who comes around. We never know what you're gonna get. Life is like a box of chocolates. You don't know what kind of chatter you're gonna get. And then you could also hit that sub button, like I was saying. It really helps out my channel. And then. Oh, thank you. You guys can also donate to the stream through Super Chats. You guys can donate to the Cancer Fund through the link in the description. My wife, obviously, is going through treatment right now, so I appreciate everybody that has. And yeah, look at that, George. I know for a fact George doesn't like me, but he subscribed to my channel. Look at that.
Allegedly, targeted.
I subscribe and I hate your politics.
By Iran. Now, there has been a larger wave of attacks on energy infrastructure in the Gulf in response.
One of these days, my goal with people like you is just like get one.
Just
get one thing that you're just like, all right,
Israel and America's bombing campaign against Iran, and now there are serious concerns about how this expanding war will impact the world's economy. Now, Cenk, before I give you some of the details, there have been some, contradicting reports about who targeted Saudi Arabia.
This is a bit shocking, and it's not confirmed yet. We'll give you the details, we'll give you the facts, but
I'm glad she stopped saying, Cenk, where are your 2 cents?
There's a report that the Israelis might have hit Saudi Arabia as a false flag operation to draw them.
Dude, I have changed people's minds here.
Into the war against Iran, and let's see if
now, I'm also one of these guys that,
confirmed.
Like I have said, pisses off his own side, because I'll also walk some things back and just be like, listen, you don't need to be a leftist, but can we agree on some class solidarity? I don't know, maybe open up to the idea of socialized medicine and the fact that we're spending trillions on military aid, specifically just to them. Like, we're not even, there's no influence. It's just trillions of dollars to the fucking military industrial complex. And here we're arguing over the scraps.
But let's give you the details first.
Every fucking time. And then we also, well, what's your policy? We can tax billionaires. They're gonna leave us. How come we always allow the rich to fuck us? Always.
We're still,
because they strong arm you and you're just like, yeah, well, if they get taxed, then we're gonna get taxed because Democrats always tax.
We're in the fog of war. So sometimes things appear pretty
all right, bro. Jesus. Turned already
clear, and then it turns out you have more details later that go against that narrative. Now, before we get any further, again, it is
Julie, we watched that.
It's important to remember we're in the fog of war, and there's all sorts of intentionally misleading propaganda out there. So it is not confirmed that Iran struck Saudi oil infrastructure. I want to be clear about that.
Who searched what on Bing? Who's using Bing? You using Bing?
So
okay, Bing is only good for prawn.
Aramco,
which I will admit, if you're gonna use a server,
oil refinery, if you're unfamiliar with it, houses one of the Middle East's.
It really is. I don't know why it's the only thing that Bing does right.
Largest refineries, and actually has the capacity to refine 550,000 barrels per day. It serves as a critical export terminal for Saudi crude
Some self-respect, though.
oil
God,
and is a key supplier of transport fuels like diesel for buyers in Europe. Now, according to the official Saudi press agency, there was a limited fire at the plant caused by debris from the interception of 2 drones that were targeting the facility. The question here is, whose drones were they? Right? Now, there were no injuries reported, thankfully, and the blaze was brought under control. However, Aramco quickly shut down the refinery as a precautionary measure. Now, Iran is actually denying that they were responsible for any strikes.
Do we even use Saudi fuel? Yeah.
In Saudi Arabia specifically, Iran's deputy foreign minister told CNN the following: "We have already been."
You have to look at it like so. OPEC. If there's oil, it goes to OPEC essentially, right? As far as like pricing and all that shit. And then because OPEC has that oil, our prices go down. So yes, technically, are we getting the actual oil? No.
Touch with our
not always.
Saudi brothers, and we have talked about this issue. Iran is not.
But also, why are we still talking about oil when we just like literally abandoned renewables when it was working?
Responsible for the
solar was working, guys. That's why Texas uses it a lot and hasn't abandoned it. Wind farms work. That's why Texas hasn't abandoned wind farms.
The attack against the oil installations in Saudi Arabia.
It's weird. The only thing that happened with that was that no new investments came in, and all of that investment money went to fucking BP, Exxon, all these oil companies. It's almost like they fucking had a little, wink, wink, nudge, nudge with the fucking president because they're my buddies. You know what? Rex Tillerson, he was my Secretary of State. You know what? He loves BP, and he did an okay job, but he said he didn't want to do this again. So I got to give him a little bit of a gift.
On top,
and anytime time he said, don't look a gift horse in the mouth, I never understood what that meant, because when the gift horse came, they never had anything for poor old Donnie.
On top of that, I think it's worth noting that a friend of the show and wonderful journalist Ryan Grimm wrote that Saudi Arabia will eventually be able to figure out where the missile came from.
The gift horse came and ignored me, so fuck horses.
That struck their oil field, because there were strikes on the oil field as well. And if it's confirmed it was Israel, that'll have regional implications for a generation. Now, some of you might be wondering, Israel, who's blaming this on Israel? Well, interestingly enough, today on Tucker Carlson's show, he made a pretty bold claim, and it has to do
the
with
oil comes from the Strait of Hormuz. That's what I thought.
The arrests of Mossad agents in other Arab countries. I want you to listen to what he has to say here, and then we'll discuss,
Most of the renewables are produced in China. Yeah, it's almost like we should have had factories built in the U.S. to produce solar panels and other renewables instead of, I don't know, cars that use oil. You see where I'm going with this? It's almost like we're rewarding the people who are ruining our planet when we were really on we had a good thing going there. Fuck, man. We even had EV tax credits.
Likelihood of this. Take a look.
Israel wanted to hurt these.
Jesus Christ. Enough of these idiots then bought Cybertrucks and they were like, hey, you know what? Where's that EV credit? Why is it expiring?
Countries, that's the point. Wanted to hurt these countries. Wanted to sow chaos and disorder because they are rivals of Israel. So it's probably hasn't been reported, but it's a fact that last night in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, authorities arrested.
I never thought I'd see a day that I actually agreed with Tucker Carlson on an issue where I can just nod at this and just be like, I never. It's a weird fucking time.
Agents
it's a weird
planning
fucking
on
time. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson. I didn't see that coming.
Committing bombings in those countries. Now, that's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Why would the Israelis
what is happening?
Be committing bombings in two Gulf countries,
I don't know.
which
I'm
are
just asking
also
questions.
being attacked by Iran? Aren't they on the same side? No. No. Israel wants to hurt
sounds
Iran
like he's getting tickled.
And Qatar and UAE and Saudi and Bahrain and Oman and Kuwait. And they've succeeded.
Now, Tucker's claim is that Israel wants the United States to have a bad relationship with these Gulf countries. Now, those Gulf countries, of course, currently have our...
Yeah, it would take time, but we were doing the right moves to get to that. Dude, China already has an EV truck that goes fucking, I think it's like 400 to 600 miles, which is more than double any Ford electric truck. And they're investing in renewables. They're getting away from, coal and oil and fossil fuels. And eventually they're even threatening that, like, yeah, we could actually leave APEC if we do enough of this. And that would, I don't know, put them into a position that they're just fine and fuck the rest of the planet that's still relying on fossil fuels for their fucking cars.
Bases located within them. And so the idea is that eventually...
Why do D&D religions dictate the life for the rest of us?
Israel is going to want the U.S. to leave.
Only it was the fucking cult of the Demigorgon.
The Middle East entirely.
Or the cult of Vecna for that one.
Considering the fact that they want to be the hegemon in the Middle East. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think there's good arguments to be made on both sides here. So let's dive into the new.
Yeah, we had a whole infrastructure bill that was setting it up. Guess who tanked that bill?
So first off,
But does it work in extreme cold? Yeah, it actually does.
An attack.
That's the thing. You can have these fucking charging stations with heaters. The thing is, you have to invest in the infrastructure. So, like in Canada, this was actually something cool that I saw. So they had like their charging ports under heaters. Oh, and it also kept the cars from getting snowed on.
I wouldn't.
Dual purpose.
I don't get that at all because UAE is totally.
And it's Canada, so a bunch of guys standing with a cup of coffee and T-shirts with their fucking cigarettes.
In the pocket of Israel. So, like, if they bothered to attack them,
meanwhile it's -15
on top. I mean, that is arrogance.
Oh, what you're looking at,
on steroids. But what? Like, so I just don't quite get it.
Let's go to the second video because he explains. It's 37 seconds because he explains why. Right.
Okay, and then but I do want to get to something that backs up what he's saying.
Yep.
But okay, let's watch.
Take a look.
The final thing you'd have to do is get the U.S. out of the Middle East. Why would you want the United States out? Well, because the United States...
Yeah, China has high-speed rail all over now. We can't even get to L.A. to San Francisco. Dude, I was just watching a fucking metro train the other day. And I'm just sitting waiting at the cross. I'm like, China has high-speed rail.
While not doing a very good job of constraining...
And then I start thinking of Bullet Train, the movie, and I'm just like, God, we're never going to get it.
Israel has been issuing requests in any case to Israel for a long time, and that's very annoying. Imagine if we were getting...
I love how every right-winger works for free for the oil industry. Yep.
Same kind of communiques from, I don't know, Ottawa.
Yeah.
And they were like...
Paid protesters. Meanwhile, no one's paying you and you're protesting for the oil industry. Good job.
You can't do this. You can't do that. We'd say buzz off at a certain point. Back off, Canada. We're doing what we want. We're a great power. So you have to get the United States out.
I don't know. Ted Cruz is in
So
our
that's the
fucking
claim
cabinet.
that he's
I don't
making.
know.
Thoughts?
Well, I mean, look, at least there's a little bit of rationale there because the greater Israel does include a lot of the Gulf. And now,
Turkey.
And so that's where I was going to get to is that, like, it looks like they're going for greater Israel now, right? And so almost all the Middle Eastern countries' defenses have been obliterated. Now, in this particular war, they came in, the US did, saying, oh, the nukes that don't exist at all, right? Or regime change, et cetera. But now we're on to roadside bombs, and we have to destroy their navy. We have to destroy every single ballistic missile, maybe every handgun. I mean, like, it's absurd. Why? Because Israel needs them neutered.
Don't forget, Noble Mobile saving you a ton of money. So a lot of people are signing up now, and
All right, primary time.
Door and said, hey, my name's Anita, and your rights are being disenfranchised, and I'm here to help you get them back. We've got a war.
We got Associated Press. Gotta be careful here with the Kornacki report.
The North Carolina State Supreme Court this year. Are you ready for our Woman of the Hour?
We're gonna turn this down because they definitely have some. Yep, music. This is Jasmine Crockett coming out. No, it's not. Oh, it's Anita Earls. Oh. Never mind. She's the woman of the hour? Oh. Wow. Oh, I got my face.
Voters are voting in the first major primaries of the 2026 midterms. Those elections taking place across North Carolina, Arkansas, and Texas.
We'll go back to the other coverage in a little
And
bit.
all
'cause,
eyes
this is
are on
gonna
the
be
Lone
going on
Star
for
State and its high-stakes Senate race, which has generated competitive primaries on both sides of the aisle,
Tinkerbell, what time is it in Texas?
which will be watched very closely for clues about the future of both
are you guys
parties.
center?
Incumbent Republican Senator John Cornyn is trying to fend
guys
off
Pacific?
two challenges from his right
tell.
against
You're like
State
dead
Attorney
center-
General
oh,
Ken
dead center of the
Paxton
country,
and
something.
Congressman Wesley Hunt.
Central Time?
President Trump has not
Oh my
endorsed
God, you're in Central Time, aren't you? Because Puerto Vallarta was in Central Time.
anyone in that race.
What's my solution with Iran? He should have never bombed him in the first place.
Meanwhile,
You left him be because that was what the plan was before. No, they didn't have intercontinental ballistic missiles. We've been hearing this since I was a fucking kid.
Democratic Congresswoman Jasmine
I'm 39 years old now, and literally one of the first things that I ever heard was we have to make sure that Iran doesn't get a nuke.
Crockett and State Representative James Tallarico are offering
what I
primary
thought.
voters two very different arguments about why they are the most electable Democrat as the party looks to flip Texas's Senate blues.
Yo, dude, I'm dead serious. Yeah, they're doing this. These news channels are doing music behind some of their stuff so they can copyright it later.
For the first time in generations.
Am I in Chicago? Yeah.
Joining me now is our NBC News team.
How'd you guess?
Down in Texas, Priscilla Thompson is in Dallas and Ryan Chandler is in Austin. Thanks to both of you for being here. Priscilla, let me start with you. You are in the Democratic stronghold of Dallas, where there's been some reports of confusion.
You're entering chill mode. Pep, chat, have a good one. Natch, I appreciate you as always, brother, and I'll catch you later.
At the polls? What
Oh, you're going to miss the 4-2-0.
do we know?
Cubs or Sox? Cubs.
Yeah, Kristen. So this stems from
Notice how quickly that was.
some new rules that are restricting where people are allowed to vote. And so many people are showing up at polling sites where they have voted at.
Became a Cubs fan when I was like 6 years old.
for years, only to be
Never went back.
redirected to a different site. And I just
Never
want
went
to give
back.
you
I
a
was never a
look here.
Sox
You
fan.
can see
My family is.
we're going to stay as far back as we're
My dad was
required to,
pissed.
but you see that line.
My grandma, she was like the only Cubs fan in my family until she passed. And then I became the only Cubs fan in my
There
family.
before people get into the door, and the county tells me that there are actually people with tablets that are checking people's addresses and redirecting them if they are not allowed to vote at this location. And as of this morning, earlier this morning, when I spoke with one of the judges who was in there on the Democratic side, he said around just under half of Democratic voters were being sent to different polling sites. And Representative Jasmine Crockett was here just
That makes sense.
short while ago, and was asked about that, and I want to play some of what she had to say about
I knew it.
what
I
she's
knew
seen
it.
going on today with regard to people being redirected
Cubs fans, okay, we all have problems. Listen, my team won the World Series and the world fucking ended.
polling sites.
So
You know, it's the confusion.
I'm
it's the
sorry.
games. It is so sad that the Republicans don't know how to win fair and square. The only thing they know how to do is cheat. It is not lost.
you're bored of Cubs fan? Hey, look at that. Something we agree on.
Donald Trump decided to go after congressional districts. He started in the state of Texas. It's not lost on me that when the Republicans decided that there was one particular county that they specifically wanted to target out of the large counties, it just happened to be my home county. I am here to tell the Republicans they can try all the dirty tricks that they want to try. We are going to win. We are going to beat them. We're going to beat them as it relates
There's
to
a part
this
of me that's not
primary.
joking.
We are going to beat them with
I really
their dirty
do feel like the
tricks
world just
in
ended
November.
the day after I woke up winning the
And
World
I
Series.
will
I
tell
was
you,
like,
I've spoken to several voters who did walk
What
up
just
intending
happened?
to vote and were told that they would be redirected. All of them telling me that they were going to go to those other polling sites. But Representative Crockett did say that she does intend to file a request to extend the voting hours as a result of this.
That's insane,
Wow.
dude.
And very quickly, what are voters telling you is their top issue
Jesus Christ. Like, notice how it's only Democrats that they're turning away.
as they head to the
Like, it's so fucking obvious now. So now it's just the poll watchers and the workers. Now you're gonna have to sue them.
Yeah, you know, for some people, it is the economy, it is the wallet, the pocketbook. For other people, especially Democrats here,
That's made
I just
problems
spoke
as
to one
Sox
woman who
fans.
said that she wants someone who is going to fight
Dude,
and
they don't
just
even
sort
know
of
if they're
help to
Abba team.
balance out what she sees going on in Washington right now. But interestingly
Then
enough,
again,
she's
Bears fan.
voting for James Tallarico. And I asked her, you know, Crockett has sort of portrayed herself as more of the fighter in this race. And she said, yes, she loves both of them, but she feels like Tallarico is ultimately going to be able to flip this seat from red to blue.
All right. Well, it is a heated race for sure. Let's head over to Ryan Chandler. Ryan, you're in Austin, so we're watching the hotly contested.
I don't know, guys. If Candace Owens is a time traveler, you know what? No one's ever asked me if I am.
Republican primary, of course. What's so
Wouldn't be lying. I don't know. Would I be lying?
fascinating about this, Senator John Cornyn, in the fight of his political life, he's facing a challenge
cool to
from
be a
Ken
Bears fan again?
Paxton, the
I'm sure.
Attorney General, as well as Congressman Wesley Hunt. Ken Paxton,
Good season,
of course,
but
has
ugh.
a lot of political baggage, but polls show he's actually running pretty strong in this race. What are voters telling you?
He is. You know, the choice that Republican voters see in this primary is between this institution, a longtime senator in John Cornyn, who is seen by some as a conservative with the legislative chops to compromise and others as insufficiently MAGA. And then you have in Ken Paxton, a partisan firebrand who is vicious.
Appreciate it. And here to tell us what he's watching for tonight is NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki at the big board. Where else would he be on an election night? Steve, break this down. Texas is the center of all of these heated races.
It is, Kristen, and it's not the only state, though, voting tonight. Quick tour of some of the things we're looking at. You're talking about the Senate race in Texas. Could an incumbent senator lose there? How about in North Carolina, one of the other states voting today? Valerie Foushee, incumbent Democratic member of the House. She is in
Never been to Gary,
danger
Indiana.
of losing a
Unfortunately.
primary, being challenged from the left by Nita Alam. She's supported by Senator Bernie Sanders. We've seen these sort of left-wing insurgencies in Democratic primaries having some success lately. Will a Democratic incumbent, a member of the House, lose her seat in a primary in North Carolina?
Hope so.
I think that's one of the themes.
I hope so.
Tonight, incumbents.
But then again,
will they go down in primaries? That's one to watch in North Carolina. But then let's head over to Texas. Let's talk about that Republican race you were just looking at there. John Cornyn, no incumbent senator has been denied renomination by his or her party in 14 years. Richard Lugar.
I have to say, if Ken Paxton wins this, then that's even worse.
2012 in Indiana was the last one.
Ken Paxton's a horrible human being. Like, you guys forget that guy was under investigation by his own party.
Cornyn could be the next one now. The suspense tonight, first of all, will there be a runoff? If no one gets 50% plus one, the top two go on. The conventional wisdom right now is saying that would be Cornyn and Paxton. We'll see if that holds true. The way Paxton's been talking in these closing days, maybe it's just bluster. He's talking about hitting 50% tonight. If they do go to the runoff, it's a question of what position the two of them are in. If Cornyn makes it to the
I hope Cornyn does
runoff,
it.
is he lagging behind?
Not that Cornyn's great, but it's just like, God damn it. Ken Paxton would be way worse.
Paxton tonight, is it a weak showing?
You guys have fun. I'll sit here. I'll sit this part out. Peace out.
For a 20-plus year
the thing is, I'm only covering
this
this up until they actually get some results.
Strong showing for Cornyn tonight, heading into a runoff.
18 House plans.
Something
Holy
that
shit.
could potentially help him get President Trump to come off the sidelines and endorse him. Many people think if Cornyn is ultimately going to survive, he's going to need the Trump endorsement. Right now, he does not have that. Democrats watching this race, too, they think Paxton is the one they would have a shot at.
Although, you know what? Paxton actually, if Paxton wins, Crockett will win. Crockett or Tallarico will win. Because, his past is going to fuck him.
In November, potentially, who will the Democrats put up in that race?
Yeah.
Jasmine Crockett, James Tallarico here. A couple things to look at. I think, first of all, the polling's been all over the place, but one thing the polling...
Any chance you know anything about Nevada
all
leadership?
agrees on
Nope.
is that Crockett is winning the black vote, and she is winning it overwhelmingly. That's probably going to be
Gordon's lesser
about
of two
20%.
evils. But the thing is, he's been the incumbent for a long time. If you knock out the incumbent, he loses that benefit of being, again, the incumbency is, there's a reason in politics that you don't want to lose that. Because it is easier to placate to people where you're just like, oh, they kind of knew his name already. Oh, you know what? It's not so bad in my state. They always kind of try to do that shit.
About 1 out of every 5 votes cast in this primary.
We'll see.
What does that mean?
But I think that Ken Paxton, I'm walking this one back. I want Paxton to win because I think that Crockett or Tallarico could fucking dog walk that race.
For Crockett, well, her political base is right around Dallas. You just had that report there from Dallas. So look for Crockett. Certainly she's trying to run up the score in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Probably close to 30% of all the votes in the primary are going to come out of here. Another area of strength, just based on having that strong black support for Jasmine Crockett, would be in East Texas, going down, the city of Beaumont here, Texarkana, small towns here with large black populations.
I know one friend in Houston that's probably pissed about that.
This is going to be the core strength for Crockett. As for Tallarico, his political base
if
is
either
right
of them
around
win, I might even read his post because he's going to be mad.
A ton of votes. It's overwhelmingly
I'll
Democratic.
have to ask him. It's like, hey, man, I won't say your name, but you mind if I read your post? Because
look for him to run up the numbers around Austin. And I think the big
They're good for
question,
the
the suspense in this primary has to do with, it's about a third of the electorate in a Democratic primary.
I got a few aloe plants and
how is the Hispanic vote going to break here? We're going to certainly be looking at the city of El Paso. That's a big one. We will look in South Texas along the border here. Who is winning these places? That might end up being definitive in this primary, Kristen.
Steve, we're going to be watching
90% of what I'm given now is
that so closely. It helped Donald Trump
I
win the
love-
White House for a second term. So we are going to be watching the Hispanic vote very carefully, as well as, of course, the African-American vote in all of the different counties you just talked about. Steve Kornacki will be with you all night. Thank you so much. It's great to have you.
Thank you so much. It's great to have you.
Beginning to realize what, because they give you money, literally nothing changes. Their next target is Turkey, which is, I can't get past how mental that is.
We'll just go to this.
And now some breaking
You got
news
the
on
idea of
Wall
that.
Street this morning. Stocks are plunging. The Dow Jones, NASDAQ, the S&P 500 all passing or nearing slides of more than 2%.
That's no bueno.
You can see right there. The Dow is now
Line go up, not down.
down 2.3% as oil prices and bond yields spike. The Dow heading for its worst day since April of last year.
Back
Let's
to
bring
47.
in CNBC senior
Oh,
markets
no.
correspondent Dominic Chu. Dom, walk us through where things stand right now and why we're seeing all of this.
Sure, honest.
I like that meme going around. Somebody call Pam Bondi.
Today's sell-off is worse than it was yesterday. We are currently seeing every single
Let's enjoy it
sector
for
in
the
the
day we
S&P
can, okay?
500 negative on the day, which implies that there's a lot more wholesale risk aversion in today's market than there was yesterday, where even when markets were showing some of these losses at the opening bell, you could still find areas that had maybe perhaps fundamental cases for
Cornyn can beat Crockett, but he can't. No, I don't think he can beat Tallarico.
positivity, and I do mean relative positivity. For
Crockett,
example,
maybe.
Wall Street really got going in the wakes of the strikes on Iran over the weekend. We saw gains in the types of companies that could be seen as benefiting relatively from things like higher oil prices and gas prices or military conflict. No surprise that oil exploration companies...
Lori Burnip, also, thank you for joining the show. Sucks that Crockett and Tallarico have to be in the same place. It would be good to have them both win. Yeah.
saw gains yesterday because they could benefit from rising prices. Defense contractors were also relative winners in yesterday's session. But fast forward to today.
Now we need to look into every Democrat and Republican who got war bonds.
All of those companies
and invested in these companies.
Stocks are down this morning. So again, wholesale risk aversion. Now, even so-called safe haven assets that investors go towards in times of uncertainty are seeing their falling prices today. Gold and silver, for instance. People typically go to those precious metals as a hedge against risk and inflation down the line. Both gold and silver are seeing selling pressure today. Meanwhile,
he has a way with words and can speak to right-wingers, which is good.
Natural gas prices again soar. Some estimates show that, again...
The thing is, you can't have, like, the most progressive candidate in one of the reddest states.
A lot of...
and then expect them to win the senator seat. Like, we can barely expect that to happen in fucking New York anymore. So, I don't know, man.
Gas issue coming from Qatar is going to flow through. And Anna, I'll leave you with this. Just since yesterday, United Kingdom natural gas prices are up 84% in basically 2 days' time. That shows you just how much the impact is on oil and gas across the world. Anna.
Yeah, it's such a dynamic situation with the Strait of Hormuz, a key place in that region where oil passes. Dom, we know you're going to stay on top of all of it. Thank you so much.
Even the right-wingers on Twitter are on a path to figure out who's supporting this war. Nice. Yeah, it's almost like, again, the media is not going to tell you that because they don't want anybody to figure out that both sides kind of agree war bad, and we don't want this.
All right, everyone, we are fortunate to be joined by friend of the show, Dr. Trita Parsi of the Quincy Institute for Responsible...
Yeah, shut I don't care about this. Oh, God. You know what? Fuck it. Since we're doing coverage of the election here, give me 1 second, and then we're gonna do the. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just do this Piers Morgan thing, and then we'll go to the election. Because let's see, it doesn't look like anybody's getting any answers, right? Hold on, I gotta check Kornacki Cam. Kornacki Cam. Where's this Kornacki Cam? Oh, there it is. Dan Crenshaw actually might be losing. Holy shit, Steve Toth might be knocking Dan Crenshaw out of his fucking position. Holy fuck. Didn't see that coming. We'll see. 59% of the votes in. I will keep you guys posted as we keep going here, though. But yeah, let's watch this.
Sadly, there will likely be more.
This is technically going to be part of the fun half. I know I'm starting it a little early, but because of the coverage... Actually, hold on. You know what? Fuck it. I'll start this in a second. I know I'm confusing. I don't care.
Nobody really knew what to make of this race. Crenshaw, remember, the only House incumbent on the Republican side in Texas who didn't have Trump's endorsement. They're coming back.
Didn't have Trump's endorsement. How do you think he feels about that? After going to bat for him so many times on Joe Rogan and just doing all this bullshit.
Which is this race with Senator Cornyn, Ken Paxton, and Wesley Hunt. And you
My kid keeps asking me about what's going on. He's only 11. I'm literally at a loss for words. Be honest with him.
Former speaker there, Steve, talk about the way that the vote...
11 is a good age to start learning about geopolitics in a very honest way.
...has quite frankly been split up, how it is all but guaranteed to go to a runoff.
Yeah, I mean, again, the divide here now is very, clear here in terms of, Hunt so far back here, but enough that, look, in the count right now with a third of the vote, Cornyn well short of 50, Paxton well short of 50. So they're each doing well enough, I think is the story that I'm seeing right now. Cornyn and Paxton are each doing well enough that they're not letting the other one run away with this thing. And Hunt is getting enough votes to make sure that neither one of them gets close to 50%, gets close to that runoff territory. So again, I'm just sort of I think we introduced this with you a little bit earlier.
Okay, so the Trump endorsement, wait a minute. This is literally like live. The Trump endorsement is actually bad. Holy shit, guys. We're seeing the effects. Dude, Trump's endorsement is not going to help any of these candidates. Well, except for wait. I got to walk that back because, the Dan Crenshaw one, maybe that's not the story, though. No, because then he's the incumbent, he's winning.
Expected that Cornyn.
All right. There's no pretty presence of a story here.
It was going to do best, I show you here. It was going to do best in a place like.
In some areas, it looks like Trump endorsement bad. In other areas, Trump endorsement good. There we go.
In Dallas County,
give me my cookie.
Tarrant County, Fort Worth next door, north of Dallas. You see, and we're starting to get same day vote here too, right, Adam? Okay, that's the big question we've been looking for is, are we getting some same-day vote? But this is Cornyn doing very well here. I think it's going to take a while on the Republican side. When you get Travis County, it doesn't have the same kind of wallop in terms of vote share that does on the Democratic side. I think Cornyn's going to do pretty well there as well. Interestingly, Harris County, this is 10% of all the vote on the Republican side. Basically a tie there in the early vote. But there are still some areas on this map here that I think Paxton could get could really squeeze some juice out of. This is the one I think I talked to you guys about this at the start of the broadcast, but Montgomery County, there is no county in America that produced a bigger vote plurality in 2024 for President Trump than Montgomery County. The growth here has been explosive. The population's grown like 400,000
Crenshaw? No.
people this century.
That's why I walked that back. I was like, wait a minute.
People, it's some of the most deeply Republican, deeply conservative turf you're going to find on the map anywhere. And I'm very curious to see what the number is.
And then I was going to say people are like sick of incumbents.
Are probably expecting some big things there.
Wrong.
In the next couple of seconds before we hit the top of the hour, Steve, I know you've also been looking at the Crenshaw-Toth race too. What's interesting about that right now?
Something very interesting, and that's in the exact same area I was just talking to you about. I got to zoom in, geographically small, but okay.
Okay.
Sorry, there's a lot going on here, but this is the district. This is the district. Okay, there's two counties in this district. This is the county I was just telling you about. This is Montgomery County. This is part of Montgomery County, okay? Montgomery County is represented in the state legislature by Steve Toth. That's his political base. We don't have any vote from Montgomery County. Where we have vote from is from the other half of the district, and that is the Harris County portion. This is the suburban northern part of Harris County here. Okay, it's that
consumer-rich media with your child and talk to them about it intelligently. I literally learned about the Desert Storm conflict, and I was like 7.
In the early vote there. So he's leading Crenshaw by 9 points.
If you're shielding your kid from this kind of stuff, that's actually not going to help.
Okay, so
yes, they're going to have limited understandings. No one's going to be
the early vote. Does the same-day vote look different? I think you're Crenshaw. You really want this to look different now. You
should at least give them the knowledge.
Or you want to be doing exceptionally well on Toth's, in Toth's base there. But Toth right now, that's an interesting number coming out of the Harris County portion.
Companies were up today.
You've dropped some interesting little breadcrumbs here, Steve Kornacki, that we're going to be sort of chasing around and following up on over the course of the night.
Steve, thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Sure. Okay. Okay, folks. So that was our News Now hit. We're going back. Let me pull the Democratic primary back up here for the Senate. Okay, not much has changed. And I
51
also
to
looking
46,
at that
28 with 30
district.
6%
I wanted to see if
of
we
the
got
vote
anything in there.
Yeah. James Tallarico over Jasmine Crockett right now.
Did we get? We have Uvalde. Okay, we
have Uvalde.
We have Uvalde on the Democratic side. Okay, we have the early vote in Uvalde. This is very small. It's not why I clicked on it. I clicked on it because that must mean that we have Uvalde in the Republican race.
Really? Tony Gonzalez is still winning after that fucking...
These parties can do their own...
scandal?
They could be, as we're seeing in Dallas County, the procedures aren't automatically the same and the vote counts aren't automatically the same in these. So I saw Uvalde in the
in the Democratic race, and I thought we had it, and that would be a very significant thing in this Tony Gonzalez primary, but we don't. So let's go back here, reset statewide in this Cornyn race. Take a look out here. West Texas, again, this is where Texas Tech University is. Lubbock, Texas. This is a population center in West Texas. It's not too much, but this, in a Republican primary, when you add up the Panhandle, when you add up West Texas, sort of a broad definition of West Texas here, even Central Texas getting outside of the cities of Central Texas, that's going to be close to 20% of the vote. On the Democratic side, it's very, very small, but these very small counties add up on the Republican side right here. And again, the population centers, such as they are out in the western part of the state, in the Panhandle, where Amarillo is, Cornyn leading the early vote there, shares a little bit of Amarillo, bleeds into Randall County. Cornyn, the early vote there as well. Lubbock, again, these are population centers. You get that Midland, Odessa down here, waiting to get those two in. Hayes County, again, this right outside of Austin here.
He has a learning disability. Okay, I didn't know.
We said this area we expected would be good for Cornyn. So
Single
you're
parent.
seeing that.
Like
McLennan County, where Waco is, these population
He's
centers.
He's alive. He probably loves you just as much.
Hubs of these small metro areas. Cornyn.
One of the things that parents need to hear is that you don't always need to be perfect.
Cornyn leading the early vote in. But again, taking a look.
You need to let your kids know that you love them.
Here statewide, that's what it looks like on the Republican side. I want to get back to that Democratic race, though. Let me call that up.
Again.
And 36%.
I'm not a parent.
Adam, did we just get?
I just know what I valued from my mom. And
a new significant county here. I'm seeing the number change.
I said that a little quiet.
Lubbock was still our big one.
Trust me, my dad's pretty cool. He's actually a pretty good.
We just got
my dad's
Bell
a funny guy
in the Republican race.
He's a good dad. He just
check in on Bell.
Yeah, what
he had his own way of parenting, man.
So Bell County, we just got 16,000 votes.
Somebody said it best. I got abused with humor.
Plurality.
Okay. But we don't have that in the Democratic race. That's a key one in the Democratic race. I wonder if that means it's about to. Would it be about to come in the Democratic race? We have it. Okay, yeah. Oh, this is interesting. I'm glad you flagged that. Okay, so Bell County. Okay, now you're. This is where Killeen, Texas is. There is a significant black population here. Interestingly, this is one of the counties. I have about 5 circled on this map. I was talking about in 2020, in that Democratic primary in 2020, that in some ways could be a model, for this one. There were 5 counties with significant black population in them.
65%.
That West, the black candidate race, did not win. This is one of them. Bell County. It's a sizable county. It's a decent mid-sized county here. Crockett doing very differently here in the early vote. She's up 2-1 here. We told you, again, demographically, the results in 2020 tracked very close to the black population of the counties. This county was an outlier in 2020. This is an improvement on that model for Crockett. So I think that's an interesting result there in the early vote coming out of Bell County. Again, they're midway there between Waco and Austin. So again, zoom out here.
Melly, I feel that.
I think that one had already been there. I had missed it, but that was I think that was key.
If you do want to check in with North Carolina 4, we are getting some election day vote.
Oh, good.
Orange County just came in.
Solidarity.
And we have a little bit of election day vote.
Lost my dog last year in October, same day that we found out that my wife got her cancer diagnosis.
And we got Chatham.
And
shouldn't this? Okay, folks, we're back in North Carolina 4 because we have
my mom died in March.
A lot of same days coming in now. So remember with Orange County,
the 1 year coming up on the
we had just gotten the early vote in the mail. Now the same day is coming in, and Fushi's lead is 11 points. How is that same day looking?
It's breaking about
25. I will always go back to the year 2025 and just be like, ugh.
Even 48-48 right now with about 9,000 election day votes.
Okay, so the same day vote is more friendly to Elam than the early vote. That's significant because Fushi led the early vote, but it was relatively close, especially in Durham. So now you're seeing in orange, remember, this is Fushi's base, and Elam is now running even with the same day vote. We've had a fair amount of same day vote come in. She's running even with it. It has tightened the gap here. I can tell you as well, I think this is what would be very good news for the Elam campaign. In Orange County, in 2022, when these two faced off against each other, Fushi won it. She won it
your kid isn't
49
11, your kid's
to
7
35.
years away from being an adult.
So it was a 14-point margin for Fushi in the Orange County portion of this district back in 2022 when she won district-wide. Tonight, it's sitting at 11, and that number, based on what we're seeing so far with the same-day vote, could get smaller, could come into single digits if it continues on the trajectory that we have. Now, again, Fushi won the district overall by 9 points in 2022, so she can afford some slippage from how she did in 2022. But this is so far slippage in her base. Take a look next door in Durham County. This looks like we still just have the early vote in Durham County. Is that right?
Worcestershire. In Durham, yeah, I think we have a little bit of yeah, we have about 2,000 election day votes in Durham.
And what are they? How are they looking?
Alam 52, Fushi 46.
Okay, folks, I think you heard that. So the early vote in Durham,
46.
Narrowly for Fushi. The same day vote, just a small amount of it's come in. Remember, this is where Alam is a county commissioner. She's up 6 in the votes that have been counted so far, early vote. So again, to put this in perspective, going back to that 2022 race, in 2022, Alam won Durham County in that race 46-40. She trails it by 1.5 points right now, but she's leading the same day that's been counted so far by about 6 points. But that's a benchmark for her. She wants to, again, she lost overall in 2022. So she wants to win this, I think, by at least 6 points here tonight. Take a look.
If you're on when I get back from running errands, I'll jump back on. Otherwise, good night, fam. Good night, Mitchell. Yeah, hope to see you.
In terms of the vote totals, this is going to be the smallest to report out tonight. Now this, okay, if you're Fushi, this is the best news you've seen. You've got 2/3 of the vote that we expect to come out of Chatham County. It is early vote. Do we have same day coming in here?
Yeah, I think we have
that Dan Crenshaw result.
That's the million-dollar question. Is she also winning the same day?
In Chatham,
everyone's having a good night. Found my dog tonight.
And that was the newest.
After he was missing for 4 days, I assumed the worst. So happy I was wrong.
And they just came in.
He's tired and just snuggled up in bed. Oh my fucking god! My heart skipped a beat, and then I am like, I have like a little tear of happiness for you. Oh my god! Man,
Fushi 40,
I think the universe
49. Alam 46.
I'm so glad that your pup is home.
Okay.
Oh, what? How'd you find him?
So, okay, if you heard that, it's like a wash right now with the same day.
Also, some of the heaviest propagandas in our high schools. So your kid is only 3 years away from high school. Yep.
If that's the case,
trust me. If we're still in this war, you can expect Army recruitment at fucking freshman year
is going to come down.
Try and get him to do
because
ROTC.
Again, there's a lot of votes. 1/3 of the vote is still to be counted here. If 1/3 of the vote goes anything like the vote that Adam just said, which is basically a tie, close to a tie, then obviously what is now a 31-point lead is going to come down. But if it's even in the same day, this will still end up being a Fushi
that's such incredible news.
Victory in Chatham County. And again, we said Chatham County.
Yeah, for anyone that's just joining us, we have a chatter that was missing their dog for 4 days, and their dog has been found safe.
Added
and is now
here
home.
through that redistricting this
that's
year.
What I needed.
Previously,
someone found him walking along the road 6 miles away. Had my phone number on his collar.
She had represented parts
6
of
miles
Chatham County in the state legislature, so we wondered if there was a bit of an advantage here for her. So what we're seeing here is Fushi maybe showing some slippage in Orange County, traditionally her base. How much slippage? That same day vote looming very large there right now. Being able potentially to compensate for a little bit in Chatham County. We have nothing from Wake to go on right now.
You know what the nice part is?
And then Durham County.
If I left the gate open or my door was open, Stan would go.
She won it by. She won this portion of the district by 6
you would just
points
stand at the door
in 2022. So she wants to get it up there again and go farther.
Door's open.
Leading the same day vote by 6 points so far. But I think between these 3 counties, clearly to some degree, it looks like Alam is doing better, maybe significantly better with the same day vote than she did with the early vote. And while the early vote is going to make up most of the vote here in this district.
I'm going to keep this on in the background though, just for funsies. So here, let's do this, boom, and let's start this Piers Morgan thing.
Sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is.
I think this destroys Donald Trump's presidency. I mean, if he goes over there and just kills a bunch of Iranians, a bunch of Israelis are dead, a bunch of U.S. soldiers are dead, but the regime still stands. I mean, I think that's death for the rest of his presidency.
This is not going to be sending troops into Iran.
Except that President Trump has told the New York Post literally 2 hours ago he's not ruling out sending U.S. ground troops.
If this turns into a full-on regime change forever war, that's something that's going to prove to be very unpopular in this midterm year.
Our service members deserve better than a commander-in-chief who does not have a plan. They deserve better than a 5-time draft dodger.
This is a total betrayal of his own voters.
President Trump has made it explicitly clear that America first means whatever he wants it to mean, but that hasn't stopped many other people attempting to redefine it on his behalf. Ben Shapiro says that attacking Iran is America first because it serves the U.S. national interest.
He's a 25-pound schnoodle.
Graham and Mark Levine, among others, say that starting a war can, in a roundabout way, be an act of peace if it prevents war and suffering in the future. What none of the advocates for attacking Iran can argue,
I just realized that my cat could probably take him out.
is that Trump campaigned on war with Iran. He didn't. In fact, it was, of course, explicitly the opposite.
In addition, there must also be a complete commitment to dismantling the entire globalist neocon establishment that is perpetually dragging us into endless wars, pretending to fight for freedom and democracy abroad. We should have never gone into the Middle East. We should have never gone into the Middle East. Under my leadership, we will turn the page forever on those foolish, stupid days of never-ending wars. I am the president who delivers peace. I was the first president in decades who didn't start a war. I think we would have been good with Iran. I don't want to do anything bad to Iran.
At least, you know what? This is a lot better than a lot of people are doing in the media. This is at least being honest.
I'll keep you out of World War III.
Because for some reason, MAGA has forgotten all about this. I wonder why.
What would happen if we had a war?
Is it their memories or is it selective memory?
With me.
Well, both President Trump and Vice President Vance billed themselves as the pro-peace ticket, a message which massively expanded his election-winning coalition. Tulsi Gabbard said only Trump could prevent war with Iran as she switched sides to join him. And J.D. Vance articulated very clearly that a war with Iran would be expensive and against his country's interests.
Israel has the right to defend itself, but America's interest is sometimes going to be distinct. Like sometimes we're going to have overlapping interests, and sometimes we're going to have distinct interests. And our interest, I think, very much is in not going to war with Iran, right? It would be a huge distraction of resources. It would be massively expensive to our country.
Man, we live in this age of recorded media, and they just fucking all the time just go, nah.
The obvious question.
Nah, that's fake news, you know?
Is
AI.
What's changed? Is Iran more of a threat now than it was 18 months ago? If it is,
salary goes up
nobody's
64 to 31.
Why. Trump has worn many hats over the past few weeks in attempting to justify the war that is now underway.
Looks
it's
like
the protesters, it's the nukes, it's the long-range ballistic missiles, it's the inherent inconvenience of an evil regime which has for decades been a thorn in America's side. But none of this will satisfy those in Trump's base who voted specifically for the pro-peace ticket, and is unlikely to satisfy the masses of moderates and swing voters who care above all about cheaper groceries and higher wages. Clearly, America first means different things to different people, but it stands to reason that above all, it surely meant fixing your own country before meddling with everybody else's. Well, joining me to discuss all of this is Ben Ferguson, co-host of The Verdict with Ted Cruz, Tim Miller, commentator at The Bulwark, Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem, Jack Posobiec, host of Human Events, and Joe Carducci, aka Jojo from Jers. Well, welcome to all of you. Ben Ferguson, what's happened here? What's happened to the peace-loving Trump who wasn't going to go into the Middle East? I saw Axios reporting that no president in history has now launched attacks on more countries than Donald Trump. Where does that sit with America first? Stay out of the Middle East, stay out of foreign wars.
Yeah, I think there's a very specific aspect of what Donald Trump's doing that the American people are okay with, and it's different than forever wars. He did not going to go in and do what we did in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I think what the president also understood in pivoting is once he was back in the White House and saw the intelligence and realize what Iran is doing and what they're clearly trying to do, and what they're trying to do not only with Israel, but also with the United States of America, you just cannot allow them to get even anywhere close to
Ken Paxton went up
having a nuclear weapon.
55%.
They are a threat to Americans. They've killed more
Ken Paxton
American
might win.
troops in my lifetime than any other
Looks like James Talarico's going to end up in the Senate if that's the case.
country. Their proxies in Hezbollah and Hamas are a great example of that. They are a sponsor of terror, which again is the worst that I've seen in my lifetime as well. Anyone that's a bad actor in that part of the world, they will fund. They love funding terrorists. And once you saw what they did to Israel and the attack there, and advocating and supporting and advancing and giving aid and arms and money and training to what happened in Israel, I think the president had to look at it differently. Now, to be clear, this president
Wait, what? Then why was this not on the agenda from day one? If it was about October 7th, shut up.
I've spoken
fucking big-eared idiot.
with the White House a lot lately. I've sat with the Speaker of the House the day before the State of the Union. I sat yesterday with Senator Ted Cruz.
Got to be something to be in your mid-40s and still look like you're 7.
Marco Rubio. They all are saying the same exact thing. This is not going to be sending troops into Iran. So I think that is the biggest difference here. The president understands the threat. He also understands endless wars are never a good thing, and he doesn't want to do that at all, and he won't.
Right, except that President Trump has told the New York Post literally 2 hours ago he's not ruling out sending U.S. ground troops into Iran if they were necessary. He said,
I like this one. Piers is actually like, this is weird. The winning side of the issue is Piers, Dave, I forgot her name, and then Tim.
The yips, with respect.
And then these two dipshits in the middle are just like...
to boots on the ground. Every president says there'll be no boots on the ground. I don't say it. I say probably.
We have 20 seconds.
But if they're necessary,
it looks like he's winning.
You look at Venezuela.
Cornyn went back
but
up.
Look at Venezuela, and that's what he's talking about. If there's a situation where we have to go in and take someone out in the way that we did in Venezuela, by the way, we're not invading Venezuela. We're not staying in Venezuela.
Never mind.
You have to look at the
Okay,
context
so yeah, it's
of what the president is
42
saying.
Cornyn,
I don't
40,
think that's ambiguity in
0.2
any capacity
Jackson.
by this president. What he's
See what
made
happens.
clear is we're not going to go in and invade and take over a country. That is not what he wants to do. Same thing in Venezuela. I would say Venezuela is a success. Were there technically boots on the ground there for X number of hours? Yes, there were. Are we staying there indefinitely? No. Have we invaded the country and taken over? No, we have not. And that's why the president said, not once, but twice in his 2 speeches, I am preparing a place for you to be able to take over your own country. This may be the best chance you get to do it to the people of Iran. So you better go out there and take back your country as we are doing this for you. And we've seen the people in Iran.
Chat's kind of calling Melly. Your dog's name's Charlie.
They have celebrated
Hey,
that
good name.
overwhelmingly.
Good name.
Okay, Tim Miller, it seems like there's a lot of hoops being jumped here to try and explain what is, to me, I've known Donald Trump a long time. There's been a clear change in his attitude towards meddling in foreign countries and foreign wars, and in particular in the Middle East. And he might have perfectly good reasons for doing it, but it's certainly a very different rhetoric now that he's using to what he was using when he was campaigning to be re-elected. This problem, it seems to me, with the attack on Iran is a massive country. It has a very ruthless, very large regime, which basically extends to all aspects of Iranian society. There are at least 1.5 million Revolutionary Guard, regular army, paramilitaries, possibly as many as 2 million.
I mean, I'm not sure if you figured out what I was insinuating. That's my name. Yeah, you called him Char though. Yeah, like, see, that's the thing. I'm a Gundam fan, so I always wanted to be called Char, but they would never pronounce it with the sh. It'd always be Char. I'm just like, and then somebody's like, it's like Charmander. It's like, ugh.
None of whom at the moment appear ready to throw in the towel as Donald Trump has asked them to. So if
not exposing
people
anything,
do rise up in the way that Donald Trump would
so.
like, his utopia is that all these airstrikes bully the regime in such a way that the people sense their moment and they rise up and they overthrow them. But
all I'll say is that Charlie Kirk kind of ruined it.
Moment.
Now everybody's just like, I love that name. It's like,
they would be facing, a lot of them, immediate death, as we saw when the recent protests were repressed. And that seems to me to be the fundamental flaw here in what Donald Trump wants to happen and the reality on the ground.
A lot of that sounds right to me, Piers. Look, this is obviously a betrayal of his campaign promises. I mean, that MAGA supporters can spin it however they want, but J.D. Vance in that clip you played was just very blunt about this, and there's nothing that has changed on the ground, making Iran a bigger threat since fall of 2024. In fact, Iran's been degraded a lot since fall of 2024, and so this is a total betrayal of his own voters. But to the actual plan here, I think what Ben just laid out is totally incoherent. Right? Like if the idea here is that this is a moment where the Iranian people have an opportunity to grab their own freedom and we're going to help them. Okay, well, that requires troops on the ground. I mean, like that would be a coherent objective. At least we want to free the Iranian people from the Ayatollah. We're not saying that we're going to do that. Pete Hegseth was out saying that this is not a regime change operation, and we are not doing democracy promotion. That Pete Hegseth said that. So we can't both be on the side of the Iranian people and also not be interested in a regime change war and democracy promotion. Like you have to do one or the other. The Iranian people cannot overthrow. Just really quick,
let me jump in. Health matters above anything else. There's no doubt about that. And sometimes being told. Tim, I would simply say to you, Syria. I mean, in Syria, very recently, we saw the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad very, very quickly, and it was actually driven by the people. Now, there are legitimate concerns about the leader of the rebel group, but so far, you would say tentatively, it's been an improvement on what the Syrian people were.
58% is in, 62.2 for Tallarico, 36.3 for Jasmine Crockett.
Under Assad,
Or
but,
James.
it's going to be a long game to watch.
Sure,
there.
Piers.
But certainly, my point being, the United States objective was achieved there without boots on the ground, wasn't it?
Well, that was Turkey's objective.
Yes.
In the United States, that was not our objective. We weren't like Turkey armed a rebel group in Syria. Is that what we're going to do? Okay, again, that would be a coherent plan. Like we have picked a group. Pompeo said over the weekend, we like the MEK or the Kurds or whoever. We're going to arm them and provide them weapons and intelligence. That's what Turkey did. And I think they ended up having kind of catastrophic success in Syria. I don't even think that Turkey planned on that group so easily toppling the Assad regime. But again, maybe that could happen in Iran. The point that I'm trying to make, Piers, is that there is no coherent objective being offered by this administration. Like you have Ben Ferguson on right now saying that what they want is freedom for the Iranian people. That's not what Pete Hegseth was saying this morning.
No,
right? That's not. Donald Trump, just really quick, one more thing. Just one more thing. Donald Trump, think of the incoherence. Just let me do one more thing, then you can talk, Ben. One more thing. Donald Trump said that he, like you, pointed to Venezuela and talked about how successful that is. This is very different from Venezuela in a couple of reasons. Number one, 4 people have already died. That didn't happen in Venezuela. Number two, we had a clear successor. Donald Trump told the New York Times that we had 2 or 3 successors in mind. All of them are dead. They've all been killed. He said to The Atlantic or to John Carl, I think, at ABC last night, that we don't know who the successor is now. So this is very much not a Venezuela situation. It is not a regime change.
I refer to Venezuela about troops on the ground in response to that. And I think you're intellectually honest enough to understand that. I don't think I have to explain it to you like a third grader. I think you're now just trying to act like Venezuela and Iran are the same thing. They're very different places. That is obvious.
You were the one that said
they're the same thing. The point I made about Venezuela was very simple. We had troops
you were the one making that false
and
comparison.
take out the leader, and then we left. That's the same thing that we're talking about now.
Right. Well, 4 troops have died in this case, so it's already very different than that. It's already very different than that. 4 troops have died.
Again,
so it's already very different, and we don't even have a successor in
dying
mind.
for a political point you're trying to score. I know you don't like the president. I know you don't like this plan. But let me also say this about Iran.
What's the plan?
There are two objectives here. I'm going to tell you the 2 objectives since you put words in my mouth. Number one, it's to make sure you take out a regime that is sponsoring terrorism all over the world and has made it very clear that they want to do what they did in Israel, also in America.
I wonder how the ShamWow guys doing.
So it's a national security standpoint there. It's also a national security
They just pulled him up on the screen as you said that.
As well. That's very clear. They're worried about that area as well. And the third is, yes, when you get rid of someone like this, of course, you want the people to be able to be free in their
65% of the vote in, 53.6% for Jasmine Crockett, 45.5% for James Tallarico. Holy shit, dude. This is
and not be able to be killed in the streets like we've witnessed, where tens of thousands of them have been exterminated in the last month while they try to stand up to the regime. So there can be multiple things here. Is that different than Venezuela? Of course, because every nation is different. I think you should know that.
Yeah.
Okay,
well, look, that doesn't sound like a plan because we don't know who the next regime is.
Hang on. I want to bring in the other panel members. Let me bring in the other panel members. Dave Smith. I want to bring in Dave Smith first. I will get to you, Jojo. Dave Smith.
Dude, Dan Crenshaw's losing his seat.
What's your feeling about?
Dan Crenshaw only has 34% of the vote, bro.
What we're seeing here. I mean,
damn.
I look, for example.
All right. Sorry, big boss. You're out.
Lots of friends who live in Dubai. They moved there for a good economic life, the sunshine, but also primarily safety. They would tell me they leave their front door open in Dubai because nobody gets robbed, right? This is a very safe place to live. Suddenly they're waking up.
I have to say, it is so fucking nice when chat is just a little slower like this.
They're seeing 5-star hotels getting blown up. And it's causing enormous uncertainty throughout that entire region, and causing enormous damage to the perceived business model of places like Dubai. So there are real-time consequences now of this within 48 hours of these strikes, which make it very, very different to anything we've seen before. Do you think this can it work? And if it doesn't work, where does that leave us all?
Well, if it doesn't work, Donald Trump has destroyed his presidency, which I think is the most likely scenario at this point. And I don't say that with any glee. I mean, I think that's really bad for
Dude, that's literally somebody who voted for him. This isn't a leftist fucking trolling you on Facebook, idiot.
the country. And I understand that this
howdy doody years he's just like, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Everybody loves Trump.
is kind of devolving into like a partisan fight. But, look, I mean, the justification for this war is totally incoherent. It's actually worse than any of the wars in the global war on terrorism, just in terms of how incoherent the justification is. I mean, all of the wars were based off lies, but at least the lies kind of, I mean, at this point, it's like, I don't even know what, I mean, I guess Ben will just defend whatever war Donald Trump launches, but their nuclear program was totally,
taking out the worst
of course.
All right.
You already,
that's a good idea.
I know, we've all heard the talking points. Okay.
Are you saying Iran is not the worst sponsor of terrorism? Like, serious question. Like, you act like you don't know that. You realize that Iran fundamentally funds, trains Hezbollah, Hamas, and other terrorist groups.
Jesus Christ. Yes, I know.
I mean, that's not like breaking news.
Can I just talk for a second since you already spoke?
Sure, but like,
honestly,
don't act like you're a smart guy. Like, you should know that. You're downplaying Iran's threat to the world.
Dude, shut up for a second. I've heard a million times
idiots
like you who go on Fox News.
You're saying it's not true.
Dude, can I just fucking talk, dude? This is so boring. I've heard a million of Fox News. Okay.
I go on CNN
one more
too,
time.
by the way. Okay, so like it's not just Fox News, buddy.
Okay, so I've heard the talking point a million times that Iran is the number.
He just actually
number one sponsor of terrorism. It is.
Dude, Dave has had it because usually he'd throw a joke at him. He doesn't like this guy at all.
Something that the war hawks love to say. I have actually never once heard.
Oh shit! Al Green might be losing his seat too.
Of terrorism, and then a demonstration that they're the worst of it. The IDF is the worst terrorist organization in the region. Let's get real. The United States of America is arguably the worst terrorist organization in the world.
Not the worst thing.
If you want to look over the last,
Al Green's been based, but he's old as fuck.
25 years. How many innocent?
Can we not do this thing?
Civilians we've slaughtered. You're getting us into the neocon. Yeah, that's right. You're getting us into.
That's why I can't stand him. Like, seriously, he looks like the fucking worst church kid that would always just be like, well, you'll find out when I'm in heaven and you're in hell.
The neocons.
Like, it's like he just said that to you.
Seventh war, which they've been dying for.
Don't you just want to fucking, I don't know, flick the back of his ears and just be like, shut up.
No, actually, if you love this country, if you're a real patriot, you'd have to hate this government.
You said America
and the
killed
war
like
policies
the worst terrorists in the world, more than Iran.
I'm the real patriot.
Yeah. DC killed a lot more people than Iran did, and that's George W. Bush and Barack Obama and Joe Biden and Donald Trump. It has nothing to do with, dude. Just all you can do is just interrupt because you have no point on your side. Anyway, Pierce, what actually
are there
matters
not mass
here?
graves in Iran?
Anyway, what actually matters here is that the calculation has been drastically changed and the incentives have been changed by Donald Trump, even since the 12-day war. Look, for the 12-day war to work out the way it did, really relied on a major piece of that puzzle, which was that Iran, for self-preservation reasons, showed restraint in their response. They called ahead. They let us know where they were going to target. They made sure they didn't kill any Americans. This time, once Donald Trump killed the Ayatollah, They offered through their Italian negotiators, they offered a ceasefire. Iran said no. Iran has now made the calculation that they simply can't let America come in and kill the Ayatollah and not respond because...
Oh, Bandit, I forgot to do fucking Big Boss Trump.
Then they'll just keep picking...
Oh, no.
Donald Trump already announced this...
Big Bossum Trump.
...was a regime change war.
Muy bad.
With no plan. Absolutely no plan. As he has admitted, as Rubio...
No likey Jedi.
...has admitted, they have no plan for
what... No passa anymore for USA.
Comes next. And this is the scenario. I gotta say, man, I hate to be vindicated like this, Piers, but this is the scenario that all of us were warning about since...
I can motorboat, but I can not like Big Boss Nass.
Well before.
I just realized that that's kind of a banger of a line. I'm motorboat like Big Boss Nass.
12-day war. That now you've gotten yourself into a situation. Americans are dead. I think Mr. Miller misspoke when he said 4 people are dead. 4 Americans are dead over there. Probably more to come. Donald Trump says more to come. We've had a couple Americans killed in Austin in a blowback terrorist attack. That's happened all...
Dude, you don't. When the military doesn't, and every talking head on this panel is getting cooked by the libertarian that voted for Trump. George, with all due respect, you don't.
Ready since then.
You think you do. But again, honestly, what do you know about foreign policy?
And like, dude, the lack of wisdom.
You said 63, right? Your generation has kind of proved that you don't really know much about this shit. You guys let a 20-plus year war happen. While my generation fought that fucking war. For nothing.
The Trump administration.
So,
like, you have no idea what you just kicked off. There's absolutely no reason to think that this thing is not going to be a catastrophe.
USA is banished.
Just like the last 6 theaters in the global war on terrorism. And by the way, you know, for just final one very quick last point. I'm sorry, Pierce, but then really
every once in a while I could use
a bunch. Let me just say one thing. For all the like supposed like pretend intellectuals out there.
Brandon Herrera went up over Tony Gonzalez. Thank God.
Like the gags.
Tony Gonzalez, if he wins, that's insane. That means that they elected another serial cheater that just got caught up in a fucking scandal where he literally harassed a woman until she committed
Sads and the Sam Harris, who have spent a career talking about how violent and irrational the Muslim world is because you can't even draw a cartoon of Muhammad or they'll start killing people. Hey, what do you think happens when you murder an Ayatollah? Did anyone know that that's not just a political figure to the Shiites, who we've had no beef with, really,
your
so
foreign
far?
Policy
We've never
is
had a
don't kill
Shiite
bad guys because
jihad.
they fight back. That's like the most stupid foreign policy
Ben.
I've ever heard of.
Oh, no, actually, Ben, my foreign policy is don't
Adolf
start
Hitler,
wars
I guess,
of
would still be
aggression.
alive if we use your foreign policy.
Oh, good one, Ben. You just speak in slogans. My foreign policy is
Adolf Hitler's
slogans.
a bad guy. You better not attack him or go after him and stop him from invading all of Europe and taking over the
you guys
world.
Are just so
don't mess with Vladimir Putin ever because that guy's a really
Ben,
bad guy. That's your foreign policy.
So Ben, you're just going to say the dumbest thing and then interrupt me if I respond.
You
foreign
literally
policy is
just said, I'm in Texas where the Austin attack happened, and your policy is, hey, be really nice to bad people, and then they might not kill you. That is your foreign policy. And you're now saying that Donald Trump is somehow responsible for a terrorist that said property of Allah and had a Iranian T-shirt on, saying, oh, no, that's Donald Trump's fault. Not
Jesus Christ, propaganda heads.
actually the terrorist's fault. That is the problem with so many of you on the left.
You let me, Pierce,
because
Pierce,
you don't
I'm not
understand
on the
that
left.
sometimes you have to
dude,
take out
Okay,
bad guys.
look.
I'm 7 clicks
I
to
actually,
the right
I actually
of
want to
you.
give
You're
two
just
other.
saying
I want to
dumb
give two
shit
other
and
panel.
interrupting me,
you're
dude.
not.
Shut up.
Look, two
No,
other panel
trust me,
members
I
have so
am.
far said.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, two other panel
Well,
members
Pierce, I
have
didn't
said
really
nothing.
get to
So
say
let's bring them
anything
in.
either, but all right, whatever.
Well,
honestly, I gotta be real.
You said a lot, and it was interesting.
No, he really didn't. He didn't. No, you said a lot. You know, your cup is half full.
I want to bring in Jack Posobiec. Jack,
Yeah, I don't think that Dave actually might not go on Piers Morgan as much anymore after
it's
this.
interesting to watch.
Is like, it's one thing that do this with left wingers and like have left wingers get disrespected, but now, hey, Dave, how's it feel? How's it feel? How's it feel to be the equal time when you have that fucking howdy doody motherfucker sitting up there with his fucking smug ass face?
Oh, the
Dave didn't get to talk.
conservative right is reacting to this. You got Tucker Carlson, one of the big figures of the conservative right, going off the deep end about this attack, calling it disgusting, calling it evil. That would have been unprecedented 20 years ago to hear someone who was such a big figure on the conservative right in America going after a Republican government's decision to do something like this in such a virulent manner rhetorically. What do you feel about this? I think a lot of what Dave Smith is saying is what the fears a lot of people on the right have about this too. The polls show this is a very unpopular move. Even Republicans are heading now nearly below 50% support for this, which is unprecedented for a military action like this under a Republican president.
Somebody said it yesterday. The fact that he brings 6 people on is insane.
How are you feeling about this?
Well, Piers, the last time I was on here, that's exactly what I said. I said that if this turns into a full-on regime change, forever war kind of prolonged, protracted situation, that's something that's going to prove to be very unpopular in this midterm year. And I'm certainly not going to change my analysis on that. That's just true. That's just the absolute truth of the matter. The question is, I think, and still remains, will this be a Venezuela-style situation where there's going to be one military operation, a brief operation, and then this protracted, or I should say, immediate ceasefire, and then a situation where a new leadership is brought in and the U.S. is working with that leadership? You did hear the president say that, I believe, to Bret Baier earlier today. And yes, he's been making a lot of statements across all of media and saying different things in different places. But we have heard,
and if there was ever a perfect use of that emote,
and I've heard from the administration some rhetoric regarding this Venezuela model, which does seem to be very well celebrated. And of course, he pointed that out at the State of the Union last week. But look, Charlie Kirk is, is someone who lobbied very hard back in June, along with myself, to say, do not push this, and warned very succinctly, I believe, and very strongly, that younger voters are not going to be on board with this because they are war weary after looking at Iraq, after looking at Afghanistan, after seeing the pullout.
Wow, Crenshaw got whooped. Dude, he didn't even break 40%.
Kabul in 2021 and saying, what is it worth?
Fucking wild.
You see this split really within MAGA where older voters, it's 50, 55 up, very, very, very supportive. Then younger voters, very, very against. Gen Y, kind of in the middle. Global War on Terror veterans, generally in the middle. That's what's going on. President Trump ultimately is the only one who knows how it's going to shake out. J.D. Vance, of course, up there as well. And so that's going to
No, he doesn't.
The situation. Look, those guys.
No, he doesn't. You got way too much faith in that
know
guy.
What the situation is on the ground, and those guys obviously realized.
No, this is the whole point. This got away from them, man, and now they're all kind of like, oh crap.
That they're the ones conducting this election right now in the midterms, and certainly they know what the stakes are.
Okay, Jojo, thank you for your patience, and welcome back to Uncensored.
Very, very well put for her to go.
What is your view about the killing of the Ayatollah Khomeini? I mean, for 47 years, it's indisputable that the Iranian regime had...
Yeah, last week he had 6 people on and let one guy talk for 40 minutes and the other 5 talk for 8 minutes.
It's been a ruthless barbaric...
Sounds about right there, Huey.
...regime which has terrorized its own people, which has sponsored
fucking
terrorism
insufferable
throughout the Middle East, predominantly aimed at
Israel. You could do this with a 4-person model easily. And you know what? Piers wouldn't even have to be part of it. He could do the thing where he sits in the middle and then you got the 4. Yeah, and then he plays like moderator.
Through the Houthis, through Hamas,
like an actual
and so
fucking moderator.
Celebrating October.
Again, he's such a fucking pretentious asshole and egotist that he's just like, oh, I also want to be part of the conversation.
The 7th and all these things. None of that is really up for debate. I mean, that's what they've been. The question becomes a little bit like the debate about Saddam Hussein at the start of the century, when I was editor of the Daily Mirror here in the UK and took a very strong position against that war, because I did not believe that we had established, the US and the UK in particular, a reason to take him out. That the weapons of mass destruction seemed to be a construct that wasn't built on evidence. That turned out sadly to be true. And we had 20 years of mayhem that came out of that, led predominantly by the rise of ISIS, who filled the vacuum and caused terrorism for 2 decades. So, I have a long memory when it comes to these kind of things. And that was a situation where it needed boots on the ground, which turned out to be a complete disaster. Here, Donald Trump is holding the possibility of committing more boots on the ground to a country of 93 million people, where you have 1.5 million heavily armed people that work for the regime, from the Republican Guard down to the regular army to the paramilitaries. This is an enormous number of heavily armed, committed to the regime people who will repress any uprising of the kind Donald Trump wants, I would imagine, in a very quick and very draconian way, as we saw only last month. So this seems to me, when you add in the attacks on hotels in Dubai and the rest of it, it seems to me a very
Tony Gonzalez went up.
precarious situation. So when Jack says, well, Donald Trump knows what...
Jesus, dude. Frico County, 107 people voted. 92. So let's see. Jesus, 200 people. Fucking...
What's happening?
199 people voted. That's fucking wild, dude.
I'm not completely convinced that he can know what's happening, and it's the unpredictability of this which is concerning to me.
No, thank you. You're
This is why I was saying, guys.
absolutely right.
This is why Cat cannot fuck up losing my vote.
Not going to be shedding a
You realize
tear
that?
for the Ayatollah, that's for sure. But if we're going to be talking about,
Because it's not just my vote. It's actually me. My wife is also she's like, she doesn't listen to everybody that I say, but she does listen to my program, and she also just knows where she's like, no. And she actually said that she would probably just vote for Biss, which, all right, fine.
aggressive, despotic regimes who hate America, and our country's goal being
But she would vote for Cat if I asked her.
going into
So there's two.
have regime change.
Oh yeah. I also have two other friends that are in this district that I could convince. So that's 4 people, 4 votes that she could get
We
easily.
could go into a lot of
If she hadn't just, I don't know, let her campaign treat me like crap.
countries. I mean, Donald Trump is literally rolling out the red
Actually, you know what? That's not fair. If her campaign didn't treat me like crap, she didn't know, man. She barely, like, honestly, she has no idea that this happened.
carpet
So I
for
have to be
Vladimir
fair
Putin.
with that. But her campaign fucked her on this one, and I'm going to let her know that.
He's falling in love with Kim Jong-un. But the thing is, in this particular case, they keep moving the reasoning behind this attack. They can't agree with themselves. Donald Trump said it
county
was an
isn't
imminent
reporting
threat.
anything
Donald
right
Trump
now.
said it was
Yeah,
about
so,
regime change.
well,
Pete Hegseth said it's
keeping it
about preventing them from having
Is it voting for
an
the House?
umbrella,
Yeah.
preventing them from having nuclear weapons. Ted Cruz says there's no evidence that they've seen that they even have the capacity for nuclear weapons or for enrichment. The thing is, they haven't thought this through. Donald Trump doesn't think things through. There is no end game. There was no clear objective. I'm still waiting for him to explain this to anybody coherently. He hasn't done so. But to your point originally about this being America first or not America first, this is yet another one of Donald Trump's campaign promises that he has not delivered on. And if I'm somebody who voted for him, I'm looking right now.
Wait, did you get a meeting with her? Oh, no. This is because after the election season, whether she wins or loses, but if she loses, I have a feeling that her schedule might be free.
Now, at all of these things that he said he was
At that point, I'm still going to put out a media request.
going to
I would honestly, I would love to ask her about this because I don't think that anybody would. But then again, I've seen that she's kind of adverse to going on and having, a little bit of a challenging debate. But she did go on Breaking Points to answer her questions.
and hasn't. This
I'm gonna watch that
one
tomorrow.
in particular, no new foreign
Oh,
wars.
what's up?
I remember every MAGA idiot in my replies telling me to cry harder because they got the guy who was going to get us out of these long protracted wars. He said he was going to release the names in the Epstein files. Now we know he had to be compelled by Congress to do so. Then he slow walked those and has only released half and redacted 96% of his own name mentions. He also said he was going to bring down the cost of groceries. He was going to bring down our electric bills. Not only is that not happening, everything is moving in the wrong direction.
Yeah, see, now that's the problem you got to be careful on because recess fucking politics are the worst. I remember that shit. Like, me and my friends, we would make jokes about how if I could vote, I would vote for Bob Dole because Bob Dole likes Bob Dole because Bob Dole was just a silly dude on TV.
Our GDP.
But we also did kind of see, like, the whole,
inflation, etc. Another
Animus towards a certain
promise that he made to
religion?
his base who voted for him that he is not delivering on. And to me,
Robin, she's having a really rough day.
this one is the easiest one because we have, as you played at the top, soundbite after soundbite after
Keep her in your thoughts,
soundbite
'cause,
of him
it's
saying
it's gonna be a long 5 weeks.
he was going to be the candidate for peace.
3
that
days
he
into the
was going
first.
to get us out of these wars.
2.
That Kamala Harris was going to be the one
Wednesday.
that got your sons and daughters into these protracted wars. And by the way, Hegseth said today, Donald Trump said today, we could be looking at 5 weeks. Neither one of them will say we won't put boots on the ground. And that is very different from what they said in Venezuela. And to the point about Venezuela being a success, I would ask the people of Venezuela if that is actually true.
But you know what? Every fucking troll chatter that I've had says, I've seen footage of people celebrating in Venezuela and Iran. Why don't you show that?
Their lives are more
It was funny. The one guy that actually sent me a fucking link, it was AI.
completely better right now since we
No,
went
I'm not
in.
saying this isn't happening. I have seen footage of it, people cheering, but his was blatantly AI.
And remove their leader. That's what I'm concerned about. I'm desperately concerned that there is no strategy
Based
here.
on the reaction in the streets, I'm pretty sure they'd say yes.
I want to finish this point. This is very important to me, sir.
Yeah.
Pardon me. I just
You
really
got
need to
the
finish
Epstein
this.
files. We're talking about Iran. Like, you're way off
I
the
really
reservation.
need to finish this. This is near and dear to my heart because I grew up near a military base. My father worked for the Department of Defense. He was based on a military base.
Put your fucking smug at, dude. Some people just have hittable faces, like in general, but oh my god, when they fucking turn smug on.
Most of my siblings have served. This is near and dear to my heart. The men and women of our
And this is one of those guys that would type, you should, you've never been punched. It's like,
military, our service members deserve better than a commander-in-chief who does not have a plan. They deserve better than a
biggest yawn I've ever
five-time
seen.
draft dodger who called the fallen of war suckers and losers. They deserve
She has so much
better
restraint.
than
Yeah,
someone who
she's-
demeaned a
she's actually
POW,
crushing this.
disparaged a Gold Star family, insulted a military widow, desecrated Arlington National Cemetery, told John Kelly that he did not know, as he stood on hollow ground, what
Okay.
was in it for them. Our men and women of our military, our service members, they deserve a commander-in-chief that doesn't say it
They
is what it is
overwhelmingly
when they
voted
die
for
in
Donald Trump.
combat.
Just remember that.
Let me bring. Okay, Ben.
The
Ben
military
Ferguson.
overwhelmingly
there are
voted
two-
for him twice.
Hang on. Ben Ferguson.
Actually, 3 times.
This statistic is incredible. So Axios reported on Monday that no president in the modern era has ordered more military strikes against as many different countries as Donald Trump. Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene, a former big Trump MAGA supporter, said, we said no more foreign wars, no more regime change. We said it on rally stage after rally stage, speech after speech. Trump, Vance, basically the entire admin campaigned on it and promised to put America first and make America great again. There are 93 million people in Iran. Let them liberate themselves. But Iran's on the verge of having nuclear weapons. Yeah, sure. We've been spoon-fed that line for decades. And Trump told us all that his bombing this past summer completely wiped it all out. It's always a lie, and it's always America last. That's coming from a once massive Trump supporter, as is Tucker Carlson most of the time, who calls
and
this
both of them-
evil and disgusting.
Yeah, both of them are fringe people, individuals now, not in the Republican conservative movement. Let's just be clear. You're
Wow.
quoting someone that used to
Immunologists are saying that Trump has shingles.
be pretty sane and now has gone pretty crazy. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the most important thing
Don't
she ever
Marjorie
did
Taylor Greene
was
is
make
fringe.
sure-
Ben Ferguson
was
is
make
mainstream.
That's
Right.
fringe.
James Tallarico, 53%, 45%. Too early to call still. 45% of the vote in statewide.
Wow.
Again,
Ben's the
again,
mainstream,
I'll go
Tucker
back to what I was
Carlson's
saying.
fringe.
He
Have
is
you heard
fringe.
this?
Absolutely.
Tucker is
The
fringe. Ben is the
overwhelming majority of
mainstream.
Marjorie
conservatives
Taylor
can't
Greene.
stand Tucker
Lindsey
Carlson
Graham
right now.
is the mainstream. Tucker
can't-
Carlson is
Marley-
fringe.
Marjorie
Is
Taylor
the
Greene
maximum.
is
Cutest thing ever. He's got one of those like little spinny ball things that he hits and then he can like kind of just jump to the other side and hit it again. He's sitting there and he's just like he's sitting perfectly still, but he's like occasionally just like and then looks around and hits it again.
It's someone, the most
up,
important
dude?
thing she ever did in her time in Congress was wait until the deadline to get her pension to resign one day afterwards. So, like, you want to talk about being selfish person.
Marjorie Taylor Greene was original MAGA.
But let me answer the question. Let me answer the question. You're all liberals. I'm a conservative. And don't act like you know what we know on the conservative side. I won't tell your liberal whack friends what you guys believe. Like
Neo. Make sure you put the neo in front of it. Neo-conservative.
Whatever you are, you go do your thing over there.
I would like to allow the mainstream conservative member of the panel, Ben Ferguson, to respond.
You know the rules, Piers. The rules are if he interrupts me my whole time, then I'm going to do it to him. Those are the Piers Morgan rules. No.
I can't stop laughing about Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Well, that's what I've cultivated, huh?
Being fringe.
As always, all panelists can behave in any way they think shows them off in the best possible light.
Marjorie Taylor Greene resigned from Congress because she couldn't win re-election. That's because the Republicans excommunicated her.
Jesus Christ. This guy's so... I'm saying it, guys. This guy's retarded.
Yeah.
This guy fucking sucks. This guy fucking sucks.
Otherwise, she would have won. I don't know if you don't know how to, like, read polling.
Okay,
but she read her own polling and saw she wasn't going to win.
Okay, but Ben. All right, but Ben, let me just... That Axios stat alone. You know, using that stat... as you run 7 months now away from the midterm elections, if this goes the wrong way for Donald Trump, and it could easily go the wrong way, they get stuck into a terrible quagmire, Israel and the United States in Iran. It doesn't... There's no quick win or whatever. This could lead to a complete shellacking in the midterms. Trump becomes a lame duck president in that eventuality, and this becomes the thing he's remembered for. I mean, the stakes are incredibly high here.
Yeah. Look, I agree with Jack on the point he made earlier, that if this goes long and there's troops on the ground in a more traditional way, this will be a disaster, and there's a very good chance the Republicans will get beat in the midterms. That means that Trump's agenda disappears. That means investigations and impeachment.
Why is the guy not in the corner speaking? Because honestly, Piers Morgan has an agenda. The guy in the middle is the one that's going to fit that agenda.
Start right away. Democrats have already said that. They will go after him and impeach him again and go after anyone around him, impeach him again. I know you guys are grinning in the bottom because you guys like to use lawfare instead of like actually listening to the American people. But what the president of the United States of America has made it clear.
She legit couldn't keep that one in.
He believed that Iran...
That wasn't like a condescending laugh like this motherfucker was doing. She legit was just like...
It was the moment to...
Oh my God, he's stupid.
...act. And this was a moment... You guys were spying on multiple Republicans and abusing power of the government. Susie Wilds and the FBI directors came out. I know you can laugh about it because you guys are sick. Like,
Comey,
you use the government to weaponize
James,
it.
They went after
there's a fact here on that.
Democratic members of Congress. Lawfare?
You
Are you
guys
serious
literally were
right
spying
now?
on citizens in the government because you didn't like them. That is a fact, period.
Can you shout back at him? Because that's all he's doing. He's talking a little louder with a little more authority.
Do it again if you get control of the House and the Senate. I understand that.
Anybody
Back
who
to
would
Pierre, your
not
point that you
initiate
asked.
an investigation into his adversary. You want to talk about...
Piers needs to tell him to shut the fuck up. Otherwise, you know what? No, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Here. You know what? I very rarely do this shit. How in the fuck is Piers? That's not how you spell Piers. Gonna just sit and let Ben monopolize a convo with 4 other people and not chime in while he's interrupting. Yeah, we'll do this one. But let him run over everyone else. ... Almost like he has an agenda.
Lawfare? I'm sorry.
I very rarely comment on YouTube videos.
If Donald Trump doesn't get this right, and do it in the way that he's
what up, Fred?
Described, which is a short term. We're talking about weeks here.
My favorite. How many peppers does
4 weeks, 5
does
weeks,
Pep have?
And then be able to pull out.
Winner.
It will be a
I
disaster going into the midterms. I think Donald Trump understands that clearly. And I also think he thought the objective here was worth that risk because he wasn't making this decision for a political reason. If he was, he wouldn't have done it, right? The polling data that you sit here and you look at, you're like, hey, just let's don't go there. Let's not do this. The polling data says it's not worth it going to midterms. I think it was a national security decision for him. I think he
it's 45.
understood that national security perspective. I think he understood the threat that Iran was to us and the rest of the world. And I think he saw an opportunity here and he said, I'm going to take this opportunity to do this because I believe in it that much. If you were making decisions solely based on polling, then you wouldn't make this decision. I think it's a national security decision, which, by the way, is what we want our presidents to do, whether it's Obama or Joe Biden.
All right. Let me bring in Tim Miller. I mean, I would categorize it, Tim, more as a massive roll of the dice by Donald Trump. I think he's been persuaded about the timing by Netanyahu and the Israeli government, who've been itching to do this now for a very long time. I'm not saying that Trump doesn't think it would be a good thing for the world. I think he probably does. But I think the timing is so fascinating to me. And the reason I say a roll of the dice is because politically, the downside, if this goes even remotely wrong or just gets stuck for the next few months, is so clear to me. And this could absolutely cost Trump everything in terms of political power come November. And once he becomes somebody without control of the House, as Ben said, your ability to do anything just gets paralyzed until the end of your term. So the stakes are incredibly high. But there is another way to look at this, which is Trump has been pretty uniquely successful in doing precision attacks on the foreign stage. Whether it's Soleimani when he took him out, whether it's al-Baghdadi when he took him out, whether it was the 12-day war last summer, time and again, whether it's bringing a ceasefire to Gaza when nobody really thought there was a chance of that.
Venezuela.
Time and again, Trump has gone in and done quick surgical strikes on places. It's been a very different philosophy to boots on the ground, years in war and so on. And that's probably emboldened him to do this. And he's probably calculating that by taking out the entire hierarchy of this regime, which appears to be what's happened, to the extent where the next 2, 3, 4, and 5 people they thought might be potential next leaders apparently all got killed too. Even the ex-president, Ahmadinejad, who I once interviewed, has been killed apparently. So a complete wipeout of all the sort of top names in the Iranian regime. That he's calculating this could lead to a domino effect, where you could see the regime getting toppled because actually a number of the Revolutionary Guard perhaps turn on it, the army, regular army follow, suddenly the people feel that this is moving the right way, and as we saw in Syria, boom, suddenly look, I'm not saying this will happen, but I'm saying we have seen this happen in different places around the world, and it can happen very quickly if people feel like, if the ones supporting the regime believe it's going down and the people sense that, these things can change very quickly. So you could be in a position by the summer where Donald Trump actually has affected genuine change there. The people have risen up and Iran is removed of a 47-year repressive regime. And that could play well for Trump. And it could lead to the Abraham Accords, having Saudi Arabia join it and others, because I do think the big strategic error Iran has made is attacking the Gulf states. And I think the moment they've done that, they've lined up all these places like UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and others lined up now behind an America-Israel a pact going into Iran, which I didn't think I'd ever see. So I think a lot of things are possible here. Tim, your response to my thoughts.
Things. Yeah, a couple things. I mean, look, just how...
Did you have to add that? Your response to my thoughts. Again, all I heard when you were making your thoughts was...
Strained that hypothetical case of how it could possibly go well is, I think, speaks to the just political disaster and the danger of this situation for Trump. Obviously he's high on his own supply because some of these other, one-off strikes have gone well. This is obviously very different than that. Yes, obviously he's being influenced by MBS and BB to a degree that they might be just kind of walking around the dog park at this point, convincing him to get into this. But like, this is such a different scenario than all of those other scenarios, as mentioned earlier. And thanks, Dave, for the update on the language. But like, 4 American troops are already dead. And again, like, for what? Like, in your strained scenario, the best case scenario is that maybe in the future there'll be an internal struggle in Iran, and a regime that we like better, but we don't know who it is, will be taking control. Like, if you polled the American people just 2 weeks ago and said, hey, would it be worth 4 American deaths for the possibility that maybe Iran might get a better regime, but we're not sure who it is? I think that would be like a 20 to 80, only 20% of the country, like Ben and a couple of his buddies, would be for that. Most of the Republicans wouldn't be for that. And look at this panel. Jack was one of Trump's biggest supporters. Like, he's hedging on this. In his answer.
I supported him.
Dave was one of Trump's biggest supporters. He's even more hostile to me against this. He's calling us terrorists. I'm not even that far. Like, among Trump's own base, this is a disaster. Independent voters, you look at polls.
Oh man, that smug fucking smile. Finally.
Of all ages, last independent poll I saw had 19% in support of this among independents. And the best case scenario you can point out is that, like, maybe there'll be some new leadership, but we don't know who it is, and we're not supporting a particular person. Like, that's crazy. It's a crazy risk. And sure, yeah, the Arab states are with us for now, but are they going to continue to be if their hotels and their oil reserves are being bombed? Are the people of UAE and Qatar and Saudi as on board with this as their leadership? I'm skeptical of that. What about our European allies? Oil prices in Europe are up 50% today. And this thing is already a disaster. We're on day 3, and they have no plan for getting out of it. It's like, we're going to bomb them for 4 more weeks and hope that something good happens. Good luck. Yeah, it's a roll of the dice.
Interesting. Dave Smith, the oil part of this is fascinating to me, because I wasn't an expert on the Strait of Hormuz until yesterday, when I really studied it at length. I was like, well, okay, what goes through this strait, okay? And, it turns out 20% of the oil production of the world goes through this strait on a daily basis. And
doesn't he look fucking a little like, oh, I thought that the economy would do just fine.
It's millions and millions of barrels. But interestingly, 78% of it goes to Asia, predominantly China, right? About 10% goes to the United States.
Dan has a unique nap technique.
About 10%.
He's done this like since he was a puppy.
To Europe. So actually, the biggest victim
body on the pillow,
of closing the
head on the floor
would be China, who are a traditional ally of the Iranian regime. Which raises all sorts of questions. Does have a different shaped skull than me, so Iran itself is somebody that exports a lot of its oil through the Strait of Hormuz, so they would also damage their own ability to export oil. So they'd be damaging their biggest oil importer from the Strait, which is China, and their own ability to export it. It seems to me that playing that card doesn't suit Iran and doesn't suit China. So you're left then with purely the military card, aren't you?
Well, I mean, they're already playing that card, right? And they sunk a tanker the other day, and then what happens then is that the insurance companies get worried about insuring ships going through there, and so you kind of like, in effect, can shut down the Strait of Hormuz. But to your point, Piers, about attacking other countries in the region and shutting down the strait, the idea here, I mean, it seems like the thinking from the Iranian perspective is that they feel like they have to give us a bloody nose in this one, that they can't allow us to do this without suffering some. Now, that's a very difficult calculation, but of course, Piers, they're making a calculation with a knife to their neck. I mean, the most powerful government in the history of the world's commander-in-chief announced regime change, and that they have to go. I think also, I would probably even state stronger than what I said at the beginning. It's not that if this goes bad, Donald Trump has destroyed his presidency. If this isn't an overwhelming success in that very unlikely scenario that you laid out, I think this destroys Donald Trump's presidency. I mean, if he goes over there and just kills a bunch of Iranians, the result of this is...
He went from like licking something that it was one of my comic boxes to, I was like, hey, I got to get him. And he just went, huh? What do you mean?
Is that a bunch of Iranians are dead, a bunch of Israelis are dead, a bunch of U.S. soldiers are dead, but the regime still stands, even though he announced regime change, and then he just comes back. I mean, I think that's death for the rest of his presidency. So everybody has now painted themselves into a very difficult position to get out of. Jack had maybe a couple months ago, Jack put out like a mini documentary on the war in Iraq, which was excellent. It was excellent. I shared it on Twitter. And one of the things, I believe you had this in there. I can't remember. I've watched too much stuff about the war in Iraq. But I believe you had in there the quote on Meet the Press where Dick Cheney says right before the war in Iraq, it'll be weeks, not months. You know, it's really easy
It's in there, yeah.
at the beginning of the, it's really easy at the beginning of this thing to say, oh, well, don't worry. The plan is it'll go really great. But I mean, Piers, it is true. Look, people were celebrating in the streets. That is true. People in Venezuela were celebrating.
Yeah, we're not doing an 8-hour stream today. We're doing probably maybe 6.
Celebrating in the streets. Of course, the regime isn't gone, and the people in Venezuela don't have any more liberty than they did then. Now, of course, in Iraq, which is a super majority Shiite country, there were a lot of people celebrating in the streets when Saddam Hussein first fell. He was a brutal dictator who oppressed the majority of his population. But the thing is this, Pierce, right? In the last Iranian election, the president who was far to the right of the last president got like 20% of the vote. You know, Iran is a country of 90 million
DC statues, both ceramic and lead.
And people.
Coins. Oh, sure.
If you got even 5 million people who are committed, you know,
I like comics and cards.
Ayatollah-loving Islamists, well, that's more than enough for a healthy insurgency. And so the thing is that this is, if you
by
actually
the way, just for perspective, Saddam also got above 90% of the votes in his last election too. So there are major questions about
but that was
free and fair election.
That was,
let's be clear. Like I don't think it's fair to people in Iran to say that they voted for this guy that shot the Ayatollah.
The point,
Saddam got over 90% every time he was on the ballot. Like that's unfair to the people in Iran.
You're just missing the point.
It's not a fair election.
But anyway,
like that's just crap.
I'm not claiming it is. You're just missing the point.
Well,
but I'm not
don't
claiming
use the stat to act like they chose a guy that they didn't
you just don't get.
Like people are getting run over in the streets and killed by him.
They're not real elections necessarily.
Then
but
don't
it
act
might
like they
represent,
are.
Do you have a favorite character in a PO box?
Just,
yes, I do.
mean, you just
don't
won't
act
let
like
me
they are.
finish
You
the
just
sentence.
quoted like, hey, well,
you know you can't win the
argument.
argument.
And then you're like, okay, maybe it was a fake election. Maybe it's not a real election.
I admire that you know you can't win the argument, so you just have to talk over me every time. Listen, man, we've already Pierce.
True or false? Was a free and fair election in Iran the last time there was an election? True or false?
Pierce.
Was it a free election in Iran?
True or false?
Pierce.
You loved
it.
Because you guys
Iron Fist. If you have any Iron Fist, that's like my the weird one that I like for some reason.
Cool. Pierce.
Let Dave finish his point.
For the last 2 years, Pierce, for the first time, really, in my lifetime, and maybe in American history,
me and my friends.
The Warhawks have had to come debate us. Like it's a new reality now. Like Ted Cruz
was 6 curio cabinets. Holy shit!
Trying to tweet at me the other day. Like now that the media has been decentralized and the corporate media is destroyed, they actually have to come in and have the argument. And we have so consistently destroyed you guys over the last 2 years that
just like what the propaganda put out about the elections in Iran.
This is now.
You destroyed us. Yeah.
Dude,
yes, I do have a PO box.
Just stop interrupting, Pierce. He can't let me make the point. This is now a pro-Palestinian country. That's how bad you guys have lost the argument. So you guys are all giddy now because you got your war, even though the American people are totally against it. Just wait, dude. What you just, by the way, Pierce, keep in mind what Ben just said.
It's almost like you're rooting for American failure so you can be right on Twitter. That's pretty messed up.
Okay, so Pierce, this is how stupid this is. If I were to say to someone, don't get hammered and go out and drive your car, and then you get hammered and go out and drive your car, and I go, hey,
you'll pop in from time to time, take care, go Cubs. Hey, George, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, you hung for a while.
Come home right now. Ben would say,
yeah, Melly, if you are on Discord, that's my Discord link.
Rooting.
It's only open for like a few minutes.
For me to crash the car. No, dummy. I'm rooting for you to get out of the car.
No.
You're fucking.
The difference
listen, dude,
between you is that you're sitting there and you're saying you don't care about the people in Iran. You don't care about the American troops who have been killed by Iran. You guys talked about
the reality.
Pierce,
okay, time out.
You don't care about people.
Saved every box and paperwork.
You know, the reality, Dave, about what you said about the last 2 years in the media and stuff is actually one of the reasons why my show has become increasingly popular. Is precisely because you would not see a debate. You would not see a debate like we've seen between you and Ben Voges in the last hour anywhere on mainstream media. And actually, it's actually an important and healthy thing that people who have diametrically opposed views have to duke it out with each other. I feel like
that's not what you were doing. No, what you were doing was the equivalent of you getting in Dave's way every time that this guy like almost got hit. But then you would just conveniently move every single time that this guy was just like, wham, wham, wham. But again, every time that Dave wanted to get in, you were like this.
Can I just get one quick point in, Pierce? One quick point that I didn't get
very
to get
quickly. We're running out of time, but very quickly.
If Ben is going to say, which by the way, my prediction on this, Donald Trump has lost the midterm elections, and if this thing goes bad, the 2028 election is gone and a Democrat will win. And even by Ben's own admission here, he's risking handing this country back over to the Democrats for what? To maybe liberate the people of Iran? That's America first? That we're going to risk President AOC over them getting their freedom? I mean, Jack, dude, you got to admit, man, we got to abandon this president now, dude. That's it. He chose Mark Levin and Lindsey Graham.
Okay, let me ask Jack. Okay, don't all talk at once. Don't all talk at once. I want to ask Jack this. So Polymarket, it's an interesting point, this, I think. So Polymarket have asked about the possibility of a ceasefire. Right, 1% by March the 2nd. I think I can agree with that. But by the end of March, 45% potentially. But the highest overall, April the 30th. There could be a ceasefire by then, so 65%. I think the interesting thing here is Trump's done a lot of U-turns recently about a lot of stuff. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if at some stage, if this is going the wrong way, he suddenly pivots to, you know what, we had a job to take out the Ayatollah and the top of this evil regime. We put them back in their box. They won't dare do this again. And he claims, or attempts to claim, a victory based on what has already been done, accepting that they can't do an awful lot more. Could you see that situation?
I mean, I could absolutely see that. Look, I was just saying before, Donald Trump is not George W. Bush. J.D. Vance is not Dick Cheney. So you can't put, it's apples to oranges comparison in that situation. And thank God they're not, right? Obviously.
Yeah, they're not even close.
That's why we haven't seen these troop movements talking. I mean, sure, he's never going to, announce in a press conference what the strategy is going to be. But we just haven't seen Marines and expeditionary units and Army being sent over. We've seen naval power, we've seen air power. So we just haven't seen boots on the ground really been.
That's Trump's army now, and he rents it to Israel literally until it's weakened both USA and Iran simultaneously. It's obvious. Good luck getting your army back from Trump.
Seriously deployed to the area.
What up, Diego?
What it looks like to me, I would be surprised if this thing goes beyond March, personally. That's what the president's been signaling in terms of 4 weeks. And he's already said.
Oh, by the way, guys, I dropped the Discord link in the chat.
It's ahead of schedule because of this situation.
Are on Discord and want to join, it will only be open for a little bit.
Situation where they got, for what, 40 to 49
I don't know why I'm whispering.
members of the leadership out. So
be very, very quiet. I'm trying to get away from the trolls.
The minute I think that someone comes up, and it's just, reading the tea leaves out here, but the minute I think that someone comes.
That reminds me of the the fucking Robin Williams joke talking about invading Iraq and their justification. It's like, shh, be very, very quiet. We're hunting for terrorists.
Comes up that seems to be a stable leadership, whether that be IRGC, whether that be the civilian president, whether that be another Ayatollah. I think they're going to take the
Could be anyone. Could be an Ayatollah. It could be the IRGC.
It could be Riley Gaines.
The Persian people. It could be a lady from the streets. We don't fucking know.
Yes, that's how the Iranian regime works. You guys
who the hell
actually
knows who
study
I
a
come
little
up to
bit.
lead Iran
You
next.
learn
It's
that.
a great plan. I mean, at least George W.
Okay.
Bush
Final
business deal too much
mixed
better in the Middle
government.
East.
Yes, it's very
Final word. Okay. Final word to
Jojo.
Jojo, very quickly. You look like you were indeed licking your lips at the prospect of all this potentially going so badly that you guys
hoping
win the
we
House
fail, but
keep going.
in November.
Hold on a minute. I want to clarify something. We have, human lives that are at stake here. I am not hoping that it goes badly when it comes to our service members. I want to be very, very clear about that. I'm not hoping it goes badly at all. Certainly not for the Iranian people. What I want to know is what our national security interests are here. What I want to know is how any of this makes any of us any safer. What I want to know is how any of this makes my grocery bill lower, lowers my electricity, or it gets more transparency for the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know how this advances the United States.
Damn, she's hitting them with voter issues, and they're both like, look at
United States of America, because what I'm looking at is something that makes us less safe. And we're already, by the way, since we're all talking about this being the tipping point in the don't tip the waiter game, we're already looking at a country where everything is moving in the wrong direction. We are poorer, we are sicker, we are hemorrhaging manufacturing jobs. We're basically not even adding jobs to our economy at all right now. Again, GDP moving in the wrong direction. Inflation is basically stagnant. The United States of America is in a bad place right now. So for Donald Trump to choose to do this right now, when he doesn't have a real justification, he's certainly not made the case to the American people. It's deeply, deeply unpopular. Maybe 1/4 of the American people support this at all. I'm focused on what actually helps the United States of America. And when Donald Trump sold himself as the America First president, that he was going to make America great again. Joe Biden had our economy moving in the exact right direction. We were the envy of all of our peer nations. And Donald Trump once again inherited. Ben, do you ever just let someone talk?
Joe Biden, he was really
Do you ever just let someone talk? Yeah, in fact, every metric was moving in the right direction. Ben, let's do some jobs numbers. Hey, Donald Trump, by the way,
hang on.
Let's be clear.
Hang on. He not once has told Ben to shut up. Not one time.
Not going back over Biden.
Not one time.
Other than to say, even Joe Biden can't
This little fucking petulant child has gotten to fucking yell at everybody the entire time.
Remember whether he got things.
Was this like the predetermined agreement? It's like, I'm on painkillers, so I need somebody to kind of take point. So, can you just do me a favor? We're going to have two people who are liberal adjacent. We need you to identify them, and you need to talk over them as much as you possibly can.
Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Joe Biden, I'm
was
sorry.
awesome.
Really, Piers?
Joe
Really,
Biden.
Piers? Do you
Joe
want to go
Biden,
there?
I'm afraid.
His economy
I'm
sucks,
sorry to say
and
this.
You know it.
Joe Biden was a zombie president for the last 2 years.
And his economy was a disaster.
Let's not pretend otherwise.
Okay,
And by the way, Jojo, the other point I'd make is the U.S. economy is actually. Wait a minute. The U.S. economy is actually doing.
Oh, dude, they literally have everybody else on a 6-second delay. That's why. Ben is the only one that's not on a longer delay.
Very well, comparative to most countries in the world. The problem,
My favorite part is watching this guy laugh uncomfortably, knowing that he's cooked.
Donald Trump has is that it's not filtering
Very
through
well.
to ordinary, hardworking people because inflation is still there. And inflation, as I explained to one of my guests the other day, who wasn't too sure
I
what
thought you got
it
the final word.
Inflation
This wasn't
means
your final word.
prices are still going up. Until you have no inflation,
I know who you're
they
talking
go
about.
up. Yeah.
Right.
So look,
And
I'm going
I
to leave
saw
it
that
there.
interview
We've run
with
out,
Lauren Boebert,
Jojo,
and
we've run out of time. But I think the
Sorry.
point I would make is the U.S. economy.
And she's fuck you. You don't get your final word. Go fuck yourself, Piers. Seriously. Fuck that guy. I'm so sick of his shit.
So I want to say that, before I show you this, but we did get a substantial amount of vote in Dallas. This is the early vote. So I don't know what's going to happen in Dallas County after this, but this is the early vote. This is the vote cast before Election Day, okay, about 60%, and give or take of what the total will be. Crockett winning this by 22 points here. Now, that is a difference of 43,000 votes over Tallarico. What that does statewide, you can see that Tallarico number back down to 70,000. It had crept there up, over 110,000. In fact, she just gathered some more votes somewhere else, and it ticked down a little. But you see it brought it down to 70,000. But it is still a 70,000 vote advantage statewide for Tallarico. And that early vote out of Dallas is, we think, well over half the total vote. Whatever it ends up being, we think it's well over than half. She was able to net 43,000 plurality with well over half of it, and she still trails statewide by 70,000 votes. So even if the rest of the vote in Dallas County came in and looked just like that, she would still be well short here of that margin that Tallarico has built. I want to say I've been, our audience on streaming tonight, we have been showing benchmarks for these candidates as the counties have come in. Are they hitting the numbers they need to hit? The number we had established in Dallas County for Jasmine Crockett was 70%. This is 61%. This is her home county. This is her base here. This is where she needs to drive up the number. So in the early vote here, she's short of that. Now, again, did she have a flood of support same day? were there ballots cast between 8 and 10 o'clock that we, there are some issues here that are above my pay grade to address. But the early vote here, I think for Crockett is 61%. She wants to be near 70 here, not near 60. And meanwhile, what we've seen happen statewide, again, we were saying this, while we sort of focus on Dallas for Crockett, we have been watching Tallarico in different corners of the state start to pad this plurality. So I think the last time I was on with you, he brought El Paso in. I'm not sure if you had seen, but Hidalgo
you can actually DM
County
me.
came in. We knew this was going to be big for Tallarico the way South Texas was going. This is where McAllen is, and it was big for Tallarico. Another giant one that we're waiting on that I think is going to be massive for Tallarico is Williamson County. This right outside Austin. Again, this is the heart of his political base. So you saw Crockett put a dent in it with Dallas's vote. We think that's more than half the vote out of Dallas County. It leaves Tallarico ahead by 70 with opportunities across this map to build on that 70. And that leaves whatever's left in Dallas. And again, there's a question here of what's left in Dallas. But whatever it is, it does not appear that there's enough there,
Yeah, very worst case,
to be putting a dent in this. She would need something from somewhere else to give her the extra. She would need a big flood of same-day support somewhere else. It's not just going to come from Dallas.
All right. Well, it could be a long night / few days as we continue to track that. Steve Kornacki, thank you.
I know you'll yell early and often if anything's interesting on that. I want to sneak in very quickly to the conversation.
Okay. Okay. I am going to just take a glass of water here. Do you have something, Adam?
Yeah, so our decision desk did get some comment from the Dallas County Elections Office. They said if someone was in line by 7 o'clock, they were allowed to cast their regular ballot. But if they joined the line after 7, they had to cast a provisional ballot. We should get an update as the total number of provisional ballots that were cast by the end of tonight. But that's where we stand in terms of
Okay, and that also sounds like they're kind of punting on, if the ballot was cast provisionally, we're not going to know tonight if it's going to count in the election.
Yeah, I think it's a legally dubious territory right now.
Okay, so again, pardon me here. What we're talking about out of Dallas, this is 190,000 votes. We think
legally dubious.
Roughly, our decision desk thinks there's probably about 120,000 votes still to come out of Dallas County. But again, they're if you just heard Adam, a lot of these are going to be provisional ballots with the question of are they going to count ultimately or not. But I think the point here is that 190,000 were just counted. They were early votes. And from that 190,000, Crockett was able to build a plurality of 43,000 votes. Now, in the same day vote, she has a much smaller pool to draw from. It was 190,000. Now she's only going to draw from somewhere around
Iron Fist and Spider-Man are like my two
around
guys.
120,000
Batman
votes,
as well.
maybe
But yeah,
fewer.
no, I'll make sure that you know.
Okay, again, trying to drive up a plurality to counter what is now a 71,000 vote lead for Tallarico statewide. Again, there are some. Yeah, you look here in East Texas.
I
We
hate the
talked
fact
about
that I'm a pretty simple comic book.
how large black populations, voting populations in a lot of these counties. A place here. This is like where Texarkana is. I expect this is going to go well for Crockett. There are some others in here. Harrison County, I think that's going to go, very well for Crockett. So there are some places in here. But again, like East Texas here, I want to make sure not to include Houston in this, but East Texas, where she's going to get these big margins, it's probably 4% of all the votes in the statewide primary. Again, that's like the equivalent of El Paso, basically, of El Paso County. In terms of the votes that are going to come out of here. So I'm just looking at this map, trying to see where else outside of Dallas County, where else is Crockett in line to get a big batch of votes. She is leading next door here in Tarrant County. She's not running up the kind of number, in Tarrant County that she got out of Dallas County, but in the early vote in Tarrant, it is about a 12-point lead for her. This is Fort Worth. There are going to be a fair number of votes here. So if the same-day vote in Tarrant is anything like the early vote, she will net, she'd be able to get another, 10,000 votes or something out of that. But again, chasing what is a 70,000 vote advantage for Tallarico, you're just seeing Tallarico, I think, statewide here. There's a breadth to what he's put together statewide here that I think really is powered in part by what's happening in the southern part of the state. I mean, first of all, his own base in Austin really came through.
Full figures or bust.
But what?
You have like 10 plus Spider-Man. I need to see about Iron Fist. I think my kid has that one. Oh, it's
What's happening in
your kid likes Iron Fist. Hell
in
yeah.
South Texas?
Oh,
What's
that's
happening in El Paso, in Webb County, in Cameron County?
Full figures are cool, but I like busts.
In Hidalgo County.
Honestly, I don't have an answer on that one.
In Bexar County, where San Antonio is, these are not insignificant chunks here in the Democratic primary.
both.
And all of them are deep blue. We're talking 20, 25, 30, 35-point advantages for Tallarica now.
Rocket and Groot. I also like Rocket and Groot like a lot.
And I think those are
comic versions.
Really, starting to add up on top of what happened here in Austin. She's also, Crockett leading here in Harris County. Look, again, Harris County, massive. 5 million people live here. 15% of all the votes in the Democratic primary come out of here. No county is going to produce more votes than Harris County. But while it's nice for Crockett if she's ahead here by 8 points in the early vote, it nets out to 17,000. That's what that advantage is good for. If she's doing this again when the same day vote comes in, that's a third more, is going to come in out of Harris County. I don't know. What does she net? Another, 7,000, 8,000 votes here? Again, maybe she could net 10,000 out of a Tarrant County. Maybe she could net another 7,000 out of Harris County. That's a 17,000. Again, we talked about Dallas. Maybe she could.
Damn, dude, we really don't know who's going to win this.
You're talking 47,000 votes between what are probably her three best
looked like it was, here,
around the
hold on.
Dallas
I just realized.
Metroplex here. Do we have same day from any of these counties?
I'm going to take a look around.
Yeah, I'm just I haven't checked in on these since we got that 8:15 batch. Kaufman here, Paxton leading there. See, I thought, Cornyn a little stronger there. This is the kind of place I would have thought Paxton was ahead in. Okay, so the next thing here, sorry, I'm just thinking to myself here. The next thing, to come here is we're waiting on, where the drama is right now. North Carolina 4, Valerie Foushee is leading there.
We do have an update there if you want to.
We got an update in North Carolina 4.
Yeah, we got Durham, some more. Durham
Okay. Foushee's lead has been slashed to 1,500.
This is what I was saying.
Is that
you
all from Durham?
You cannot discount it.
So we're pretty much done with
Durham.
Durham.
You need every fucking vote, man.
I'm
not going to beat that dead horse, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think that's about right.
Folks, this is wow. Okay. So 90% of the vote counted now. The lead is just over 1,500 votes for Foushee over Alam. That's at 1.3 points. Why did it just get closer? We got the last of the same day vote. We think the last of the same day vote
Does my wife
out of
like
Durham County.
anything?
Durham County, Alam's base. She'd been running better on the same day than the early. She ends up netting 3,052 out of there. We think that's it. We think that's it in Orange County as well. Chapel Hill, UNC.
I mean, she's into unicorns. She loves unicorns.
Foushee's base. She's born and
all right, that was easy.
Raised there. She's going to win
unicorns and Final Fantasy. Those are like her things.
That by 2284. What does that leave? That 10% that's left. Well, we got
Tokidokis. She loves Tokidoki, but that's a
Chatham County here. This is Foushee. This is her best county. It's the smallest part of the district. This is clearly her best county tonight. She's netted 2,400 votes. She's been winning the same day vote here.
I'll show you the ones that she made.
Roughly how much vote is left in Chatham County?
Chatham, we have 1,200.
Okay, about 1,200 votes left in Chatham.
Oh, Sanrio? Oh, Labubus? Oh, she loves Labubus. God damn it. No, Labubus. Yeah. No, she loves Labubus. She loves Kauai, Sanrio. She loves Sanrio.
About how much is left in Wake?
Yeah, you guys are really into the same stuff.
Our estimate is about 11,000 total in Wake.
11,000.
Yeah, she just got into Labubus.
In Wake. Whoa.
She got her pink Labubu.
So.
She got the one. She actually has a Labubu. It's a gray Labubu that has it's like a little Godzilla, costume.
From the 1,200 votes that are left.
I'm not into it myself, but I support her
Let me do it on the main screen here.
No.
Okay. So from Chatham,
I got my own stuff.
1,200
don't
votes
judge.
roughly left.
She loves blind. The minis. She was really into those too, but she actually has too many. She even said she's like moratorium on the minis. I have way too many to build.
From Wake County,
the mini
11,000 or
shit
so
like that.
we think are left. The margin is 15-18. Chatham, Foushee's been winning the same day by
Chatham, 54, 43.
About 10. She's probably going to, at that rate, she's probably going to net 120 or so. That would boost this. Let's say she leaves at 1750 after Chatham. What's the same day vote looking like in Wake?
In Wake, we have about 5,000 same-day votes in, and it's 53-43 for Alam.
Okay. I keep forgetting he's mic'd up. I was just going to repeat that. That's
I keep forgetting he's mic'd up.
We have 5,000 same. That's not insignificant. That's a 10-point lead for Alam with the same-day vote, and we have an estimated remaining vote of 11,000. That you can do the math on that. That would be 1,100 votes. If she wins the rest of it by 10, that'd be 1,100 votes. And it'd be 1,750, we think, coming out of Chatham. That may not be enough. She may need to win. Alam may need to win the Wake vote by more than the 10 points she's currently winning it. She's probably going to need to win it by more than the 10 points she's currently winning it to overcome the lead that Fushi has. But this is extremely close. North Carolina, there's no late arriving male except military, right?
You go to the Texas race.
Which one?
The Republican primary.
Yeah.
So our decision desk has made a call that we're going to go to a runoff.
Okay, folks, you knew this one was coming, right? But it is now official. Our decision desk is calling John Cornyn and Ken Paxton. Do they want to talk about this on the News Now at all?
Having a runoff election.
News Now is going to come to talk about this. How much time do I have?
Okay, this is riveting. God damn it! Here, I'm gonna find something else to entertain us for a minute because I want to chill here.
Yep.
For a minute.
We're about to go on News Now, folks.
This is ridiculous.
Projecting, in fact, it will be a run-up. Let me bring in Steve Kornacki now, who's following it. Not a shocker, but maybe where the numbers landed is what's a bit surprising here to the point that we're making.
Yeah, I mean, look, about 60% in Cornyn ahead here by 3 points. Keep in mind, this is basically, most of this is early vote, although what we've been tracking, we keep saying
800 people, 797 are Republicans. So I'm being asked, how do I have more up-to-date information than MSN? I'm not sure what MSN is. I don't know if you mean MSN, the outlet, MSN, or MSNBC, mainstream media.
They're not wrong.
But in any case,
I just realized
I'm working
that.
in conjunction with Decision Desk HQ. So these are up-to-the-minute voting results from Decision Desk HQ,
what that guy has.
where we have these results here. So I am refreshing the vote share. So these are the actual numbers as they break.
You know what? No. I know what it is.
As they break.
It's because he's not
52.5%. Jasmine Crockett, 46.3%. James Tallarico continues to lead Jasmine Crockett by just over 6 points. She's 6.1 points in the lead. Let's look at where the votes remaining are. This is unchanged, roughly unchanged from before. Still have 136,000 votes from Harris County, which is Houston area. Then we've got about 80,000 votes apiece out of Dallas and Travis. Dallas County is where Jasmine Crockett's from. Travis County, which is where Austin is where James represents. So in those two instances, it's a little bit of a wash considering Travis's votes are going to break for James. Dallas's votes are going to break for Jasmine. And then Harris County's votes are breaking a little bit in Jasmine Crockett's favor, although not enough to overcome the roughly 100,000 vote margin that Tallarico is winning by right now. You can see the vote total is about 800,000 votes to 707,000 votes. So about, 93,000 vote lead by James Tallarico with 65% of the vote reporting right now. Again, if you appreciate this live stream, appreciate the election night coverage, I'm going to try to cover as many of these elections, primary, general, whatever I can, as often as I can. With
at least we know that somebody's going to have the IL-7 because we're having a little watch party for that one.
For anybody who's watching right now, if you want to continue to stay on top of this type of coverage, the best way to do that is to subscribe to my channels. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the subscribe button, completely free. If you're watching on Twitch, go ahead and hit follow. No need to subscribe and pay money. I'm happy to bring all this content and not paywall any of it. I don't believe in that, so I appreciate you just hitting the follow button. Same with Substack if you haven't yet subscribed, and same with Facebook if you haven't yet subscribed. That's the best way to support my work. No need to pay for anything, just subscribing, watching my
Facebook
content.
pays him a
Reading my
lot of
newsletter
money.
is more than enough.
They really do, man. He's one of the few guys that actually makes a decent living off Facebook.
Let's see if I
Kind of like TikTok. I know, like, damn, dude, the numbers you need to pull on TikTok to actually make money is insane.
Do this. If this is gonna work.
Okay. Oh man.
Just doing some tech stuff in real time here. So let's see if this works. All right.
Oh, it did. Holy shit.
Hopefully.
That was a nice little wash there. Way you did that. Oh man.
And I'm losing Dallas County, then we know
Streamers have
where this thing is going.
So that's my news, is that we're not going to have election results tonight, in my opinion, based upon what specifically is taking place in Dallas County. Unfortunately, this is what Republicans like to do. And so they specifically targeted Dallas County, and I think we all know why. So, I want you to enjoy yourselves.
Wait, seriously? Wait.
But I won't be back tonight because I have no idea of when we're going to get results, and I fully anticipate it won't be until tomorrow. So, I love y'all too.
If it comes in and I'm losing Dallas County, then we know kind of where this thing is going.
So that's my news.
Okay. So what you saw right there is Jasmine Crockett's announcement to her supporters saying we're not going to have results tonight, in my opinion. That
thank you,
is
Melly. I
the
mean,
result
that's awesome.
of some of the
I really
drama that we've
appreciate it.
seen
I see.
out of Dallas.
You're a giver, and I'm not
for those
exactly.
who don't remember.
I'm a lover of gifts. I didn't want to say
A lower
takers,
court
but
judge
I'm definitely
in Dallas,
somebody who will never turn down a good gift.
because there were so many reports of voters who were going
Tinkerbell knows
to the
this.
wrong voting location.
Tinkerbell sent some pretty awesome stuff.
Texas purposely makes it difficult to find your voting location because there was so many reports of voters in
what other reps
Dallas
get that
who
much
didn't
love?
have their voting
I mean-
location. A lower court judge extended the deadline from, I believe, 7 p.m. till 9 p.m. Then Ken Paxton, who is the Attorney General, intervened, went to the Texas Supreme Court, and the Texas Supreme Court temporarily blocked that decision from the lower court, meaning they had to segment out the votes from people who were not in line by 7 p.m. and in between 7 and 9 p.m.
Okay, but how in the fuck are they going to allow somebody that's on the fucking ballot to be the one who is the arbiter of whether or not they can be, like, they can count those ballots? That's fucking insanity right there. You want to talk about conflicts of interest? What in the actual fuck are we ignoring there?
So they're going to segment those votes out. If you were in line before 7 p.m., you're good to go as far as the Texas Supreme Court is concerned. But
cheers to
everybody
today.
who went to vote between 7 and
I mean,
9, after they got instructions from a judge,
so we're not gonna
saying
find out
that
this.
that deadline was extended,
Man, I gotta
those
eat
votes
dinner.
are going to be kept separately. Now,
I can't stay as late as I did last
obviously,
night. Like, and
that's
I
gonna
have to
impact
keep this
Dallas,
one.
where the vote is
I have
falling
to
in
know when to call.
her favor. So let's take a look
Gotta
at
know
what Dallas
when to
looks like.
hold 'em.
Right
Know
now,
when
you
to
can
fold
see.
'em.
Did I do this right?
Know when to walk away.
Let's go
You
to a
better
different
count
screen.
your money. Better
Let's go
count
to
your
Dallas specifically.
money. Man, that's crazy. Big badass bra. Riding up north with all the gold that I stole. Along with some cash, even took the man's dog. Man, that man's kidnapped. He's a real soft dog. Got myself into a whole heap of trouble, double-crossed by the law, so there's nobody to run to. Man, it's just me and my sawed-off shop.
Let's go to
I'm lost
Senate
in these long days.
primary Democrat. Texas.
Oh, man.
Dallas. All right. Now,
anyone know the song?
Jasmine Crockett is from Dallas. Those votes are breaking in her favor, 61-38. And so she's saying because a judge wouldn't let those votes count from between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m., even though voters were having difficulty finding their polling places, that's going to impact her ability to win this race. I'm not sure of the math.
Man,
there much smarter.
Again, the depressing of turnout, like this is stuff that needs to be like fucking seriously challenged in court by the voters, man.
People
like this is
than
fucking crazy that they are just able to do that. Nah, you don't come to this polling place. You gotta go to the next one
to figure
It's
that
like,
out.
But this is the one that
But
was
what
on my
they'll
card.
do
Or
is
I-
they'll figure
like
out
I was
the
told to
whole-
go to. It's like no,
number of voters
Our bad.
who went to vote between 7 and 9 p.m. Those like question mark voters,
Euchre?
and
Nice.
if that number of voters is not doesn't exceed
taught me
the
to play
vote
euchre.
like the total number of those
euchre,
voters
yeah.
doesn't
Taught me to play
exceed
poker.
the vote total
Blackjack.
of James Tallarico over Jasmine
Getting
Crockett.
rummy,
It's not going
all
to
that
matter
stuff.
anyway. So a lot of math still needs to be done, but that's why.
Honestly, it's probably why I like cards.
Jasmine Crockett has made that
Like
announcement.
I literally
that
play this
she
game.
Is,
I don't just collect
that
these.
she
I actually play
is,
Pokemon. One of those
disappointed
weirdos.
in these results and is claiming
Weirdos. Fuck off.
is claiming that there is
I'm mad at myself. It's
something
like,
of a
why'd you say
conspiracy
that?
against her. at the
Pokemon's an
hands
awesome
of-
game. It's just Magic Light. And you know what? Sometimes you don't want to play a full game of Magic. Sometimes you just want to play with some cartoon monsters and just, I don't know, win a battle. All right. Well, I'm just going back and forth, and even Crockett just said that she doesn't know if this is actually gonna like have anything.
Let's go back to the full map here.
I'm calling it. Tallarico wins with massive turnout.
65% reporting, still no
Like, what?
official call
Checking Twitter.
from Decision Desk.
Why is Wash the one showing up when I check?
In fact, I don't think we've got an official call from any of the networks.
Just like election results. Hold on. Like this is really fucking weird. Hold on. The fuck. Yeah, his video's the first one, and then it's Brian Tyler Cohen, then it's AP, then it's Steve Konecki.
Wow, it looks like Chip Roy has lost his primary as well.
Weird.
Interesting.
did?
Chip Roy is always one of those holdouts. Very interesting. Congress is going to look different as we head toward 2027. Looks like Al Green is losing his primary as well to Christian Menifee.
Oh, shit, yeah.
In Texas's 18th congressional district.
That's surprising. Like I said, Al Green's been, pretty consistent. I think that Al Green should have called it this season. He's one of those guys that's just like, bro,
So a lot of
you're old as
movement
shit. Can we
tonight
not?
in Texas.
Like, at least like Jan, she realized that she's older, man, and it's not even like a health thing. She's actually pretty like healthy right now. She just didn't want to fucking Ruth Bader Ginsburg us. You know what I'm saying? Although a special election. Wonder how that would have gone. I think it was in Texas every Thursday night. Oh, wait. He won a lot of money in Texas. I'm not weird. My brother went to... Oh, it's not weird. My brother went to Magic and Pokemon.
Let's take a look at the poll on this channel. We've got almost 40,000 votes on my YouTube channel. Jasmine Crockett, I asked who folks support.
Played in a
Jasmine
card
Crockett
store
taking
tournament once.
53% of the vote to James Tallarico's 47%. So a pretty
hate to admit
even
what
split
happened.
here. Although a little bit
I did
different
really
than
well.
the vote share that we're seeing.
And then I got
in
beat by a
Texas
9-year-old.
proper. So it goes to show that, how Texas differs a little
Huge.
bit. The Democratic
She had a fucking
base
fairy
in
deck that was ridiculous.
Texas differs a little bit from a national audience.
I know that all those words all together sounded really weird, but yeah.
Let's take
Her dad was laughing his ass off at me too.
Look at where the votes remaining
deserved
are
it.
right now. Still no movement from where
Playing
we
an
were
infernal
before.
Charizard deck.
So we are officially at the 2/3 mark. 2/3 of the vote in Texas has been
Really old man.
has been counted. James Tallarico at an even 6% lead over Jasmine Crockett. As soon as we have an official call, I will make sure to bring it to you. Again, for those who are
Hey.
watching right now, if you'd like to support this live stream, support these election results, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. If you're watching on Twitch, just make sure to follow. And if you're watching on Facebook and Substack, also make sure to subscribe. Shouldn't cost you any money
blah,
on
blah,
any
blah.
platform,
Okay,
but it's a
sorry,
great way
man.
to support my
I
work.
can't find anything that I want to even like. I want answers on something. All right, so we're not getting Dallas County. Great. It's almost 10 p.m. And it's Central Time there. So what the fuck, man? God damn. Even in Illinois, we can call the election by about 8, 9 o'clock. It's about having fun, though. It's at the same time when money. Oh yeah. Well, there was no money involved in that one, except there kind of was. There was like a buy-in, but nobody got like a pot like that. The money went to that went to the store. But you did get store credit. First, you got the store credit, but you also got like a what do you call it? It was an ETB. I don't know why I'm fucking blanking on this. It was like this. You get one of the bigger boxes, and then you get one of these. Oh, I play cards with my friends almost every Thursday. That's why my show's a little bit later on Thursdays. It's because I try to dole out some time, and then I'll start a
Greg
stream right
Abbott
around
has
8 o'clock and
officially
have
won
a
the
shorter stream
Republican
sometimes. Sometimes I'll go to
primary
midnight.
for governor. So that was completely unsurprising, and I think we're still looking at Gina Hinojosa to be the winning candidate in the Democratic primary for governor as well. So let's take a quick look at that and see how that's looking. The Decision Desk hasn't called it, but we've got 2/3 of the vote reporting. Gina Hinojosa has almost 61% of the vote. The closest competitor is Chris Bell with 9% of the vote. Let's take a look.
Governor primaries.
I'm not sure what that is.
The fuck are you looking
Some of the
at?
stuff on here is a little bit weird.
That's not right.
Let's go back to
Our primary's not till the 17th.
this Democratic primary. 67% of the vote in, and the vote total remains the same. 6% lead for James Tallarico. We have no networks who have called this race yet.
Why Thursday? Is it a thing? Yeah. No, I've been playing with the same group of guys. I've been playing D&D and cards with the same group of guys. We used to play at a comic shop before it closed for 8 years. Great group of cats. One of them actually helps me with like filming projects and stuff. I have something coming up in the future. I surprisingly do have to keep this one a little bit closer to the vest here, but he's helping me out.
Still no concession from
He's a
Jasmine Crockett. No race
videographer.
called from the networks. Again, let's go to this.
If it comes in and I'm losing Dallas County, then we know kind of where this thing is going.
So that's my news, is that we're not going to have election results tonight, in my opinion, based upon.
So she's already bailing. She's just like, I'm bored. I'm gonna go home
in
now.
Dallas County. Unfortunately, this is what Republicans like to do. And so they specifically targeted Dallas County, and I think we all know why. So I want you to enjoy yourselves, but I won't be back tonight because I have no idea of when we're going to get results, and I fully anticipate it won't be until tomorrow. So I love y'all too.
If it comes in and I'm losing Dallas County, then we know kind of where this thing is going.
So that's where we stand right now. Jasmine Crockett making that announcement. Doesn't look like there's a concession happening. It looks like she's pretty disappointed with what's happening in Dallas.
Abbott with 82% of the vote. I don't think he's going anywhere.
Let's go back to this race here.
Yeah, that's the only reason we care about
Tallarico, it looks like he is widening his lead another 1/10 of a point. So he is at
God damn it.
6.1%.
All right, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna fucking
above
call
Jasmine
it in a few minutes here. So we're gonna start wrapping up the show. Cornyn and Paxton headed to a runoff. It is. It's official. Okay. Well, God, that's gonna. How annoying are runoff elections? God, we had one of those happen here. God damn it. I hate
For
to
those who
admit
are
this, man.
The counties that are blacked
I didn't
out,
go vote.
it looks like
And
they're
my
not.
guy lost.
They haven't counted any ballots yet. It's just
for a
tied.
local seat here.
So the ballots, the
kind of
counties
upset by
are
that. I was just like,
differentiated
damn it, I should have
between
gone.
blue and green. Jasmine Crockett's counties are green. James Tallarico's counties are blue. For those few counties where there's a tie vote, maybe because there's only a few ballots that have been counted or recorded, those are just black. So right now we're looking at
Dude, I think he
Hudspeth County. And I mean, these are just small counties. Lipscomb County.
He burped.
And Dickens County all just have a few votes, and they're tied 17 votes apiece. Lipscomb County has 19 votes apiece that they're reporting, and Hudspeth County has 1 vote apiece. So those numbers will will continue to
1 vote. 1 vote.
fill out.
So 1 person showed up for Tallarico, 1 person showed up for Crockett, and 0 people showed up for Hassan. Again, if it's 1 vote, god damn, dude. I hope everybody has a good idea of how these elections can definitely. Who's my favorite Pokemon?
Right.
Oh, that's
It looks
easy.
like
that
Jasmine
one's
Crockett is
Charizard.
gaining a little, which
technically like Dark Charizard.
Presume means
or Shiny Charizard.
that some votes
black
from
and red
Harris
one.
County were counted.
Or
Either
black
way,
and-
we are at
his
68% reporting.
blue version is
Still no decision from
Mega.
Decision Desk,
Oh my
which
God.
is my partner for this broadcast.
Yeah, Charizard. Then, oh god, my wife's is Pikachu. She loves Pikachu. I know. I thought you said that before. Yeah. Charmander's like close second, and then Snorlax. And then Pancham. I like Pancham. Mewtwo. Mewtwo's cool too. Damn it. I don't know. It's getting every time that I actually play a game, and I am playing Fire Red, yeah, it just reminds me how much I love it. And I'm just like, oh, I don't, the original 151, I really do have an affinity for. Everyone, I remember when Nidoran was my favorite Pokemon for a minute. I was just like, yeah, Nidoran's cool, man. Yeah.
I think we have some more sound here.
First one that had the two different, sexes in the Pokemons. Pokemons. Yeah, that's how my mom used to say it. Or my dad. Yeah, you got that Pokemon? Oh my god. One of the worst days of my life was when my stepmom, she washed my my competitive deck in a pair of pants I was wearing. And she didn't check the pockets before throwing them into the washer, and I lost over 60 cards because I had 65 cards for the deck, even though it's a 60 card deck, but you had to have 5 alts. I lost them all. I was so fucking mad.
Okay.
God, that just boiled in me again, where I was like, oh, yeah, it was my fault. I know it was my fault. Thank you. But I was also mad at her, where I was just like, check the pockets. Check the pockets. Now I literally have a thing where I check the pockets of everything. Not kidding, by the way. I literally check the pockets of every single thing that I throw into the washer. I'm like,
Still
nope,
looks like we
can't
are
have that
at
happening again.
60%.
Even though
A few updates.
I have found money that I was just
from
like, oh.
Texas and around the country.
Which is
Dan Crenshaw, Republican congressman, has lost the Republican primary, so he will be out of Congress next cycle. Same with Chip Roy. I believe he is losing or lost his primary as well. So
it's so refreshing when people that suck that always show
their
up.
Seats in deference to probably a more far-right candidate. Meanwhile, Gina Hinojosa will be the Democratic nominee.
The lobbyists are just like, well, peace out.
For governor against Greg Abbott, the Republican nominee for governor. Over in North Carolina, Michael Whatley, who's the RNC chair, will be facing off against Roy Cooper for the...
All right. Well, we will have election results, obviously, tomorrow. I will be on at 2. So, hope you guys can show up for the earlier stream. It's going to be fun. I've lost so many lighters to Forgotten Pocket Check. You know what? I have learned that Bic lighters are the shit because they can totally survive a trip through the washer without any problems. You know how I know that? Same. Completely the same. Oh, man. Is there anything worse where you're just like, oh, no. And you just hear it. Go, 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 go. Super cool, Tallarico. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, my roommate. When I lived with my roommate, I had a one of those lighter leashes that was I had it clipped to my belt, or my my little belt loop, and he was just like, "Dude, really?" It's like, "Yeah, you steal every fucking lighter. If you keep that in your hand for more than 10 seconds, it's gone." I only have 1 or 2 because I quit smoking. Well, we do something, else. We like to light candles, and by candles I mean, flower candles. Anyway, I think you get what I'm saying. But either way, Melly, I really appreciate it. Thank you for the kindness. My mom sees that too. She does not realize it's cigarettes. I don't haven't done that in man, damn. Okay, so 16 years. I just realized I actually get to say another year. Hell yeah. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, damn. Yeah, when I'm 44, it will be my 20th anniversary. That will be crazy. That's coming up sooner than I want to admit. It's okay. Yeah, we all get older. With every day that goes by, we get a little bit older. And a little bit wiser, hopefully. Although in this internet age, it seems to be the opposite. So, all right, folks. Like I said, Melly, I was just about to say thank you. You're young, thanks. Really appreciate you reaching out. Also, looking forward to the gifts. Really appreciate that. Pinkerbell, what up? What up? Really appreciate every single one of y'all. Thank you also for the little bit earlier in stream where I broke down. Like, this is the first stream I think I've cried on, and that's saying a lot because during my mom's, well, I think I cried one time, but I stepped off for that. Today I couldn't. I didn't even have the energy to step off stream. So I really appreciate you guys kind of seeing me through that. I really appreciate it. I needed it. I really did. It feels good that I actually got that out. And then I know that Uni was watching stream tonight, and here, just for you guys, let's see. I've got you on. I don't feel like chatting today. I'm having a really rough go, but I'm here. And I just told her that everyone sends their love. They love you with their and their vibes with, and they are vibing with you. Excuse me, I can't get that up. And then she sent a little was it the face with the little hearts around it. So she really appreciates it, guys. God, she's really not doing well, so I'm gonna go see her tomorrow, and then like I said, gonna be on at 2 o'clock p.m. All right, sorry guys, I'm also stalling because I'm trying to load up my outro. One of these days, I'll actually have this just like good to go. Cause God, but all right, guys, I appreciate y'all. I will catch you tomorrow. Bye. Oh my God, I did it again.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.